and there's a PDF and a PowerPoint. Let's bring that up too. After you copy it. It's got a whole bunch of animations that I just.
Should I grab the PDF too, do you think?
Oh, just in case maybe. Through a few of these because they're kind of complicated ones. All right,
Cool. All right, appreciate it.
yeah.
Just copy and
Okay.
all the things in Betcher. And
All right, very good.
Appreciate it.
Nice to see you.
nice to see you.
You all that tech stuff works great.
Yeah.
Or
Today's
whoever,
the-
whoever.
Yeah,
But I'll give you the
I'll
credit.
definitely give the credit to Lionel, but today's the real test. We'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Why don't you come on in? We're going to try to start right at 9. Today's our day. We're coordinating with Grand Junction, so we want to make sure we stay on time. Yeah.
Oh, Terry, I thought I was late.
Nice. Now I can always.
Just checking to make sure.
All right. Good morning, everybody. 9 o'clock sharp. I'm going to ask everyone to come on in and take a seat, please. Welcome to our virtual audience. Good morning, everybody. Day 2 of our water conference, our 41st annual conference on natural resources at Colorado Law. Today should be a really amazing day following yesterday, which was an incredibly emotional morning, a really great segue into the topics that will be talked about today. I couldn't be more excited about our lineup. And as I mentioned yesterday, we're having this unique bridge across the divide, as we're calling it. Colorado River District is meeting in Grand Junction at Mesa today. We're going to be sharing a couple of our events to both audiences, which is exciting. And we'll have some folks speaking there being shown on our screen and vice versa. So that's one of the reasons why we need to stay on time today. So good morning. I have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker, Terry Fulp. He's the former regional director of the Lower Colorado Basin region for the Bureau of Reclamation. The region encompasses the last 700 miles of the Colorado River to the Mexican border and includes Southern California, Southern Nevada, most of Arizona. Terry's responsibilities included implementation of the Interior Secretary's water master function in the lower basin, management of hydropower operations and maintenance of federal facilities, including the Hoover Dam, and implementation of the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program. Over his 31-year career, Terry was instrumental in the negotiation and execution of several major Colorado River water policy initiatives, including guidelines for the coordinated operation of Lake Powell and Lake Mead and binational agreements pursuant to a treaty with Mexico. In 2018, Terry received the Presidential Rank Award, one of the most prestigious awards in federal career civil service. Terry, welcome, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Well, again, Alice, thanks for the great introduction. And it's so good to see the colleagues and friends here today. And it's really great. Nadine and I are loving being back in Boulder. We really missed it. So I recall the first time I participated in this conference, but I certainly don't remember when that was. And I can guarantee it was a relatively long time ago, I'm sure. And I appreciate the opportunity to come back. When I was first approached to do this, I thought, what do I have to offer really? Because I've been out of Colorado River management for almost a year now. And then I saw the title and they asked me to do a retrospective. So I have the easy part today. Carly's going to follow me and she's going to talk about what we're going to do after 2026. She got the hard part, and I think that's fair for a retiree myself. Before I dive in, I want to remind us of a couple things. Maybe these are caveats or disclaimers. I don't work for the Department of Interior anymore or the Bureau of Reclamation. So I don't speak for them. My opinions are my own, and many of them, some of you will agree with, and some of you will disagree with, and I certainly welcome those discussions. With that said, however, you're going to hear me use the term we. I can't say they, and I really don't know that I will ever be able to do that, because that time I spent in Interior, I guess it's part of my DNA, so to speak now. So my approach here is going to be, I'm going to look back, as I said, and look at a few of the really major agreements, excuse me, that we put in place. And we put many in place. So I could have picked several, but I picked essentially 4 because I think they have the most to do with what our topic is, and that is, what are we going to do after 2026? And what I did to think about that was thought about the problems and issues we were trying to solve. What were the big obstacles, the major difficulties to overcome, and how do we go about doing that? And finally, perhaps what we learn, and maybe more importantly, how did it all turn out? As often is the case in water management, agreements are linked, and these certainly are. And they're linked by many factors. They're linked by the natural system. For us, that means hydrology. And they're also linked by companion agreements that are either came before or will come after. And so you'll see that, I think, as we go on here today. I want to upfront, though, so there's no suspense, I want to share what I think are the 3 key factors to these successes that we've had. Each of these agreements were reached through intense collaborative efforts. Did we include everyone, particularly the tribes, as we should have or would wish to have had? No. But we had very, again, intense collaborative efforts. Second thing is we based the decisions on the best technical information we had at the time. Was that good enough? Oftentimes, no. But it was the best we had. And as we've seen, information evolves. Just like models evolve, inputs to models evolve, our information, particularly about the natural system, has evolved. And finally, given the degree of uncertainty we were dealing with, and that's probably greater today, I believe it was important that we put these agreements in place for a finite period of time. We recognized up front that we didn't know enough to sit down like they all did in 1922 in Santa Fe and try to come up with something that was going to last now 100 years. Certainly, those compact framers wanted to do more. They wanted to allocate water to each of the 7 states. They didn't get that far, but they got a really large step that has, in my opinion, served us well over this 100 years. I want to say one more thing I want to point out. In addition to those factors, as I mentioned, there's another key thing, and that's the role of the Secretary of the Interior and the Commissioner of the Bureau of Reclamation. And I don't exclude assistant secretaries in that. We have at least one in the room, and I will guarantee you dynamic assistant secretaries helped greatly to bring these agreements to fruition. So let's start. The 4 agreements I want to talk about are the 2001 interim surplus guidelines and the associated or companion agreement referred to as the California 4-4 plan or the quantification settlement agreement in 2003. So it was, well, let me hit on the others other three, so you know what we're going to talk about. 2007 interim guidelines doesn't surprise you a bit. I lumped the key minutes under the Mexican Treaty, 318, 319, and 323 as one. I'll address them in that way since they are so closely linked. And then finally, the drought contingency plans just signed in 2019. So we'll start again with the late 90s. It seems almost surreal, given where we are today, to think that in 1999, September 1999, I stood at the spillway crest, not with the gates up, so it wasn't full me, but at the crest at elevation 1205. And we were discussing operating in flood control. And I was very excited. I thought for sure through my career, sometime I'd get to operate in flood control, and that certainly didn't happen, did it? So in the fall again of 1999, the water level was right at 1205 elevation. Today, most of you probably know, it is at 1068. That's a change of about 140 feet. That represents on the order of 15 million acre feet of now vacant capacity from where we had in 1999. So at that point, though, we didn't anticipate this drastic of a drought and sustained lower inflows. And so we set out to do surplus guidelines. And why surplus guidelines? Well, we had a lot of water, but also we needed to get California off of their use of extra water. They were legally entitled to that as long as the Secretary each year deemed that okay under the decree. And it was essentially Arizona's unused water. And we knew Arizona was growing into that with their offstream banking and their development. And so that was the key piece. And surplus guidelines linked very closely to that because we wanted to give California the time to reach the very complex agreements that it would take, 30 plus agreements within their state, primarily for conservation and ultimate by Imperial Irrigation District, and then transfer that water to San Diego. That was really the fundamental basis of this complex set of agreements. So why then did we put the surplus guidelines in place for 15 years? The concept was to give California that time to implement all those measures. We deemed it a soft landing. We all know starting in 2000, we entered the lowest 5-year period of inflows that we had seen in the 100-year record. And I can guarantee you the landing was anything but soft. But I give California a lot of credit. They came through and signed their agreement in 2003. That agreement's still in place. It's one of the longest agreements that we have in this set of agreements I'm talking about, on the order of 50 years roughly, with the ability to extend it. And that's good because these conservation measures should, and I believe will, stay in place. Okay, so if we, let me add two things there. So Secretary Babbitt signed the interim surplus guidelines, I think, a day before he left office. And then Secretary Norton was quite instrumental as we moved forward in the early 2000s. I also want to give a shout out to the Assistant Secretary at the time, Bennett Rayleigh. His dedication, hard work, and I'll say no nonsense demeanor really helped a lot getting there. So on to 2007 and the interim guidelines. So after this 5 years of depressed inflows, again, worst 5 years on record, there was a lot of consternation throughout the basin. Particularly from the upper basin states, they were greatly concerned about the impact on Lake Powell. We did have a coordinated operation at the time. It's called the Long Range Operating Criteria, or LROC. We're always good at acronyms in our system and federal government. But it basically shared water only when you had really good years. When Powell got really high, there was this term called equalization, and it would send water to Meade with the goal of trying to equalize the amount of water in the lakes. They sent a letter to Secretary Norton. We were bailed out, I'll call it, by a good year in 2005, well above average. Secretary weighed everything. She decided she did not need to change the release from Lake Powell. That's what the Upper Basin states were requesting, but that we had to do something so we didn't fight about this. And that something was put some coordinated operations in place and honestly deal with the use in the lower basin. That means implement shortages. So she charged us with doing that all by, this was May 2005, all by the end of 2007. That was a really short period of time for these kinds of complexities, to resolve those kinds of complexities. And it was a full court press. And we all worked really hard. Again, very collaborative with lots of fits and starts and lots of meetings where people get mad and walk out, and that's just how these things go. But by the end of 2007, and in fact, Secretary Kempthorne signed that record of decision around the Colorado River Water Users Association meeting that year in December. And we include things other than just the coordinated operations and shortage guidelines. We saw very clearly from input from other entities, and by other, I mean outside of the Basin State Water District fraternity, if I could call it that, on the value of banking in Lake Mead, particularly a consortium of the NGOs, of which Jennifer Pitt was a very big part of, had an alternative that we included in the IS that I think was termed something like banking before shortage. I don't remember the exact conservation. See, I was close, but that's that memory thing. You know, I mapped it into how you create that water. So anyway, a very good process. We made it. There is one thing I want to add, and that was about best available information. Up until that point, we had only used the historical record to project future inflows. We all heard about that before yesterday. You all probably know about it. Early part of the 1900s, it was a wet period based on what we know today. And we reached out and did a lot of research with others, and Brad sitting here, he was key in that, to look at how we could postulate alternative hydrologies. And although we didn't put them in the final decision document body, they were very important in an appendix because it set us up for the future very well. We had expanded our modeling capability to be able to handle those kinds of hydrologies. And I don't see Edie Zagona here today, but she's director of the Center for Advanced Decision Support for Water and Environmental Systems, CADSWES, and that's how we all got started in the early 90s with the idea of developing a flexible modeling framework that could be used on any basin that would be rule-based. That is, you would write rules based on the policies you wanted to test, et cetera. And that's what we still use today. It's used worldwide, actually. And so we were able, with that framework, to easily keep improving this model. And that was the whole design. As data improved, knowledge improved, be able to make sure the model could be improved. What had happened before, if you don't mind, I think I might have just a minute to say it. We had an old Fortran model that ran on a cyber. There were about 2 or 3 people who knew how to run it, and there was almost no documentation. So if that sets it up for you. All right, minutes with Mexico. Let me go there. So coming out of 2005, we had those conservation measures that California would put in place was the aligning of the All-American Canal. Mexico really disputed that because it would cut down the groundwater that was flowing from the U.S. into Mexico. Our relationship with Mexico, I would describe as very rocky at that time. Then Secretary Kempthorne met with the ambassador of Mexico, and they decided we need to fix that. And we went off on a path to do just that. And it resulted in several minutes. 318.19 and 323 were the key ones. 318 is where we would allow Mexico to bank the unused water they had due to the earthquake that had occurred. 319 extended that idea of banking, also implemented water reductions, water sharing, that means shortage and surplus, as well as putting together an environmental restoration framework so that we could work on both sides of the border to improve and sustain the environment. That was for 5 years. We set out for much longer goal through 2026. We got 5. That's what we could do. I often call these pilots. You test things. You want to see, through gaining valuable operational experience, how well were you thinking? How well does it work? If it works well, you can always extend it. And so that is what happened, and that's what 323 did. It extended essentially the provisions of 319 with some more flexibility in those. I won't go into that detail. I'll take an opportunity to shout out to the new commissioner of the Mexican section of IBWC, International Boundary Water Commission, Adriana Resendez, who on the Water Education Foundation virtual seminar a week or so ago made it very clear that they see it the same way. We work so closely with Adriana. We're so pleased she's the commissioner. That we really came from a place of almost no relationship to a place, as she called it, of a close partnership. So that's a positive. Okay, let me go on to just a couple other things. The final one, drought contingency planning. You all know about that. It just became very clear that the guidelines were enough. And then Secretary Jewell brought the states together, the commission, all the representatives, I'll call it, of the 7 basin states, and basically said, you guys come up with a plan. If you don't, I will. And if I counted right, 2,152 days later, we signed the agreements. That was a long one, over 5 years. Talk about fits and starts. Oh my goodness. There were days all of us felt like we were butting our heads against the wall and we'd never get there. But we did. It's best way to think of it, it's an overlay on the guidelines. It was a Band-Aid to get us through 2026 when the guidelines expire. So think now we've got all the major agreements at least through 2026. Guidelines, DCP, minutes. So we put everything on 2026. That's why I say Carly's got the hardest job here. And so I just want to leave you with a few thoughts. As I started out by saying, there were some major pieces to all this. And one is collaboration. I can't overemphasize the importance of collaboration. And collaboration comes from personal relationships. Mexico is a great example of that. What I'd say we didn't do very well was include the tribes. We tried, but we didn't know enough about how to try, and we didn't try hard enough. We didn't have personal relationships established with many of them. A few, but not many. We also finally realized, and this is me personally, my idea at the time, naively really, as I look back on it, send a letter to each tribe. If they answer, they're interested, you want to meet with them. If they don't answer, must not be interested. Boy, is that wrong. Often they don't have the capacity. They just flat don't have the capacity to even understand what the letter is. So we really today are working very hard on helping each tribe establish that capacity. And I give a shout out here to Daryl Vigil, who really was instrumental in certainly teaching me about all of that. I think the second thing I mentioned was sound technical information. Because we'd set up that modeling framework and it was open and it was transparent and it could be changed and others could run it and we would support and help them run it. We aren't and will not ever be threatened by that. That's the goal, is to have it be open so people understand what the results mean and don't mean. And so we want to continue on that path, particularly with climate change. We can run the climate change modeling output downscaled, of course, but I think we still have a long way to go. I think Brad will talk to us more about this hopefully today, but we're prepared to be able to do that. And then the last thing that I really wanted to say was with regard to just really working together. I mentioned it as collaboration, and when I started, let me make sure I get the exact approach that I said, because I don't want to mess up the words. Hold on just a second. You see what happens when you get retired? This is how it is. It's really about trying to come together and working hard about it and not giving up. I would just conclude by saying this. If I learned only one thing about working on Colorado River management, it is patience is a virtue. You have to have it. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And if we have time for questions, I'd be glad to answer anything or try.
Thank you so much, Terry. I know Carly's going to be brought up in 1 minute. So why don't we do one quick question and as we transition, but again, sadly, we have to stay on time today because of the connection with Colorado River District. While the microphone's heading over there for a quick question, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Carly and let you know about one time change today. We're actually starting with the Colorado River District at 9:45. So they moved up their time frame. So that's another reason why we want to move along. And Gigi Richard will be speaking first from Colorado River District, and then Brad Udall here. So go ahead.
Terry, you talked about the importance of modeling and also the interaction with stakeholders. There's a lot of discussion right now about the adequacy of CRSS going forward, and I don't want to put you on the spot about going forward, but to what extent in those past processes that you described, did CRSS need to evolve to meet specific needs of a new set of problems that were being negotiated?
And I think, let's see. Maybe I should go.
Yeah, sure.
Your question was, did it?
To what extent?
To what extent? Greatly. That's what I would say. It still takes experts to write rules. I don't want to leave you with the fact this is one of those gaming type models, as they used to be called, where anyone can postulate something by a click. Because it's so complex, the rules change, and that's where the significant changes were, John, by either postulated operations or as we learned how we were really operating, we could tweak the rules, right? Again, in an open, transparent manner. But the fundamental inputs didn't change. We need a lot of work on those, particularly consumptive uses, but yes, greatly.
I have a suggestion. Terry, do you mind just staying up here and maybe we can have a little Q&A after Carly, and or you can come back up, and have a seat while she's talking, and then hopefully, and I suspect if we're running late, they might be running late, but they might pop on at 9:45. So Carly, a quick introduction. Thank you for being here remotely. I'm so glad it worked out. She's a senior water resource manager for the Bureau of Reclamation. She was recently selected to lead the development of the updated operating rules for Lakes Powell and Mead. She's currently stationed at the University of Colorado Center for Advanced Decision Support for Water and Environmental Systems, alongside Reclamation's Upper and Lower Colorado River Basin Regions research, planning, and modeling teams. And she can tell us more about her role in the upcoming guideline management negotiations. Welcome, Carly.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And just checking that you hear me okay?
Yes, you can. Sounds good.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Alice, and to you and Sean for putting on and organizing the conference and giving me the opportunity to still participate virtually. Much appreciated. Terry, thank you for the perfect foundation background on where we've been, how we got here. And thank you for your leadership through all of that. It's hard to believe it's almost been a year since you've retired. I think we've managed to keep the basin going since that time, but I think it's clear that your leadership is missed as well. I also wanted, before I start, to recognize Dr. Kenny and give my best wishes for his retirement. Doug was my advisor, one of my advisors when I was in graduate school about 15 years ago. And it was about at that time he invited me to this conference and gave me the highly spot to speak during the happy hour session. I was in that room giving a presentation on my screening model I developed for my master's project while happy hour was going on in the courtyard. So, maybe there were 4 or 5 people that came in. Plenty audience that I needed at that level. But so thanks, Doug, for that opportunity, that break-in opportunity, and for your guidance and advice through the years. So with that, I'll start here by recognizing the obvious that these are challenging times. And as our Deputy Commissioner Tootin noted, at the time we released our August 24-month study that declared the first ever shortage in the lower basin and under our 1944 treaty with Mexico, the hydrology that we planned for years ago and hoped we would never see is here. And if the times are not challenging enough, enter the fact that we have just 5 more annual operating plans under the current operating guidelines for Powell and Meade. So in a situation where we're working to address the current challenges brought on by drought and dry hydrology with an uncertain future operating policies. The interim guidelines, Minute 323, and the DCPs give us a solid foundation for our operation through 2026. And soon, as we start work together to develop those operating policies, we very well may find ourselves doing so simultaneously while addressing the additional challenges brought on by drought and dry hydrology. It's a massive challenge and difficult to wrap your mind around. It's a massive task to develop those post-2026 operations, even in good times. These are not good times, hydrologically speaking. And so how should we move forward in a way that sets us up for success? To help answer that, I think it's worth revisiting the extensive input from a broad set of stakeholders that we received during our process to review the interim guidelines, or our 7D process. These helped shape our understanding and findings regarding the effectiveness of the guidelines. Comments that were outside of the retrospective scope of the review, but express important perspectives on ways that our approaches in previous processes can be improved that can help guide how we move forward in the post-2026 process. And to summarize, they've 3 general themes. Stakeholder engagement. They emphasize the importance of expanded, robust, and meaningful stakeholder engagement in operational decision-making. Modeling approaches, emphasizing the importance of utilizing best available science and tools to inform decision-making, and to also take a broad approach and consider multiple future scenarios and outcomes. And lastly, resource analysis, emphasizing the importance of a thorough analysis of the impact to resources and current operations and involvement of stakeholders in that analysis. So taken together, these comments express a core set of principles and approaches, desire for transparency, inclusivity, and the incorporation of best available science and methods to guide our post-2026 operations. And while the 7D review is the most recent documentation of these comments and sentiments, they are not new. As we have designed past processes, themes, thoroughness, inclusivity, collaboration, science-based, these have always been the guiding themes. And that's not to say there isn't room for improvement. These concepts have evolved over the years with increased public awareness, technology and scientific advancements, heightened partner and stakeholder interest, and a desire for meaningful input. And while there are some aspects worth carrying forward from past processes, the design of the post-2026 process needs to be updated, modernized, and expanded in a thoughtful way to reflect the current times. So back on those three themes, how have they evolved and where do we sit today with respect to stakeholder involvement? We absolutely have seen expanded inclusivity and partnerships, and those have been essential. I think as Terry highlighted to the more recent operational decisions in the basin, Minute 323 with Mexico, the drought contingency plans, there has been continued emphasis put on greater tribal involvement and participation and engaging tribes in a more meaningful way. Consistent and proactive communication is important here, and we're working to develop approaches that are in that spirit. There's been an increased role by the NGOs. Our lead consistently called for greater inclusivity, and the basin states have recognized this as well. And we have to acknowledge the significant accomplishments we've made with Mexico and want to continue to strengthen that partnership. And with respect to the technical side, modeling and analysis, there's been many advancements made in our suite of decision support, not only in the model themselves, but the inputs that drive the models and the approaches taken to frame and analyze those results. And I want to build on one comment that Terry made with respect to capacity and how important that is, the ability for our stakeholders to understand those approaches and results. This really empowers them with the ability to meaningfully participate in the discussions. And we're working to help enhance and build that capacity, particularly with the tribes. And I think a very related theme is regarding transparency as it relates to modeling. And this has been central to the core of our modeling work really since the beginning. As Terry described, we really started off with a Fortran model that only two or three people could understand and run. And we've come a long way since then. And what we see today is more and more stakeholder partners and consultants doing their own analyses, actively running the model, but also scrutinizing the model and its layout and assumptions. And this is a good thing. We're not threatened by this in any way. And this leads to improvements and a more educated stakeholder base. So we really do consider this to be a success, working towards transparency. And then lastly, on the analysis side, I just want to highlight, as folks probably have been hearing from presentations that we've been giving recently, where we've been investing in a lot of research and science to give us new approaches to the post-2026 process, field of deep uncertainty, where we can kind of think about an uncertain future in a different way and not base decisions strictly on risk that comes from only a single set of assumptions about the future. So while I'm not here to announce anything specific regarding timelines or processes for the post-2026 effort, I can tell you that it's very important to us that we design a process, both engagement and technical, that meets the expressed desires and addresses the challenges ahead. And that we do not intend to design a process, neither engagement or technical, without outreach to key partners and stakeholders to ensure its workability. It's also important to us that we set up a successful process that does not predetermine any outcomes. So I can also tell you, and this may be a reminder for those of you who have been in past reclamation processes, or it is new to those of you who have not. This is not new in the way we've done business, as you've heard from Terry. on the Colorado River and how we've approached the design of previous processes. Forward by taking the concepts that have successfully guided past efforts, adapting them to reflect the current perspectives and realities in the basin. And if we continue to adhere to the foundational guiding principles of inclusivity, transparency, thoroughness, science-based that have brought us this far, I believe we'll be set up as best we can be for a successful outcome. So in the short challenges we simply must address, I hope and expect that our short-term focus will also utilize these same core principles. It's our commitment and my personal commitment in this new role to continue to be guided by these core principles. That's why I was excited to compete for this position and honored to have been selected. And in closing, thank you for all your work to address the current challenges the basin is facing, and I look forward to working with you all as we confront the future challenges through the development of the post-2026 operations. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Terry, feel free to step back up to the podium. Another, speaking of intense collaborative efforts, Colorado River District is 15 minutes ahead. So at 10:50, we're going to have Brad Udall start here and simulcast to them. So we have, which is good news, is we have some nice time for Q&A, and we thought we could bring Terry back up, and feel free to direct your questions to Carly, Terry, or both. 9:50, sorry, 9:50, yes. 10 minutes.
Wow.
So what questions you all have? Or Terry, is there anything else you'd want to dive back into? I know it was.
Well, it's probably early. It's early for everyone, isn't it, relatively? I would only at least fill in the blank that I didn't hear as I ended, and that is the finite period of time piece. I think I believe in it so strongly from a water management perspective that it's just part of the way we've done business. I would offer that up, that I'd love to discuss that, and have to be right now, with others. I know there's been a lot of talk about, I call it throw out the baby with the bathwater, starting over with the compact and do something that'll last a long time. And I just firmly believe that given the uncertainty we just have to figure out what we're going to try to solve. There's a lot of things on the table. And as we go through trying to solve it, we'll figure out what the time frame is. Mexico is a great example. If we hadn't put minute 319 in place, I don't think we would have gotten minute 323. We would have treaded water and stumbled and fell for another few years and missed that golden opportunity. So I think former Secretary Babbitt may have written something recently about let's go 10 years, as I recall, or at least I think that's what he's been thinking. And those are his opinions too. And we've also heard that, hey, let's go 1 year. 1 year's enough. Give us more time. But I don't like that. That means you're just going to continue to work and get nothing, in my opinion. But anyway, that's the only other last thing I would add. Yes.
I guess along that line, for both of you, what are some of the factors you consider when trying to balance the flexibility with changing conditions and wanting to provide as much certainty as you can for water users and consumers?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I mean that wholeheartedly. Well, there's a reason these things are called guidance. Purposefully. Now, there's some really hard rules in that guidance that we won't violate without something changing. But you don't want to it's this balance between, I'll call being specific enough and not too specific. And so with regard to what's coming, I don't know how that will play out. But with regard to what we've done in the past, I think a good example is within the minutes. The minutes have some very, very specific things, but they have some very less defined things that allow us to have the flexibility to do things on the ground without having to go through a big process. Does that help answer that? It's a trade-off, and you need lots of input to get to those trade-offs.
Terry, I think if I could just jump in, the one thing I would add to that question is I think it speaks to the importance of looking at a wide range of future outcomes when thinking about, future operations. And, even though you may not specify specific operations for every single possible outcome, you have at least gone through a process to explore those different outcomes, which I think can help lead to an understanding about certainty and flexibility.
Good point.
Hey, Terry, is that on? Terry and Carly, this is John Karen. The guidelines, the 07 guidelines had lots of, as you've noted, good things and precedents in terms of collaboration and, setting the table for flexibility in operations. I think it also had some degree of lessons learned in retrospect. And I'm wondering if either of you would comment on things you absolutely would like to see different moving forward post 2026 in terms of how the system operates.
Well, I'm going to let Carly have the first crack on this one because she's the post 2026 person.
Sorry, Carly.
So the question was specifically, I was getting ready, formulating in my head the answer because I thought you were going to say different in terms of how the process is run, and then you landed on in terms of the actual results. So that was my formulated response. I think I said in my remarks, and it's very true at this point, that nothing has been predetermined. We're coming in to this process when we do initiate this process with a very open mind in terms of scope and in terms of what types of things will be considered, as I were as well. And I think that combined with a very robust stakeholder process will likely lead to some pretty innovative outcomes.
Sorry, Carly, but I see you right here on this big screen, and I felt like it was my opportunity.
Real quick question for you. You mentioned some really hard rules. Those are really the flows at Lee Ferry. When do we address those questions?
You might have pointed at me on that one, Eric, but so I'm going to take the first crack. This is one of those problems with data, basically, originally, right, of estimates, because not directly measured, really. I mean, we can measure the flow, of course, but to try to get back to that, what naturally would have been there is difficult. So there's all of that sort of balled up in that. But I think in terms of, and I will go out on a limb here a little because it's my opinion, in terms of that future, what are we going to do? I think that's one of the things we're going to have to deal with. I think it's just going to be too difficult to come up with a coordinated operation, which I think we have to do, these two big reservoirs, without dealing with that in some way. I don't know what that way is, Eric, but I think it's got to be on the table.
Hi, Carly. It's Ramsey, Krupp, and Terry. Thanks for your time today.
Hi, Ramsey.
I'm looking pretty good with my chin guard here. I had a question. You know, deadlines often drive getting to a result, right? And I think of the guidelines as 2026, you know, they end in 2026, right? However, the hydrology is moving fast and not in a good way, as you well know far better than me. And there's political change that happens before 2026. And what is your thinking about timing as we move towards, you know, negotiating new guidelines, if that'll happen or should happen in a faster, more responsive way? I could imagine trying to drop DCP 2 in between before 2026, but that seems like a lot of iterative effort too. So I'm interested in how you see that playing out.
Okay, I'll take first crack here, Carly. I think there's three things that are relevant here. One is you're exactly right. It's coming at us fast, faster than any of us, I think, expected years ago. There's some terms I heard the other day. Need for speed is a good one. And so that's for sure. We need to be very efficient here on it. The good news in terms of changes in administration, in my opinion, I lived through 3 8-year administration changes, as I recall, but several changes. And the good news is the Colorado River somehow stays what I call apolitical, right? It's just able to avoid that. And that's critical. We have to continue to do that. And I personally don't have any indication that would change, but I think that's extremely important. And then the last thing, we all know, I think most everyone in the room, we always build in these additional consultation provisions. Probably not the best way to go, obviously, but it's our fail-safe in some sense. And there's one in DCP. And we always thought, we really hoped DCP would bridge the gap. If it doesn't, we trigger additional consultations. And as water managers, I'm very optimistic. We must do something, and we will always try to do the right thing. And I say that as we, the big basin we. And I'm optimistic we can find a way to get us to that time frame. We've clearly showed we could do it faster. 07 guidelines. Not speaking for Carly here at all. I think she can chime in. I don't think we want to try to do one of these in a couple years. It was pretty difficult, right, Carly?
Yeah. It was pretty intense, and I was just the modeler, and it was still pretty intense for that one. I would only add that, you know, we have a hard stop at 2026, obviously, for completing these new guidelines, and it's important to get them right and to run the right process and to not shortchange it. And as you know, we welcome the process being completed earlier. It's also very important to take the time to do it right.
Yeah. And that includes, I know Carly would say, I know we're out of time, that includes the input, the involvement of everybody, right? We don't want to shortchange that just because of a deadline. But as Carly said, if we can get there quicker, I'm sure we would choose to do that.
Thank you both so much. I know this conversation could go on much longer. We're going to simulcast now with Colorado River District. I'm going to go ahead and start introducing Brad Udall. I think we're going to just be joining the Gigi's presentation as they start a little bit early, and then she'll be available for, sure. Thank you so much, Terry. She'll be available for Q&A also. I usually refer to Brad Udall as the nicest guy I know with the worst news. So he's a senior water and climate research scientist and scholar at CSU's Colorado Water Institute. His expertise includes climate change, hydrology, and related policy issues of the American West. He's a contributing author to the 4th National Climate Assessment released in 2018 and a contributing author to the 2014 IPCC Assessment Report and lead author on the water sector chapter in the 2009 Global Climate Change Impacts. There's really few people who know the Colorado River and the dismal future better than Brad. And I know he doesn't like to be the bearer of bad news, but welcome, Brad. And I believe that we are now simulcasting to Colorado River District. So hello, everybody. Take it away, Brad.
Back at a place where I spent a good chunk of time here at the law school. And nice to see so many familiar faces. I first started talking about climate change back in 2003, and one of my earliest presentations was to a River District seminar, actually in Grand Junction, this same seminar. I mostly got a lot of dirty looks. And since that time, I've started calling myself the skunk in the room. And in watching yesterday, I decided that misery loves company because actually there were a bunch of mini skunks around yesterday here. Nancy Smith is not exactly a mini skunk. She's too nice, but she said I was going to scare the pants off of you, which is either a high bar or low bar, depending on how you look at it. So let's get to work here. And let me tell you what I want to tell you about today. I want to talk about the current basin status, including the reservoir levels and the shortage status, which everybody knows. I want to talk about unusual river flows since 2000, the reason why we're all concerned. And I want to talk about this in two terms, both in terms of the natural flows, but also in terms of the flows into Lake Powell, which are much less covered. And there's actually something scary there, frankly. I want to talk about potentially an evolving south to north flow decline pattern. And this is something I've always been worried about. And the San Juan River right now is showing a 30% decline in flow. If you're in Durango or Cortez, I would be a little nervous. And if you're on the main stem of Colorado, that number is about -5%. If the main stem ever gets around 20%, I think we will have a serious problem in this state. I want to talk about the recent 20-month period and its contribution to the drought, because the precipitation during this period has been really unusual and disturbing. I want to talk about the role of heat in reducing flows, and that's what Overpeck and I have focused on, Connie Woodhouse, since 2016. But again, there's a new story, which is what's going on with precipitation, and we need to pay attention to that. You know, for several years now, scientists have said this is not a drought. It's not the new normal. It's aridification. If you're going to call it anything, call it the new abnormal. Normal implies some kind of predictability, and we don't have that right now. And then finally, I want to talk about the IPCC and their new AR6 sixth assessment report findings, just to put this in the global context. So everybody knows we're going to be below 1075 on January 1. Terry mentioned, 1068 right now at Meade, first ever tier 1 shortage in the lower basin. And the press is all over this. I mean, it's like a full-time job dealing with the press right now if you're working on this. So let's look at this. So these are the combined contents of Powell and Meade all the way back to 1935. To May of this year, with the May 24-month study out there in the blue dots. So what do you see? You see Powell and Meade 90% full, 47 million acre feet 22 years ago. And by April of 2022, they're going to have less than 15 million acre feet. We will have gone from 90% full to 30% full. And if you do the math on that, that's 32 million acre feet we've blown through in 22 years. 1.4 million acre feet per year, roughly the amount of lower basin overuse. Take off your water wonk hat and now put on the hat of a governor. Say a governor like Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. And you might wonder what he thinks about this. And in polite terms, I would argue to you that he would be thinking, I sure hope these people know what they're doing. All right, so let's talk natural flows and what's happened since 2000 plus our natural flow record back to 1906. This is a bar chart, obviously, of those flows, each year one bar across the bottom. How different were the last 22 years? So the two means, 15.2 million acre feet versus 12.4, that's a 19% decline. And it's probably even a little bigger than that because basically my estimate for 2021 is a little high here, but let's call it 19% decline. And there are the two different averages there. High flow years greater than 15 million acre feet, we now get half as many. Low flow years less than 10, 2.5 times as many. And I did a little Monte Carlo experiment recently where I took the 1906 to 1999 and tried to generate a drought of 22 years that has 12.4 million acre feet in it. And guess what? If you do this a million times, it happens once in 1,500 years. Pretty different, right? Let's look at the worst 22-year periods. So from 1906 to 1999, that's 13.1 million acre feet. And we already know what the answer is now. It's that same 12.4. It's 700,000 acre feet per year, which maybe doesn't sound like very much, but multiplied by 22, that's 15.4 million acre feet. That's 15 million acre feet, maybe a little less because there'd be an increment of evaporation on that would be in our reservoirs. Instead of heading toward 15 million acre feet, next year, we'd be headed toward 30 million acre feet, a completely different world. Worst 5-year period, 10.7 versus 9.5. And I keep telling us we need to pay attention to that period from 2000 to 2004. That's actually quite a scary period. The difference there is 1.2 million acre per year or 6 million in total. And there are those two sets of numbers. So my take home on this is the last 22 years has no 20th century analog. They're completely different. And I think we all probably know that already, but it's worth at least getting a common basis of understanding. All right, so I want to shift to the unregulated inflows into Powell because people don't talk about these nearly as much. And so what are the unregulated inflows? They're the actual inflows into Powell with the effects of upstream reservoir operations removed. So they give you a good sense of how healthy Powell is going to be. And if you added the upper basin demands back into these, you'd have something like natural flows. So the 2000 to 21 average is 8.4 million acre feet per year. There it is right there. Now, Powell inflows tie directly into Section 3D of the compact, right? That's that 75 million acre foot, 10-year running delivery, whatever it is. I hesitate to use the word obligation, non-depletion obligation. Frankly, we don't know what that means, and that should actually bother all of us in this room. But they tie directly into that. And obviously, you cannot release from Powell any more than flows into the reservoir, less what goes out by evaporation, right? In the long term. You can do it in the short term. That's what we've done in the last 22 years. But in the long term, you can't do that. And so what's our take home? So if you take that 8.4 million acre feet and subtract 500,000 acre feet per year, which is what Eric Kuhn tells me is a good number to use for Powell, you get 7.9 million acre feet. That's less than the annualized 3D plus Mexico non-depletion amount of 8.23. That tells you the upper basin's headed for a compact issue with the lower basin here at some point in time if those flows continue. And this point, I think, has been much less talked about. And I think John Fleck did some numbers. If you look at where we're headed in Powell, I mean, you could see a compact violation by 2025 or 2026 if Powell releases 7 million acre feet, as it is supposed to do in that lower tier where it's headed. All right, switching gears to this north-south or south-to-north gradient that is now cropped up. This is an older climate model image, and it shows sort of red colors to the south, which are drying, and blue colors to the north, and Colorado splits this. This is something we've known for a long time. Depends on the generation of climate models you have on where that split is, but it's definitely an outcome of climate models that's pretty robust. So take home point here, precipitation changes are generally small in Colorado, but there's definitely this north-south gradient. And I've been saying for years that southern Colorado is at risk of precipitation declines. And I just cranked the numbers on these. And these are 2000 to 2019. So the leaf area decline here is only 17, not 19%, because I'm missing a few years, all right? So there's leaf area at minus 17%. San Juan at Bluff, minus 30. Green River, Utah, 15. So just above the confluence. Colorado River near Cisco, also 15. So the two main branches here, other than the San Juan, are about splitting the difference. Dolores near Cisco. I mean, you could make a case that here's another southern stream that is showing a decline that's a little greater than the average. Colorado River near Cameo, only 9, so just above Grand Junction. Gunnison near Grand Junction at 17. Again, you know, a hint of this pattern. Colorado Glenwood, minus 6. White near Watson, minus 19. So we're out of my pattern here. I can't explain that. Yampa near Maybell, minus 6, which is interesting, right? Given that the struggles in recent years to keep water in the Yampa flowing, you would think maybe something would be better there. I can't answer that for you. Green River near Greendale below Flaming Gorge, minus 17, and below Fontenelle, minus 15. So there is this pattern, and you know, it's not absolute, but it's certainly something to keep our eyes on. And within this state, again, the main stem is really a make or break point for our future. So in September, this report came out, and it's all about the last 20 months. Big NOAA report, huge number of scientists on it. What's it tell us? So this 20-month period from January 2020, August 2021 had the lowest precipitation since 1895. Third highest daily average temperatures, and what scientists call record high vapor pressure deficit. This is how much moisture the atmosphere can hold. It's this atmospheric thirst or demand that goes up at 7% per degree Celsius. It's the reason why we can have both more floods and more droughts. Our atmosphere can hold more moisture, and when conditions are right, it can send it out, just like it did this summer in Germany, where 160 people died, right? 160 people died out of those floods in Germany. And while this was not covered in this particular geographic area, I mean, I'll just remind everybody of the 116 Fahrenheit in Portland, or that poor town in Canada that had 121 one day and then was burned to the ground the next. And the scientists in this said low precipitation appears largely natural, which is certainly the scientifically safe thing to say. And they base this on one weather/climate model they use, but I want to put a little asterisk next to that. And I'll explain that in the next slide. And then again, this point that scientists make over and over again. Warm temperatures that help to make this drought so intense and widespread will continue and increase until stringent climate mitigation is pursued. All right, so here's the key figure in this whole report. And you got precipitation there in the upper left, and you can see it's in the minimum and 5 percentiles in that 6-state area that the report covers. You can see the B temperature there, again, in the 95 percentile and maximum percentile. Eastern Colorado, a little bit out of that. But I want you to focus on that lower left-hand corner, D, Southwest U.S. precipitation. So this is the 20-month average with those circles. And look, if you will, at the relationship of the last 20 months to every other 20-month period on that chart. If you've ever done averaging with 20 of anything, to get in the weather world, to get a new record like that, that's hard to do. And that's why I question, how confident we are in, is this just really natural variations? All right, let me talk about sort of influence of heat on these flows. And I think most of you are sort of veterans to some of these points, but it's worth it's worth talking about them. So in 2016, Connie Woodhouse and her team did a study, and it's called Increasing Influence of Air Temperature on Upper Colorado River Stream Flow. And it was the first study to point out how temperatures were affecting stream flow. And normally we just think precipitation is the driver of stream flow, but they actually said, hey, temperature can influence it as well. Since 1988, flows have been less than expected given winter precip. And warm temperatures exacerbated modest precipitation deficits in the millennium drought. And what Connie is getting at here is this notion of runoff efficiency. How much water shows up in the river relative to how much precip comes out of the sky. And on this chart, those vertical pink and peach bars are years when we have low runoff efficiency, when not as much water shows up in the river relative to the precip that's out there. The green and blue ones are where it's really productive, that you get more stuff in the river, more flow in the river than you would expect. And on this chart, to the far right there, after 1988, you get those pink and peach bars showing this lowered runoff efficiency. In 2017, Overpeck and I wrote this paper, The 21st Century Colorado River Hot Drought. And what we really simply said is you can't explain the decline in flow based completely on precipitation, that you can explain about 2/3 of the decline. You need something else to explain the other. We said it was temperature, about 1/3. Why? More evaporation. It's warmer on any given day. A longer growing season, a thirstier atmosphere. All of that contribute to this evaporative load that prevents precipitation that falls out of the sky from making it into our rivers. Temperature-induced flow losses, we said, were about 6%, about 1/3 of the flow decline at the time. And by 2050, you could see that increase to 20%. And by 2100, 35%. And I'll just note, you really need to add about 15% onto each one of those numbers if the current precipitation decline continues into those future periods. So 20 turns into 35 at mid-century. This paper came out last year. Well-known scientists Chris Milley and Krista Dunn, USGS. Colorado River flow dwindles as warming-driven loss of reflective snow energizes evaporation. And what they tried to do was figure out how temperature sensitivity, what that number really is. And they said for every degree Celsius, you lose 9% of flow in the river. And they also made projections anywhere from -14 to -31% loss by mid-century if you only use temperature projections out of the models. They also suggested that if you use both temperature and precip out of the climate models, that you actually could buffer the loss. You could even potentially see an increase at 5% by mid-century, but that game works both ways, right? You can also get less precip, and that leaves you with potentially 40% loss by mid-century. And their images there, April 1, snow water equivalent, top, going down through time, their historic period, the albedo, the darkness of the earth. It's actually the reflectivity. It's the inverse of this. So that declining line means the Earth's getting darker because the snow melts earlier. And what happens is then the radiation curve goes up. You actually absorb more energy. What happens to soil moisture, sun beats down on it, it evaporates, right? And you have less again for your river. What I just said, as shiny reflective snow declines, absorbed radiation goes up. All right, let's shift gears and now talk about precip and how it's affecting flows. The 21-year period ending in 2020 is now tied with the driest 21-year period in the 20th century. And so this is annual precipitation, the entire upper basin, precipitation in millimeters on the vertical axis, years along the horizontal axis. And the green line there is the moving average. And if you look way out at the right side edge there, you'll see it gets all the way down to the green horizontal dotted line, which is the minimum of the moving average. So again, tied with the driest 21-year period. High years in this blue box, I earlier mentioned these high years don't occur as often, right? In terms of flow. This is also the example of it in terms of precip, makes complete sense. I just want you to look at those three peaks And go to the left, look all the way to the left and see how they match up with other years. They're all offset down, right? You don't really see much like that out there. Maybe a little bit over in the 30s and 40s, but offset down. Now let's look in that red box. Those are the low years. Those things are plumbing in the depths. You can see 1977, if you look to the left, that's the prior low. But you can see 2002 in there, 2018 is that record low, 2020 is in there, 2021 is going to be awful too. Two of the last 4 years in the bottom 10 since 1895. This year is going to be bottom 15, looks like. And so the main point here is this whole precipitation box, if you could combine the red and blue boxes there, the whole thing's just shifted down. So I talked about overpeck and Udall or Udall and overpeck, Connie's paper about how high temperatures are influencing these flows, but let's talk about this low precip. And I want to make two important facts here. So this is a graph October through September. It's water year oriented. Again, precipitation on the vertical axis, monthly precipitation. And the blue line there is pre-2000 numbers. And what do you see? It's all about 30 millimeters a month. Most people don't appreciate the fact that it's pretty even throughout the year. We tend to just focus on that winter. June's the one outlier. It's at 20. And so historically, we've just kind of ignored that side of the summer side, right? So I'm going to add a post 2000. That's the red line. You'll note it's below the blue line, right, for most of those months. And I'm going to split the year into two periods. So fall and into winter, 5 months, October through February, right there. And then I'm going to do spring to summer, 7 months, March into September. And let's look at these two separately. So that box or that new plot is the difference. And again, that blue line sits below the zero line, right? Because we're getting less precip for most of these periods. What do we see here? So we get 2 months when precip increases slightly, December and September, right there and right there. We get 2 months of no change, October and May, right there and right there. We get 3 small, what I call modest monthly reductions, and they're all in this winter blue box, November, January, and February. Now let's focus on this bigger box, the red box, where the larger reductions are. There are 5 of them. So we got March, basically tied with the biggest reduction. We got April, May I talked about before, the green arrow. There is June, again, very low, July and August. So what's the take home here? So these precipitation reductions we're seeing are at the end of winter and early spring. So in March and April, plus into summer. The March and April declines are really important because when that precipitation shuts off in winter, that snow melts early. And it sets up this whole process where we can then dry out the land surface later in the summer, thanks to both high temperatures and this reduction in precipitation that occurs during that period. And there's a really interesting tie with soil moisture that I want to get into in the next slide or two. So summer precipitations, it's important after all. So let's talk about soil moisture. Soil moisture deficits from the previous year can be a significant part of the snow water equivalent that we see in this year. So this lower image here, you see the 2021 there, that's the amount of snow water equivalent above Lake Powell. It maxed out at 13 inches. The right side is soil moisture from the previous July. All those red colors, those are 12 inches. 13 inches of SWE and 12 inches of soil moisture deficit. Last year we had 100% snowpack and it turned into 50% of runoff. This year we had 90% of snowpack with 30% of runoff. I showed this slide recently to the CWCB and a producer there said, Brad, you hydrologists are really slow on the uptake. we producers have always known that that first irrigation in the spring on dry soils completely disappears. So what about this year? So we had a good monsoon, right? Top 10 monsoon. On the left is September of 2020. So last year's September. On the right is 3 weeks ago, September of 2021. You see much difference? I don't. Same kind of 12 and 13 inches of soil moisture deficit. And I'd argue that 2022 runoff is likely to be impacted. And I'd also argue that the upcoming La Nina is something we need to pay attention to. Not all La Ninas are bad, but boy, they've been implicated in some of these really awful years. And here's the tie with soil moisture also. This paper came out last year by some really well-known climate scientists. And they said the 19-year period from 2000 to 2018 was the driest 19-year period since 800 AD, as measured by summer, that is to say JJA, June, July, August soil moisture. It's caused both by natural variability and anthropogenic drying. Without the anthropogenic drying, this would actually be pretty modest. This isn't a drought. It's really not a drought. It's something else. It's aridification, and it's got all of these aspects to it that we've talked about. Less snowpack, earlier runoff, higher temperatures, dry soils, thirsty atmosphere, moving storm tracks, which I've not much talked about, very difficult to prove, but I'll tell you, if you look at lower basin precip, it's also sharply down. It's down in every month, not just the months I showed you, but basically every month of the year. And this paper here is a 2-pager on aridification that Overpeck and I wrote last year. That's an easy read. So just to review, why are these flows so different? Temperature, more evaporation and transpiration, potentially 9% loss per degree Celsius, and this decline in precipitation in these really critical, what turns out to be critical months. March and April, because it allows that snowpack to start melting, sublimating during that time, and also these summer declines that we never paid any attention to and thought weren't important, but actually probably are. And this image out of the Washington Post, this giant climate hotspot is robbing the West of its water. That article and others won them a Pulitzer Prize. And those big dark spots are 2 Celsius warming actually in Grand Junction and elsewhere. I'm actually working on a paper with Connie Woodhouse on the Salt Verde Gila, Upper Gila system, because we think Arizona actually should be really interested in what happens there. And the stunning finding to me about this is that there is 4 Celsius warming in March in parts of that basin. And if you look west-wide, those numbers are pretty close, maybe less, but March is really warming up. And it's tied to this drying. And this is also actually an interesting finding out of the climate models. Marty Herling actually in 2019 wrote a paper that's not been well appreciated. And he suggested the temperature sensitivity is actually a lot lower, which is great. We should all feel good about that. But in the next breath, he says the precipitation declines have an anthropogenic signature to them. And if I had to pick one or the other, I'd pick the hot drought. I'd pick, let's have the same precip and deal with higher temps, but that's not what he's telling us. All right, so the IPCC in August released its latest findings. Humans have warmed all parts of our climate system. It's everywhere. It's oceans, atmospheres, ocean heat content, marine temperatures, melting ice. It rained in the top of Greenland this summer at 10,000 feet on the ice sheet. Probably the first time, maybe. Widespread and rapid changes are occurring. I mean, duh. Changes unprecedented over centuries to thousands of years, all kinds of new weather and climate extremes. These temperatures are going to increase to at least mid-century, depending on what we do. We're going to exceed our targets of 1.5 and 2 Celsius unless we get deep greenhouse gas reductions soon, and that means by 2030. More warming means more harmful impacts. And this, warming will intensify the hydrologic cycle, right? Every assessment that ever comes out, this is in the top 10 bullet points, and often it's like bullet point 3 or 4. more floods and droughts, changes irreversible for centuries to millennia, many of them. And these low likelihood, high impact events, we really can't rule out. Lower emissions, here you go, good news. You want good news? Lower emissions lead to noticeable temperature changes within 20 years. And then this second report here in September is part of the Paris Agreement. And basically they're handicapping where we're headed based on what are called nationally determined contributions. And right now we're headed to 2.7 Celsius warming based on what nations of the world say they're going to do. Way too high. I just want to note this piece that John Fleck and I wrote an editorial in Science this year, and basically we just kind of put it out there. What's the reasonably prudent thing to do here with planning? And we suggest we need to start planning for flows less than what we've seen in the early 21st century. And I hope John talks about this more. So I'm going to end here and go back to that and mention something that Jennifer Pitt has said over the years, which is, you know, this climate change is kind of slow moving. And if you can't get out of your way, it's a slow moving train, you're just being dumb. I think that's what Jennifer has said. I think that was accurate for years. I think now maybe that's changing. And that we now have a whole lot smaller buffer to deal with changes that are coming faster at us. And I'll also ask you to look at that just through a citizen who relies on this system. Just look at that. I suspect if we mess this up, they're not going to be real happy about that, given all the indications we have that there's a serious problem here. All right, that's it for Mr. Skunk.
Thank you so much, Brad. So we are going to be able to bring up Dr. Richard as well. I was told they're having a little bit of internet, but we should be able to get their audio shortly. And Dr. Richard, we might not be able to hear the questions on your end, so I'll say this to Brad and you. Maybe if you get a question, repeat it into the microphone so both sides can hear it. And welcome.
Thank you from Grand Junction. We're going to turn it over to Q&A, and I was wondering if we could offer the first round of questions to our partners there at the Getches Wilkinson Center. I have Dr. Richard right behind me, and she'll be happy to answer anything, and I think we can pull up her slides even if you cannot actually see us here on stage.
You ready? Yeah, Brad, thank you. Fantastic presentation. I want notes on everything. My question is, in your perspective, what is the role of the removal of 500,000 acre-feet per year from the western slope to supply the cities on the eastern slope in Colorado, in the perspective of the flow of the Colorado River?
So, let's see if I understand the question. You want to know what happens if we take 500,000 acre feet out of west slope demand and move it to the east slope?
What is the proportion of the impact on the Colorado River of that?
Versus the west slope that I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. What I will tell you is that, you know, obviously every acre foot's more or less the same amount and has the same impacts. I mean, with some subtle differences on where you're taking it out. There are obviously environmental issues here, but to somehow think that 500,000 acre feet here is different than 500,000 acre feet somewhere else, if I'm understanding your question, I don't see that as, at least in the bigger scheme of things where I'm dealing, that's just part of the problem. I'm sure there are, you know, environmental folks here who are very concerned about where these flows, where they're being reduced or where they might be taken out. So I'm struggling to give you a good quality answer there. I apologize.
From Grand Junction. Grand Junction.
So the question was about dust on snow and the source of the dust. And I think I'm going to defer that to an expert on our dust on snow effort, measuring it. There are, at the Four Corners region is a source area, but I can't say if recreational vehicles are the cause.
I'd like to go back to those trans mountain diversions. I'm from the Upper Colorado River Watershed Group, and 80 to 90% of our water, and I guess we're one of the biggest sources, is being diverted to the Front Range. And you have convinced us that Mother Nature has dwindled our precipitation and increased our temperatures, but the increasing trans-mountain diversions must have something to do with the water flow too. Certainly it is drying out our lands and groundwater, and that's why we are having problems with fires now. Thank you.
I just want to clarify one point there, that it is Mother Nature and human-caused climate change that combined together are producing the higher temperatures and decreased precipitation and decreased stream flows that we're seeing. So, yeah.
Question on this side? Oh, you guys haven't been shy yet. All right, Grand Junction, go ahead and proceed.
Hello, Bill Williams here. This last talk is just absolutely terrifying to me. And I've been involved in desalination and water efficiency for decades. But the thing that is really scary to me is the lowering. It's kind of like, okay, what are we going to do about it? We're going to be more efficient with irrigation. We can do all that. But the groundwater, the moisture in the water dropping, and I think it sounded like an inch or two, that the water in the ground is dropping. What the hell are we going to do with that? That's forest fires. What can we do about it? We talk about the problem, but I'd love to hear some ideas on problems caused by humans. We should be able to fix it with humans, but how? What do we need? What actions can we and do we need to take besides removing GHG to really preserve the water and the moisture in the soil? Is there anything we can do about that?
Are you going for this one, Brad?
Sure. There was actually a presentation yesterday by Susan Martin, right? The NGO effort to try to identify 10 different potential solutions. And some of those solutions actually involve working on the landscape. So restoring natural meadows. I mean, beavers always come up, which seems on the one hand kind of stupid, but on the other hand, it's probably not. So are there things we can do with restoring forests, with trying to get more water stored high and using natural solutions? That's certainly part of this. There were 8 other solutions of some such yesterday that I don't really want to get into, but let me stop there.
Thank you so much for the presentations, both of you. Really fascinating and scary information. What I'm wondering is, to what extent are the various federal reservoir operators accepting and acknowledging this new information, as well as, say, Front Range water providers? Are they making plans to pay people to tear out that bluegrass or eliminate the rain showers in all the motels? How is the response happening with the water providers and the reservoir operators to the new information? Thank you.
So there are a number of urban metropolitan districts that are doing amazing things with water conservation, and there's always more room for improvement. And I think, again, I will leave that to an expert in talking about that. And I think, are we hearing from someone from Reclamation? I know in Boulder, they had a reclamation presentation already today, so.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Wonderful research and delivery. My concern is that in addition to the water issues from nature and your mentioning of the water problems related to human beings, we also have a housing issue. And, you know, I keep reading about the development outside of Las Vegas. And my question is, yeah, we have a housing problem and they talk about lots of development, but there's a water problem too. So that's one part of the question. The other thing is, what is the most drastic thing we would have to do to ensure that we continue to get hydroelectric power to those people that rely on that down from where that source happens?
Brad, do you have an answer there?
So two very disparate questions, right? I think there's a housing question in there, there's a hydro. Let me take the hydropower question, because of the two, that seems easier, more tractable. So you all heard from WAPA yesterday here, right, about sort of what they're trying to do. I mean, the hydropower conundrum is interesting, right? And the hydropower has always taken second place relative to consumptive uses in this basin. It's now clear that in some cases that hydropower also is super important for funding programs. It provides subsidized irrigation water for a lot of irrigators. So there are issues around that. I mean, I would suggest that solving the hydropower problem is a lot easier than solving the water problem, and we can solve it with money. I think we're also going to get to solve the water problem with money, but it's a whole lot more expensive. So I'm not as worried about the hydropower side, although it's certainly of concern.
Thank you, Mr. Udall. I'm curious, earlier this summer, last summer, we saw record forest fires, and just I think yesterday they had to shut down I-70 in Glenwood Canyon again. I don't know if this is incorporated in the data that you're looking at, but I wonder how these burn scars, how water retention in soil, when you've got 80 plus square miles of forest burnt in California in one fire, you've just got these huge changes in forest cover and living forests. How does that play into these models, and how do you think that's going to affect where we go from here?
So first off, let me just say, I mean, that's exhibit A of why we need to take care of these things both before and after this land surface question, right? And solving the problem in Glenwood, I'm not quite sure exactly how you solve that. We may end up with something that look like avalanche tunnels through there. I don't know. But really, we need to pay attention to these forests, and to the extent we can avoid fires, which is really a hard thing, but also make sure we do what we can restoring. I think your question also related to, how are models dealing with this? And I would tell you probably pretty poorly. Most of these models sort of have fixed land surface schemes in them and don't deal very well with big changes like that. It's a good question. And the other day, where was it? In the water fluency program at Water Education Colorado, I got exactly this, a question around what do we know about these changes? Pine beetles, forest fires, how are they affecting runoff? And I would argue we don't know all that much. There were studies actually in the 1930s and later, what are typically called paired watershed studies, where they actually were trying to cut down trees to figure out if you could get more runoff. And there's some wisdom out of those studies in that you actually can't, you get a little more runoff if you do some thinning, but at some point in time, you actually don't. you get less. That bright surface actually without trees is more susceptible to wind scour, I believe, probably some more sublimation, more incoming solar radiation that gets absorbed. So there's a lot to learn in that realm, and I think we're learning by doing right now and learning by, frankly, awful experience. One other comment. So Hayman Fire in 2002, anybody remember that? Anybody here hike in Lost Creek Wilderness? Anybody driven through the Hayman Fire scar? How many trees are growing out there? 0. Do we want to do something about that? I don't know, but there's nothing growing 20 years later.
Joel Biederman at the from USDA ARS down in Tucson has been doing some work looking at impacts of different forest treatments on snowpack, and some of their recent research, so similar to what Brad was saying, is that there's sort of an optimum thinning of the forest that produces an optimum snowpack. If we have too dense of forest, then interception is high, which means the tree canopy intercepts the snowpack, and then that snowpack that's intercepted by the trees is vulnerable to sublimation and loss. And as temperatures increase, of course, that's ramps up that sublimation process. And if we completely thin, then we expose the snow to solar radiation, and it's much more vulnerable to melting and sublimation as well. But there's this optimum sort of thinning level that produces a results in a little higher snowpack. And they're doing some new work measuring impacts of different treatments in the Chicken Creek watershed down in the Mancos River in southwest Colorado. There's a new pilot study down there working with those guys and with Western Water Assessment to look at that. So there are things we can do to help make our forests healthier and to increase or optimize the potential for keeping that snowpack on the ground where it can infiltrate and become our stream flow.
Brad, Daryl V. real quick question. One serious, one semi-serious question. Groundwater aquifers, I haven't heard too much conversation about the impact to this conversation on groundwater aquifers. And the semi-serious question is, should I be investing in those futures?
Daryl, always pleasant to see you. The groundwater aspect of climate change is actually quite hard to study, and I would argue we actually know much less about it. One interesting artifact, these intense precipitation events in places can actually lead to more groundwater recharge. Typically light precipitation does very little for groundwater recharge, and so you really kind of want to pound the ground surface with precipitation to provide enough to really get it to sink in. But again, an area where we don't probably know as much as we should, and it's super important.
West Missouri, and I have been spending more time here on the Western Slope. And in Southwest Missouri, my business is water supply, and we run an annual water conference. And when we talk about climate change, even in 2020, 2021, people are skeptical about the idea of man-made climate contributing. There's a spectrum of understanding out there. I'm very curious, as scientists who come out and talk in the public sphere about climate change, what is your impression of the acceptance of climate change as real and as impacting water, not amongst particular segments, but overall, when you go out into the world? Do you find people more receptive now than they have been in the past?
As an educator, I'm certainly finding people more receptive than they have been in the past, from audiences, from college students, all the way through audiences with the general public. And I think the reason for that is that we're all feeling the impacts. I think in Western Colorado, it's really hard to deny that from day to day, from year to year, that we are experiencing impacts from climate change. So whether we want to get into a debate with someone about what causes that, I think sometimes moving past the cause and thinking about the solutions is where we need to move, rather than focusing on whose fault it is. But of course, one of those solutions is dealing with why it's happening.
Let me just add to that. If I might. Frankly, there are 2 states in the Upper Basin where this is a tough sell. And that concerns me about getting solutions that work. And I won't name names, but I'll bet you can figure out what those 2 states are. And it isn't just their water people, it's the people who the water people report to, it's those legislators that control water policy in those states. And I don't quite know how one solves that, but I think it's at least worth identifying it as a barrier to a really good solution here. And I'm not so sure it involves scientists. Frankly, the old model, the information deficit model, if we only tell people more, they'll understand. I mean, that hasn't really worked with a certain set of the population. And if anybody has any other ideas, I'm all ears. And I would love to get somebody else to be the skunk.
All right, I think we've got time for one more question. We have one from our virtual audience. If I can add this. So this is from Andy Ball. He lives in Eagle. So the last 2 seasons, I have done very little comparative snow shoveling while the ski mountains market good snow. I daily see no or minimal snowpack in the low valleys versus the top of the watershed. Is there a historical data point that reflects what is occurring in the low valleys versus where traditional data is located and published?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that is exactly why we, Stephanie Kampf and others and I have been working on this monitoring system where we are monitoring that low elevation snowpack. Our snowtail gauges are all about 10,000 feet in elevation. And so we're not doing as good of a job measuring that lower elevation snow. And this is also a great plug for our Airborne Snow Observatory and doing more remote sensing snow measurement, which we can do to some extent from satellite imagery and then also from other remote sensing efforts.
Thank you both so much.
Yeah, and from Grand Junction, we really want to thank Brad and Gigi. That was a great presentation. Brad, our crowd got a little sneak peek that you were going to be a skunk too, so we appreciate it. Anyway, well, it is now time to bring in the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science for the Department of Interior, Tanya Trujillo.
format. And I also think it's great to have the parallel conference going on with the discussions there at the Getches Wilkinson Center. I was able to listen to some of the presentations from yesterday, in particular the incredible remarks from Secretary Vilsack. And it was very inspiring to hear his statements and just reinforce the fact that we have a strong level of fires, natural disasters associated with climate change is unfortunately an opportunity that allows us to be able to do that coordination. And then I know a little later in the program there in Boulder, we'll hear from Mike Connor. You know, he also we are all looking forward to having him be confirmed as the secretary for at the Corps of Engineers. He will. It would be great to have him as part of that federal family and that connected administrative administration that we have to address the challenges that we see, and there are multiple challenges, not only in the West associated with the drought, but around the country. And so looking forward to having Mike on board with us as well. The other presentations that are part of this conference, you mentioned it in your opening, Andy, but the other presentations are really, really great. I have been in the audience hearing Brad Udall's presentations for many years, and they are always sobering, always informative, and always motivating, because we do know that we have to continue our efforts to try to keep developing new agreements and new tools and new ways of looking at some of what we're seeing on the ground. And I look forward to having a discussion with Andy a little bit about some of that as well. And then looking forward to hearing Jack Schmidt after this panel, after our presentation, because his remarks are always enlightening, and I know the rest of the presentations will be very good as well. I think it's important, as many people have already mentioned, to acknowledge the impact of climate change and acknowledge the impact of the wildfires and the disruptions that they cause in all of our communities around the West, but not to say the least with respect to the air quality conditions that we see and the challenges that are associated with these interrelated and interconnected severe conditions. The storm systems around the coastal areas are seeing unprecedented levels. These challenges are why we are coming to work every day to try to think through how to address them. So thanks for this program's focus on drought, and appreciate again the leadership there at the River District. I think in addition, all around Colorado, there are many talented and experienced water professionals in the districts throughout the state. I think every corner of the state has folks that we are going to need to enlist your help in stepping up and participating in the interstate discussions that are going to be necessary as we do continue to navigate the next set of decisions. And those, I could say the same thing in every state around the basin. We have a tremendous breadth of experience. We have tremendous level of expertise and goodwill and good spirit that is going to be what it takes to help get us through the next round. I know we'll be seeing even decisions, this coming fall, this coming winter, and that helps us continue the trajectory that we do have of a strong, proven track record in this basin. We haven't even started the next round of discussions formally with respect to the next interim operations guidelines. We will be doing that along with all of our partners around the various states, and of course with our partners in Mexico, and look forward to continuing to discuss these issues as we go through this conference, but also just the additional agreements and the additional discussions that we'll be having on a routine basis. I know we can talk more about the current hydrology that we're seeing, and I know some of the other speakers have addressed some of this, but I think we all need to really be thinking about how to think creatively, how to develop the additional set of agreements and re-engaging in the spirit that we had when we were developing the 2007 guidelines. I know I, at the time, was working in the Upper Basin for the state of New Mexico, as mentioned, Andy. And we were working at that time, we had to be working on more than one thing at the same time. The New Mexico example that I have is that we were at the same time negotiating the 2007 guidelines, we're also working very closely with the Navajo Nation to finalize the settlement agreement and the legislation that was necessary to implement that important Indian water rights settlement. And just having to navigate through multiple things at the same time required flexibility, required coordination among the basin states. We had to think creatively about navigating within the law of the river to make components of that settlement work, to make sure that the 2007 guidelines settlements work. That same creative spirit, that same motivation to try to keep things on track is what we need to be continuing now, almost 20 years after that original, or after the prior round. I know, the Navajo is a great example of that settlement construction process has proceeded very well. It's great to have been part of that and to have maintained a connection with that project. I'm looking forward to celebrating the blessing ceremony for the eastern portion of that project's drinking water treatment facility that hopefully will be scheduled sometime later this fall or this winter. And it's again a tremendous example of difficult situation, difficult negotiations, but a very, very productive and rewarding outcome after we get things figured out. It is great to be able to learn how to evolve and to adapt from those experiences that we have had. I have also personally worked not only in the Upper Basin, but had the honor of working in the Lower Basin, and I will be forever grateful for the experience of having to navigate through some of the difficult issues within the state of California and within the agencies that contract for Colorado River water within California and among the Lower Basin states. It was an incredible experience to be able to work through the details of the drought contingency plans. We again had a creative, innovative attitude, but of course nobody. I'm not meaning to be Pollyannish in suggesting that we didn't have tough meetings and tough negotiations, but again, we were having to do more than one thing at the same time, always trying to navigate with the annual operations going on. At that time, California, as it is now, was experiencing difficult drought conditions. Again, very, very much an example of each state having to navigate the tremendous pressures that exist in each state at the same time as having to do the interstate negotiations and maintain that spirit of cohesiveness that we have been successful at in this basin. And then, of course, we all were engaging at the same time in negotiations with our counterparts in Mexico, and we're able to develop the parallel agreements in Minute 319 and Minute 323 that ensured we will be staying in close coordination with Mexico as we face these drought uncertainties. And I think that's a theme that is sticking with me from Brad's comments, is just the fact that we don't know what the hydrology is going to be. We don't know how things are going to be evolving. But thankfully, this year, we've seen the prior planning efforts that we did in connection with the drought contingency plans have allowed us to be prepared for what we are seeing in the coming years. We are, just simply put, experiencing the benefits of having gone through the difficult negotiations that we did previously, both among our states, within our federal and state relationship, but also with respect to our international relationship with Mexico. And, unfortunately, the hydrology this particular year was not our friend. I perhaps had the naive assumption that the Colorado River Basin was going to be the easy project for me personally, as I was coming in as the incoming Assistant Secretary for Water and Science. I knew I had to learn a lot about Columbia River Basin, and there are many complexities just in the Central Valley in California that are very challenging. But unfortunately, the Colorado River Basin had its own set of challenges, and we just saw the conditions worsen throughout the spring and the summer leading up to July, where we saw the 24-month study projections that indicated we had reached the levels that were required to initiate the actions under the Upper Basin Drought Response Operations Agreement, the DROA agreement. We, again, had planned for this, but I don't think any of us were anticipating having to engage as quickly and as much on an emergency basis as we were seeing. So from the federal perspective, we appreciated being able to get alignment among the basin states for the actions that were taken. And after consultation with the states and acknowledgement from the states regarding those actions, we initiated the emergency provisions under the DROA agreement. The supplemental water deliveries were started in July, and they continued through this fall. Those deliveries will provide additional water, 181,000 acre feet of additional water to Lake Powell by the end of 2021. And I think all of us recognize that doesn't mean we're done. That only began the process of trying to work among the Upper Basin states to think through what additional steps may be needed, and to work through a process that will make sense for each of the other states. I know all of us, or maybe I should just speak for myself, that I am particularly nervous about concerns relating to the operational integrity at Glen Canyon Dam. The engineers use words like cavitation, and that gets my attention. And it's something that I know all of the managers in the Upper Basin are taking very seriously, and we look forward to that continued discussion about what the next steps are going to be. So in July, after that announcement was completed, we immediately again began to focus on finalizing the very important August 24-month study announcements. On August 16th, Reclamation issued the August 24-month study, which is the determining study under the terms of the Coordinated Operations Agreement, the Interim Operations Agreement for Lake Powell and Lake Mead. It's the determinative study to determine the release amount from the Upper Basin to the Lower Basin. It, based on the elevation projections for January, the release amount from Glen Canyon Dam will be locked in at the 748 level in 2022. And similarly, with respect to the lower basin, we saw that August 24-month study indicate the historic announcement of the first tier shortage in the lower basin. Again, thinking through and having been part of the 2007 guidelines discussions, we knew that we had these triggers in place. We knew we had plans in place for what to do if we did reach the triggers, but had not reached them until this year. When we were previously faced with challenges and drought conditions in the early 2000s, we engaged among the states and with the federal partners to develop the drought contingency plans that you all have heard many times about. The new announcements triggering the 2007 guidelines reductions will add an additional layer of conservation that will be required in the lower basin states. Those reductions fall primarily within Arizona. And I commend the state and the state of Arizona and the water users in Arizona and the tribal communities in Arizona for working proactively to think how to ensure the terms of the agreement can be met. Again, the August 24-month study also triggers the conservation provisions in the minutes with Mexico, and we will be continuing to coordinate with our partners in Mexico regarding the implementation of those agreements. I want to acknowledge the strong partnership that we had with Mexico. I think very recently, President Biden announced some congratulatory remarks for Mexico with respect to the anniversary of the independence. We are very much looking forward to having Ambassador Ken Salazar, as the ambassador with Mexico. I think you all know he has a strong background on water issues, and he was instrumental in participating and negotiating and finalizing the water agreements that we have with Mexico in the Colorado River Basin. So we are fortunate to have his presence and his leadership there to help us with our next set of challenges. I also want to acknowledge the newly appointed commissioners for the IBWC, Maria Elena Giner. We are looking forward to working with her, and it's great to have her in place to be able to continue the strong working relationship that we have. I would also acknowledge the service and long tenure on Colorado River issues of Jane Harkins. I want to thank her on behalf of our administration and many of you for her leadership, which was very helpful on several of our issues. And then also the newly appointed Mexican commissioner at SELA, Adriana Reséndez, who we had been working very closely with respect to the negotiation of the current agreements. And I want to congratulate her and really look forward to being able to hit the ground running with respect to our next round of discussions and the next set of challenges that we have. It's great to be able to have that relationship to build upon. So then jumping back to the hydrology and the timeline, we saw as recently as last week, the Bureau of Reclamation released its latest round of the 5-year projections for the potential reservoir levels for Lake Powell and Lake Mead. At Lake Powell, the projections indicate the potential of falling below minimum power pool, which is the level of 3490. Falling below that level as early as July 2022, if we are seeing a continued streak of extremely dry hydrology into the next year. And I know we use the term falling below minimum power pool pretty easily now, unfortunately. I think we should reflect on the fact that that is a significant thing to happen. And again, back to the theme of uncertainty, we don't know what that means with respect to the operational capacities at the dam if there is a continued level of operation without going through the turbines, without being able to produce the power. And that uncertainty just adds a level of stress and concern to how we're approaching the decision-making and the planning in the basin. The 5-year projections also show that beyond 2022, there is a chance that Lake Powell could fall below the minimum power pool ranges. And the chance ranges from about 25% to 35% over the next few years. And just the fact that we had established the level of 3525 as a protective level, as a target elevation for protecting the dam. And we are seeing about a 90% chance of the fact that we will exceed that target elevation in a bad way. So we will drop below that elevation over the next year is very concerning. The uncertainty again means that we will be working within the Bureau of Reclamation. Our technical experts are engaged in trying to analyze and predict what the operational parameters may be looking like, try to be addressing some of that uncertainty, but it's a reality of what we have, that we haven't done this before. So we don't know exactly how things will be operating. I know that uncertainty was part of what was driving the development of the Upper Basin Drought Response Operations Agreement. And I'm very happy to know that there are ongoing discussions among the Upper Basin states about what the next iteration with respect to the responses may be. As I said earlier, we have to have plans in place to be able to implement them if we see conditions that are going to continue to raise alarms as they have this past summer. With respect to actions ongoing in the lower basin, well, the projections first indicated that there is a chance of Lake Mead declining to the third shortest trigger, which was the elevation of 1025. That trigger could be met as soon as 2025, and there is a 66% chance of meeting that trigger in that time frame, and a 22% chance of the reservoir elevation dropping to 1,000. And again, the third tier of shortage is significant because it triggers the additional mandatory contributions of conservation efforts from California, and of course, many additional layers of conservation in the other states as well, and in Mexico. I am happy to hear that the lower basin states are engaging and thinking through what additional steps that may be needed to be taken to conserve the additional water and to be able to prevent the reservoirs from hitting those critically low elevation levels. Within the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation, we are working with our federal agency partners. As I mentioned, we have a strong partnership with the Department of Agriculture and trying to work really on additional ways to conserve water among the federal activities, but also incentivize more conservation in the states and in Mexico. We at Reclamation have been utilizing the authorities that we have and the funding that we have available to support additional system conservation efforts, for example, in the lower basin. Reclamation has reprogrammed $100 million of funding that had been that had been available through other programs, shifting around to make sure that we have additional flexibility to be able to respond to drought conditions. The Department of Agriculture announced earlier this week the availability from within their funding sources, $500 million for drought relief efforts that may be utilized around the country. And we are looking forward to continuing to work with Department of Agriculture on our overlapping and complementary missions. And I think it's my understanding, as recently as last night, the supplemental appropriations that came through Congress in connection with extending the budgets in general, supplemental appropriations include on the order of $200 million that we will be able to utilize for drought relief efforts in different contexts. And we are looking forward to working within Interior and within Reclamation on ensuring that we can get that funding out into the communities in implementing the infrastructure repairs and infrastructure projects that we need to continue to build on. So that's great news. In addition, we are hopeful that the bipartisan infrastructure package can move forward as well. It includes significant additional investments for Western water supplies. I was able to testify in support of that bill a few months ago when Congress was first considering it. It was great to see the bipartisan support get through the Senate and move it forward. It appropriates $8 billion for the next 4 years for water infrastructure projects, for investments in rural water projects and aging infrastructure repairs. It also includes significant funding for continuation and expansion of Reclamation's Water Smart programs and for additional investments in conservation, recycling, water storage efforts. All of these tools that we have been able to utilize and that we have an expanded pool of potential to utilize. So I want to thank all of the folks that have been supporting those initiatives and supporting these funding initiatives, because it's essential for us to be able to continue to do the work that we are doing. I started off with mentioning my personal experience in connection with the Navajo Indian Water Rights Settlement Agreement, and the infrastructure package does include significant investment on the order of $2.5 billion to fund continued implementation of the existing tribal water rights. It also includes significant funding, additional funding for the USGS folks and the science work that supports our efforts. Reclamation has been continuing to provide significant technical assistance to the states and the tribes in the Colorado River Basin and throughout the West. With respect to the efforts in the basin, I really commend and compliment the team at Reclamation for providing accurate information, for continuing to evolve, and for continuing to think through how to best communicate and describe the conditions that we are seeing, and listening to presentations like Brad's and others about how can we better develop these tools and better inform our public and our partners for what to predict with respect to the future supplies and the future demands. How can we provide the best available information to ourselves and our partners for how to think through the planning efforts that we need to do? So the team at Reclamation is second to none. I have worked very closely with many of them for many years, and I appreciate their technical expertise and their solid dedication to public service. So little thanks, a big thanks actually to all of the folks that are working on these issues on a daily basis. There were some new tools that they rolled out in connection with the 5-year projection release. They included updated presentations and new ways of visualizing the information that they are presenting. And that, again, is just an example of how they are responsive to feedback and thinking about how to stay engaged and be supportive with the communities that we work with. I had a little bit of time yesterday to practice with the new innovative tools that are there, and it's something I even as a lawyer, Andy, I think it's something to spend a little time with and learn from what we have available to be working with. I also definitely want to acknowledge the role of USGS. I have the opportunity to work closely with them on a day-to-day basis. And I know they are working on, one of the things they are working on is the next generation water observing system that will provide an additional layer of high resolution data on stream flows, on evapotranspiration work, on snowpack analysis, soil moisture information, water quality information, groundwater, surface water connections, stream velocity distribution, sediment transports, and of course, water uses. And I'm tired after just listing that whole stream of information. But the data is, again, intended to be coupled with the modeling tools that we have within reclamation, within the Forecast Center, within the partner states and local agencies to help us make better informed decisions about our water use. The USGS has selected three basins to be part of this next generation water observing system. One of them is the Colorado River Basin in the Upper Basin. And it would be great to get a presentation and an update on that program at this conference in a coming year or another conference. In addition, back to our federal family partnership role, we have our partners at NIDIS have just finished a multi-day program regarding the drought conditions in the Southwest. And I know there was quite a bit of participation, not only from federal agencies, but a lot of the non-federal partners that we have that we're working closely with as well. So I appreciate the strong level of coordination that we have with those other agencies. Maybe I'll just highlight the most recent partnership that I participated in, which was earlier this week on Monday. The USGS and NASA completed the successful launch of Landsat 9, of the satellite that completes or allows us to continue that 50-year record of Earth observation that we have been seeing. And each iteration of that program, the images get better, the information, the data gets better and better. And we will continue to have increased capabilities for thermal sensing, for water quality analysis, for many of the tools that we rely on from the Landsat program for those years. So I look forward to being able to plan some events and have some celebrations in connection with the 50th anniversary of that Landsat program. And personally, it was an incredible thrill to be able to be part of those launch events over the past weekend. We also have some other significant anniversaries coming up in the Colorado River Basin. Today actually is the 100th anniversary of the Lees Ferry Gauge. And we know that is an important marker for us. And then next year will be the 100th anniversary of the Colorado River Compact. So look forward to hosting you all in Santa Fe, hopefully, for some events associated with that compact. The recent announcements do demonstrate the severity of the drought that we are seeing, again, not only in the Colorado River Basin, but throughout the West, and really emphasizing the need for us to continue to work among the states, with our tribal partners, among our federal agencies, with non-federal partners, to be able to continue the trajectory that we do have in the basin. The track record is proven. I think we need to, I like to copy a phrase from Andy, is saying that our generation now needs to step up and be innovative, to be progressive, to be able to accept the challenges that we are seeing and work on those over the next few months and few years as we navigate things together. So I'm happy to engage in a dialogue with Andy, happy to go over questions from the audience. Really, really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this meeting, and again, apologize for not being there in person. Thank you.
Assistant Secretary Trujillo, I have to say the depth of experience and knowledge in the Colorado River Basin that you bring to Interior is really impressive, and given the huge plate you have of various items on your plate, it's great to know that you have that depth of understanding and experience. I do have one question, and then I think we'll turn it to both audiences to get some questions. But the first one I wanted to ask is, you definitely touched on the likelihood of the possibility of losing power or going below minimum power pool at Powell, and some of the concerns for the facility and the integrity of it. Along with that, the Upper Basin has, I would say, resentfully enjoyed the benefits of our over delivery of water under the way the 07 guidelines have operated. In that compact compliance was never a real issue on the horizon for many years. It was a theoretical issue. As we see water year 2011 dropping off that running 10-year average, we have most recently been at about 92 million acre feet over 10 years in terms of our delivery. Those of us in the Upper Basin would say we have an obligation of 75 over 10. And so we've enjoyed that over delivery. You add the Mexican treaty obligation to that, obviously, to the extent there is a not surplus in the river system, the Upper Basin would owe 82.5 million over 10. When we run the numbers, and I know your staff and everyone around the basin has been looking at this, it is conceivable, given the likelihood of deliveries of 7.48 million in the next 3 or 4 years consecutively, we can see a time in 2025 or 2026 where we have actually dropped below 82.5 million acre feet. And my question for you, that just for the benefit of our audience, and I want to say you're speaking to two different audiences, one in Boulder that is primarily water policy. They live, eat, and breathe this stuff every day. They travel and see each other when it's not COVID on a regular basis on interstate issues. Here in Grand Junction, we have some of those same folks, but we also have quite a few water users, both urban water operators in the Western Colorado. We have some members of our Trans-Basin Water Diversion community here as well. And then we have a number of our agricultural operators here trying to learn about what's going on the policy level. I would love to know, what is it that the federal government would like to see out of the 4 Upper Basin states and the Upper Colorado River Commission as we see that compact compliance issue getting more real. And the way water years seem to fly by, 2025 will be here tomorrow, 2026 shortly behind. What do you at the federal level want to see from our 4 upper basin states with respect to concerns about that?
Well, thank you, Andy. And I just want to let you know that I have a couple of questions for you. So I hope we can get to those as well. But I think really the goal should be to try to continue to build off of the series of agreements that we have developed. So in connection with the 2007 guidelines, we established the parameters for the coordinated operations through 2026. Those rules will continue to be in place and will continue to be implemented. We also have the drought contingency plan overlays that the upper basin states, just to focus on that piece of it, that the upper basin states worked very hard on to think through how to work through some of the additional contingencies that we might be seeing in the future. And unfortunately, we are seeing some of the dry conditions sooner than we anticipated and sooner than we expected. So having to move faster perhaps than otherwise planned for in addressing some of in implementing and addressing some of the issues there. But I think there's more to be done along those lines and try to maintain the cohesive level of communication among the upper basin states with and between the states and the federal agencies are going to be critical. I don't think, and I'm trying to recall if I can remember correctly, but I don't think there are specific provisions about compact accounting in those agreements. I think the idea was to have a series of overlaid plans that can be implemented to help get us through the next few years and work continuously on these issues. I think I know, again, many of the folks who are in those discussions, many of the people who are very experienced in thinking about these things, and we have to just maintain a commitment to continue that spirit of dialogue and creativity, I would say, in trying to figure out the next set of agreements, the next round of these discussions.
Excellent.
Each of the states has challenges. Again, and I don't mean that to say just to sound complacent in any way. I think we do have to be partners in trying to help incentivize additional conservation and trying to help think through what flexibilities might be most beneficial in a broad context. So I know there's a lot more discussion to be had.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Tanya. Appreciate that. I think that we're a little bit limited on time, if I'm not mistaken. But I did want to, given proper deference, if you do have questions, happy to answer those. Or I know that our audiences will both likely have some questions for you as well. So however you want to handle that.
Okay, well, I'm flexible, but I wanted to, the two topics that I thought would be nice for us to discuss would be, I wanted to hear more about your recent river trip, and it was great to see the bipartisan boat ride participants with respect to Senator Romney and Senator Bennett, and just would be interested in hearing any thoughts about how to help encourage more of that bipartisan spirit in our activities. And then also the other topic I thought would be good to discuss would be what suggestions might we think about for incentivizing the next generation or encouraging the next generation of professionals that are going to be part of our future as well. So those are my two ideas.
Those are great questions. Let me take the first one. I would say, just for the audience's benefit, Senator Bennett and Senator Romney obviously, two members of opposing parties. Those parties today, as I referenced earlier, are not getting along very well on the Hill. But Senator Bennett and Romney both are very interested in understanding and proactively addressing the risks that face our Intermountain West. And when they look out into the future, they have, I think, identified climate change as one of the biggest threats. And climate change discussions, as we know, have an unfortunate way of being very polarized on a partisan level. And to find two senators from the opposing parties being willing to talk about it is pretty remarkable. Senator Bennett, earlier in the year, had a roundtable. He put a roundtable together to talk about resilient, durable climate change policy ideas. And he utilized the Colorado River as the basis for that discussion because we do have a history in the basin of nonpartisan discussions around items in water supply. He asked me to chair that panel or that roundtable, and I did, on the condition that we had equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats, that we had the environmental community at the table, that we had industry at the table, that we had ranchers, farmers, and West Slope political leaders. And we were able to do that, and we met about 5 or 6 times and came up with a 6-page policy suggestion to the federal government regarding how to design and implement climate change policy that is not partisan, that is not likely to change every 4 years. And so Senator Bennett has taken that and initiated conversations with a number of Intermountain West senators, including Senator Romney. So we ended up, through that process about 2 weeks ago, floating down the Moab Daly stretch of the Colorado River, just outside of Moab, with Senator Romney, Senator Bennett, their spouses, some of their staff, some elected officials from Utah, some water folks from the state of Colorado, and had some really good discussions, very open discussions. We had tribal leadership from the 10 Tribes Partnership there. There were lots of important and discussions, and it was, for me, a refreshing opportunity to see that you can actually talk about climate change in a way that everybody doesn't retreat to their corners, that they don't feel attacked. And I think it's really important to be able to do that and talk about these issues in a way that we can, I think, first identify our risk and realize that it's a collective risk, and then look at the solutions. And I was really impressed with both of the senators, and if they could only have 48 colleagues that were as reasonable as they are, we might actually have some progress in that body. And I say 48, but honestly, I would love to see 98 additional senators do that. But that's, Tanya, I would say that's what it was, and I think it was a great opportunity. So it was really a fun trip, and frankly, any day I can be on the river is a good day for me. So it was good. Your second question, I'm going to say I might have forgotten what that was. So I apologize for that. I do, and I'm not dodging it, but I do think it's important to try to get just a couple questions from the audience. And I don't, I think we've got one here. And if, sir, if you can.
How do you plan on dealing with Native American Indian water rights that are dated back to 1858 and 1908, pre-compact? Colorado River Association and Board has not recognized any of them. So I want to know what you could plan on doing with them. My second question is, what about interstate leasing? There's a lot of us here that would like to lease water to help generate power, to help families down there in the California, Arizona, Nevada areas, and Colorado, Upper Colorado River District will not let us do that. Why is that?
Well, Tanya, you're welcome to take the question, but I think it was aimed at me. And I want to say, number one, the Colorado River District is not the Upper Colorado River Commission, and it's not in charge of interstate water leasing. I can tell you personally, from my perspective, to solve the problem of the climate change reductions in the flow, we need all of the tribes in the Colorado River Basin at the table negotiating as sovereign nations with the states and the federal government. And that's my own personal perspective. That is not an official statement for the state of Colorado. I don't work for the state. We're a regional government here in Western Colorado. We have not ever taken a position opposed that I'm aware of, I should say. I have to say our history is a long one. So opposed to Native Americans developing, utilizing the full extent of their reserved water rights. In fact, we are supportive of that in our policies today. I would say that interstate water marketing, frankly, from a West Slope perspective, is a total non-starter. We will not support that, no matter whose water it is. And the states have allocations under the Colorado River Compact, and we believe that the states and the tribes who have land within them have the right to develop that and use it in a beneficial use in those political boundaries, not for the benefit of consumptive use in the lower basin or other places. So that would be our thoughts on that issue.
Andy, with respect to the question about the role of the tribes, it's no doubt about it. The tribes are central participants, and that we are working very hard to make sure that from a federal perspective, we are engaging significantly with our tribal partners throughout the basin. There are many different layers of opportunity to do that, and we strongly support having that tribal engagement in that very, very important relationship.
Well, thank you.
Over here, Andy. Assistant Secretary Trujillo, we have a question for you from our virtual audience. My impression is that the Colorado Basin states and localities have been too timid and too slow in pursuing demand-side water conservation. What specific steps does the federal government plan to take to help accelerate these efforts, given that both a water and power crisis is likely within the next few years?
Well, I think one answer to that question off the top of my head is that the additional funding that we have requested and that we are receiving to help support programs like the Water Smart program are a great example of how we can encourage and incentivize more conservation. But there is a broad range of activities to undertake. It can be irrigation efficiency, it can be more water reuse and recycling efforts, it can be developing new technologies, and lots of different programs that we have available to help assist the states and the local managers in doing more of that conservation.
Andy, we have a question from University of Colorado.
Thank you, Alice.
Hello.
Hello.
Andy and Tanya, it's good to see you. I wish I was in Grand Junction actually instead of here. My question is, recently I saw a piece on the Sunday Morning, Pat Mulroy, who fought as hard for Las Vegas water as anybody. Now as the Brookings Institute said that LA, Las Vegas, Denver, and the Eastern Slope and Phoenix are no longer sustainable from a water perspective. And we know that the discussions about the Eastern Slope needs to essentially get a lot of water to double its population. At the same time, as you all know, I represent irrigators in the West. we're watching a dismantling of one of the greatest success stories of American civilization, that's the ability to create our own food supply. How do we reconcile the reality of urban growth and the pressure that climate is putting on our ability to, both do wildlife and have food production in this beautiful part of the West? And I'm Pat O'Toole from Northwest Colorado and Wyoming.
I'll jump in, Andy, and then you can add to it, I'm sure. Pat, thank you for your service at the Family Farm Alliance. It's been great to partner with you over many years, and your organization is a great, strong advocate for family farmers around the West. Appreciate your service, not only in the Colorado River Basin, but in other areas. And I think the short answer is we're going to advocate for conservation in all sectors. And we have seen some great examples of additional urban conservation in the infrastructure package. We have authorization for the large scale recycling programs and reuse programs that can help communities do even more than they are doing now. So we're going to keep advocating for that. All hands on deck, all sectors should be part of this effort. And I don't think there's too much debate about that being the right answer for how we can move forward.
And Pat, I would add to that I think it's essential that we keep our productive agriculture in the Colorado River Basin alive. I've recently seen, I'm sure others have as well, op-ed pieces in the New York Times and other places suggesting that we should dry up all ag in the Colorado River Basin and ship our food production elsewhere. The author of the one that I'm thinking of suggested that you can easily shift that food production to the Midwest or the East Coast. Number one, given our logistical food supply challenges that COVID brought to light, there's no way that we could support shipping our food production out of this region. We should be enhancing our local food production, not ruining it. And number two, it wouldn't go to the Midwest, it would go to some other country in which we would become extremely vulnerable to the politics and the international scene. Again, not something that I or our organization would support in terms of energy, food security. I think that agriculture provides tremendous services, not just in food and fiber, but as you allude to, the ecosystem services. And it will be a balance as we move forward as to how to conserve water in that industry. But I do think that ag has to be at the table, and that water conservation in areas that will have the least amount of damage to our agricultural production and the families behind it is absolutely something we have to look at and we have to work with. And I think there are solutions out there. Pat, luckily you and folks you work with at the Family Farm Alliance are incredibly intelligent and capable on working on these issues, as are many of our other partners around the West. And I think I'm optimistic that we can get there. It is going to look different for ag, and it's going to look different for urban areas. I would clearly second Assistant Secretary's comments about the water conservation has to come from all sectors. And Pat, I know since you're stuck there in Boulder and not here, you didn't get to hear me say that earlier in the performance. But I do think it's really important to make sure that urban areas are absolutely joining in this, and that to the extent there's a need for additional water, you can't ask us to conserve water on the western slope only to enable greater transbasin diversions. It's not going to be something that we can support in the West. And I am now being told that we are over time and we have to cut it off. Tanya, I really appreciate you coming in. I'm sorry that you weren't here in person. mainly because I enjoyed talking to you and I would love to talk to you more, but we will. And thank you everybody in Boulder, and thank you to the Getch's Wilkinson Center for doing these, this simulcast. Thank you for the folks in our audience. And most importantly, thank you to Assistant Secretary Trujillo for coming in virtually. Our audience is going to transition out onto the terrace, which is out these doors to the left. And we will hear from Jack Schmidt, Professor Schmidt, starting around noon. Everybody, if you can, on your way out, there's some tables in the lobby here on the left, on my left, which will be box lunches for everyone. So if you could just swing by, pick up a box, and quickly find a seat out on the terrace, we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you all. This is good timing for us. So we are going to convene back here right at 12:45. So that gives you about 55 minutes for lunch. Be upstairs again, and it's a nicer day today. So there's actually outdoor seating up on that second patio. So take advantage of that, and we'll see you in about 55 minutes. Oh, and for the lawyers, both online and here, we got 14 hours of CLE credit appointed. So we found out this morning. We're going to start in just a moment, so come on in, take your seat. So I'm going to introduce Jake, and then I'll sit down. Yeah.
Yeah, we just have a technical thing about.
Hey, everyone, if you could come on in, take your seats. We're about to begin. All right. So next is Mexico and the United States water sharing. What follows minute 323? I'm really pleased to let you know we have a law student moderating this panel. We always try to think of ways for our law students to participate in these conferences, and many of them are volunteering. We always try to make sure they have a chance to ask questions. But in this case, Jake nervously agreed to be a moderator. He's a David Harrison Fellow right now. He's been working on a project about Mexican water with the Nature Conservancy, trying to see how they can get saved water to benefit the environment. Prior to attending law school, he was in the Peace Corps. He was 3 years in Mozambique, and today his research focuses on the effects of drought and water shortages on in-stream rights and water allocated to the environment. So I'm going to turn it over to Jake, and thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right, hello all. I hope you had a nice lunch. My name is Jacob Josie. Thank you for introducing me, Professor Madden. As she mentioned, I'm currently a second-year law student here at CU. And although I know most of you came here to hear more about that, I'm going to keep this introduction pretty brief. The title of this panel is Mexico and the United States Water Sharing, what follows minute 323. Minute 323 is, of course, the 2017 international agreement between the US and Mexico, which was notable for a number of reasons, one of which was the fact that for the first time an NGO coalition signed on to the agreement. There were also notable provisions made towards restoring the Colorado River Delta. One of those was the allocation, or the promised allocation, of 210,000 acre feet of water for restoration. It also aimed to decrease shortages through Mexico's voluntary cooperation and to bolster American water shortage through downstream conservation. We are now over 3 years into the agreement, and the question is, where are we and where do we go? To discuss all this and to answer your questions, we have Carl Flessa, Professor of Geosciences at the University of Arizona, Osbel Mario Hinojosa Huerta, Director of the Coastal Solutions Fellows Program at the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, and Jennifer Pitt, Colorado River Program Director at the National Audubon Society. I hope you will join me in welcoming them here.
I will also remark that for me, anything upstream of Yuma is the upper basin for those of us who work in the Delta. So I am talking about the other end of the river. There are a couple of things, and I'm going to talk, my talk is mostly focusing on the riparian restoration, about where we are, and some hopeful notes about where we might be going. One of the things I want to show here on this particular map is the Delta itself, and most of what you see here in green south of the border is agricultural fields in the very productive area of the Mexicali Valley in Mexico. And this is a story mostly about restoration. And the first thing I want to do is to disabuse anybody of the notion that all you have to do to restore riparian habitats is to open the gates of Morelos Dam and let the water flow, and nature will simply take care of itself. Nature cannot take care of itself, period. We live in the Anthropocene, and we really need to take care of nature so that nature can sort of do the right things for us. So what I want to do here is to take a little bit of a tour of 3 important restoration sites scattered along the main stem of the Colorado River, which is mostly a dry riverbed in Mexico. The video I'm about to show might give you an impression that there's a continuous green ribbon of riparian forest from the border to the Gulf of California. That is decidedly not the case. There are 3 individual sites that are currently being restored, but in between those sites is typically dry riverbed or a non-flowing portion of the river. This 3-minute video is thanks to the work of my colleague and our drone pilot for this particular exercise, Marta Gomez Sapiens, who worked with me at the University of Arizona. And there we go. So fasten your seat belts and take a look at these sites. This is the uppermost, or the most upstream of the sites. This is the site known as Miguel Alemán. The cottonwoods and willows follow an old meander. On the right-hand side are mesquite trees, supplemented by their very own individual sprinklers. This site is managed by ProNatura Noreste in the Delta. And we'll sort of see several different orientations of this, and I hope something pops up here that I wanted to mention. These trees that you're looking at were probably planted around 2014. So put water on the ground and trees grow really fast. That dark spot in the lower right-hand corner that's now disappearing, and you'll see a similar patch in a future slide. These are the nurseries. The plants are grown from seeds in nurseries and then planted by hand in the restoration site itself. The original restoration site was riparian vegetation, and what's being planted now are some of the more upland vegetation in the Delta. This next site is called Chaussee. This is the youngest of the sites. Probably some of the trees you see here were planted in about 2017. This is managed by the Mexican organization known as Restauremos el Colorado. There you see that square that rectangular piece there, that's their nursery for the plants. This site is characterized by a large lagoon of standing water. And these lagoons of standing water are very effective at attracting birds. So that's something we want to see here. And you're about to see a really important point about all of these sites. There we go. All of these sites are supplied with water through the Mexican irrigation canals. None of the water is delivered to these sites via the main stem of the Colorado River. So these are irrigated sites through the Mexican irrigation system. And it really requires the extensive cooperation of the irrigation districts, the modulos. This third site is Laguna Grande. This is managed by Sonoran Institute, a binational NGO. This is the oldest of the sites. Some of these trees here were actually planted before the pulse flow. And these are mostly, what you're seeing here are the tall cottonwoods and willows. And this site is the largest of the three. It's the longest established. And you get an idea that this is a real forest. And you can see the agricultural fields in the background. Again, these sites are irrigated through the agricultural canal system. And you can get an idea of sort of the individual patches here, some of the squarest patches that reflect different planting times and different ages of the stands of the cottonwoods and to some extent the willows. Okay. So these are the restoration sites. Let me see what I want to say about this. Oh yeah. This is a view of the nursery. And I really want to point out here that, again, these are plants that are grown from seeds. And it takes not just a little bit of water, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of people making an effort here to make these restoration sites happen. And to give you an idea of what goes on here, these are some of the initial plantings. And notice the irrigation lines. Those of you from the Southwest know these sort of irrigation lines, these black tubings, and there's a drip irrigator going out to each individual plant. Each individual plant in this particular case gets its own little dripper. It gets surrounded by chicken wire to protect it from herbivores. This is a mesquite, which is probably not tasty to the beavers, but there are beavers present, so continuing the beaver theme here at this particular meeting. So some of my NGO colleagues don't like it when I refer to farming nature. And they're absolutely right. This is more like intensive care. And that some of these individual trees, will be able to survive on their own once their roots get down into the water table. But some of them are going to be on intensive care for a really long time. So point here, this is intensively managed nature. It provides habitat for birds, and it provides opportunities for people. And extraordinarily high efficiency water use. I venture to say if everybody used water as efficiently as these restoration sites did, the basin would not be in the trouble that it's in today. Okay? More restoration is being done with a little bit of water that goes there. Now I want to sort of come back to sort of what the initial theme of this particular meeting is, equity in the Colorado River Basin, and talk about the sources of water. 1/3 of the water comes from the NGOs, 1/3 of the water comes from the US, and 1/3 of the water comes from Mexico. Superficially, this looks terrifically equitable, but it really isn't. It's a brilliant idea, and all credit to Jennifer Pitt, who thought of doing it this way. It's a breakthrough, it wouldn't happen without it. But if you look at that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, the impression is, this is really equitable. Everybody sort of chips in, and that's fair. But think about the fact that the United States retains about 90% of the water in the basin. 10% goes to Mexico. The NGOs get whatever water they can afford to buy from willing Mexican or lease from willing Mexican farmers for the water. Think about the differences in the economies of the two countries, or even the economy of the basin relative to the economy of the piece of the basin that's in Mexico. The economy of the United States, of course, dwarfs that of Mexico. And the NGOs get whatever money they can raise from their own donors and foundations. So there's no equitability there. But then if you think about the law of the river, two words do not come immediately to mind: fairness and equity. So the game isn't fair, but it's the only game in town. So we got to keep playing. Thanks. I like the video. Huh? I like the video. Oh, yeah. It's easy to talk when you got a cool video. Right?
Hello, everybody. Really great pleasure to be with you here today. I don't have slides. I have my notes in my computer. Thank you, Carl. That was a great introduction. And first, I want to thank the Getches Wilkinson Center and Alice for the invitation. Thanks, Anne, for connecting me. And of course, it's an honor sharing this panel with Carl and Jennifer and seeing so many good friends. And I'm going to talk about some of the Mexican perspectives on the Colorado River binational process. So not so much about the nature of the Delta. Typically, that's what I talk about. But I will talk about more stakeholders and opportunities and what this has meant for Mexico. A little bit of history, but not too much. The Mexicali Valley has been there for about 100 years. Now, the development of farming is relatively recent, not considering history. And there are about 400,000 acres of farmland. Now, as Carl mentioned, it's very productive, it's a big area. And Mexico receives 1.5 million acre feet of water. And about 80 to 85% of this water is used for agriculture. It's very similar than in the basin. And I will say that maybe about 15 years ago, 20 years ago, the Mexican perspective is that water came from the US, no? That's the understanding. And for the most part, no, since that 1944 treaty, water is being delivered. There has been some conflicts, the salinity issue in the 60s, the All-American Canal, but for the most part, the US has done a great job in delivering this water for Mexico. And actually, the Mexicali Valley, for this reason, is one of the most productive because it has a very reliable source of water year-round. No? And there are about 16,000 individual water right owners in the Mexicali Valley. And the appropriation of water is different than in the US. All of the water is owned by the Mexican government, but it's allocated to users. And there is no rule for the prior appropriation. So for example, in case of shortages, the shortages or the reduction of deliveries are distributed among all of the users. So nobody is short fully before anybody else. And well, probably you're very familiar, no? The Delta has suffered drastically over the last 100 years with the changes in the basin. So about 80% of the wetlands in the Delta have been lost. I should not wear this. You can let me know if I'm doing something weird. But the Delta is still one of the most important wetlands at the continental level. No, I think that's something really important to recognize. Now we know there are about 16 million birds that use the Delta during the migration. In general, all birds. And particularly talking about shorebirds, every winter we get about 200,000. So it's one of the most important places. And we have also protected species like the Yuma Ridgeway rail, which is protected in the US and in Mexico. And the largest population of this rail is in Mexico. And one thing that I want to stress out is that since the 1990s, the Delta, this whole region, the upper Gulf of California, has been an environmental priority for Mexico at the highest level for the country. It's a biosphere reserve, it's a natural protected area. And one of the very interesting things about the binational process is that it was a test, no, to figure out if this was just only conversation or if the Mexican government was really committed, no? And the answer is that yes, the Mexican government was really committed in maintaining this priority for the Delta, no? And Mexico used this card in the binational process. They really championed the cause of environmental restoration in the Delta and partnering with the NGOs. And talking about the binational process and what it has meant for Mexico, really the minutes, these recent minutes open the basin for Mexico. Now, as I mentioned before minute 319, really for Mexican stakeholders and for the government and water managers, the water came from the US. And upstream from Morelos Dam, it was really just a black box. Water, it's a faucet. No, the water should come from here. It's an obligation. It's there. And with the minutes, that changed, and Mexico started to develop an understanding of the basin and the hydrology in the basin and the challenges. No? And also, this was a great opportunity for Mexico to have a seat at the table, no? And have the opportunity to be part of the technical analysis, the science, and the solutions, no, and decision making for the first time. And also, this provided the opportunity for better equity in this relationship. Now, it's always an important issue between Mexico and the U.S. No, the equity in the relation in economy, trade, environment, and water. And with the minutes, there was always from the get-go, from the beginning, this process of let's sit down as equals. No? And I think that was really important for Mexico. And also more recently, no, with what we saw, what we know, no, about the changes in the basin, the aridification, not drought, and climate change. This has also meant the creation of this understanding in Mexico that the water does not come from the US, that it comes from the basin, no? That water comes from the Rocky Mountains, that it comes from nature. And it might seem trivial, but it's a really breakthrough. And this is something that not only the water managers or decision makers have gone through, but also the users, no, the farmers and the general public in the region. And another really important process during the binational negotiations is that things were able to be maintained at the local level. I think that before minute, 316 maybe, a lot of these negotiations happen at the federal level in discussions between Mexico City and Washington, D.C. And things didn't work out that well. No, the All-American Canal is an example. And the whole approach was different this time. A lot of the discussions happened at the local level or with people in the basin. Of course, in Mexico, this being a federal issue, there was the involvement of CONAGUA and the office in Mexico. But they were able to come to the issue with a deep understanding of the concerns of stakeholders in the Mexicali Valley and in the region in general. So I think that was extremely helpful. And I don't want to forget to mention this, that if you are a scholar of the binational relationship, of course, the emphasis is on minute 319 and 323, but I encourage you to look into first 306, that was signed in the year 2000, that like the first mention for a framework for binational collaboration for the restoration of the Delta. It was more a conceptual minute, but really important. But then minute 316, it's not mentioned as often, but it was a great pilot, no? Especially when talking about binational collaboration. So the first time that one-third model was used was for minute 316, which was in particular for a pilot operation of the Yuma salting plant and the protection of the Ciénega Santa Clara. So a lot of the things that were used later on were first developed for minute 316. And then we had minute 319, and probably you all heard about the great success of the negotiation. It has water conservation projects working with farmers, its own challenges there, but things are moving along. And then, of course, the environmental component. The Pulse Flow of 2014 was a great success, especially in terms of the community response. No, we were looking at the natural responses, the ecology, the hydrology, with a team led by Carl Flesa, with participation from scientists from US and Mexico. But there was an amazing community response of having the river back. And really this process helped to reconnect people with the river, no? And to create momentum for the general public asking for more restoration. But at the same time, there was the question of, is this ever going to happen again? No? And then, of course, came minute 323, and everybody has been really happy about that. But with big tests, no, big challenges, can we implement environmental flow? So 2021 has been a great year for that process. First, with the delivery of environmental flows again, in the main stem. This time with all of the lessons learned from the pulse flow. It's been an amazing exercise, no? For 6 months or about 6 months, right? There's been water deliveries in the area. And there's always that concern, no, that is there going to be pushback? No, our farmers are going to complain. But no, it was one of the, for me, I see it as one of the great results that, again, community engaged, community embraced the process. And what's been very interesting is that at the same time, no, there been the news about the shortage declaration, and actually some reductions in Mexico already with Tier 0. And honestly, no, I was expecting like a big revolution or of sorts, no, that people were going to complain about why are we having environmental flows and we're talking about reductions. But that didn't happen. No, I think all of this understanding of the basin, how it works, what we're facing, and also what we gain with restoration help in this process in which now the community of the Delta and the Mexicali Valley has come to embrace restoration, but also embracing in the solutions, no, for sustainability in the basin. And so I want to talk a little bit about next steps. I think this has been mentioned before. Terry Fopp did a great job in talking about the involvement of all the stakeholders. It's a challenge, you know, as you involve more people, then you need more time to create those partnerships. But I think it's really important, no, because even as people recognize the value and benefits of these great agreements, when they are not part of the conversations, when they are not in the table, they felt left out, no? And I think we can do a better job of involving additional stakeholders. In Mexico, in particular, the farmers of the Mexicali Valley. And then also, I think there is a big opportunity with the private sector. No, I understand it's not a big block, the private sector. It's different things, big and small. But there is a big component of corporate farming in the Mexicali Valley with very interesting and complex partnerships between US companies and Mexican companies. And they have not been part of this process. And they play a big role in shaping the economic dynamics and land use changes, no, in the region. So I think there's an opportunity for involvement there. And I think that's part of what Jake is doing. So I think that's a great thing, that there are first steps on how to get them involved, not only locally, but then also in these binational conversations. And yeah, and then equity, you know, the tribal component. Oh, there is the Cucapa tribe in the Delta. They have been there for thousands of years. There are communities in the Mexican part. There is a Cocopa community in the US in Somerton, near Yuma. And they have been engaged in part of the environmental component. The NGOs in the Delta have been partnering with the Cucapas, trying to help them, no, to recover some of the ecosystem services that help them to be sustained. But they have not been part of this conversation in the binational process. So I think there is a big opportunity there. A little bit of background, no? So basically they fish. They're fishing people. That's what they have been doing for a very long time. So as you can imagine, no, as the Delta has dried, their livelihood has been suffering. No? So I think that they are important stakeholders. They hold a lot of knowledge in the region. So I think there's an opportunity for involvement. And then, I want to mention this aspect that I think there is more opportunities for water conservation and water savings. I get the perception that farmers are willing to be part of this at a larger scale, no? Because we have now shortage criterion guidelines, but there's always the question, is this enough, no? And I think the farmers understand that too. And so there is that sense of willingness. And a big elephant in the room, groundwater. And I know that in binational context, it's probably not a good idea to have it in the binational conversations, but I think that there are things that can happen at the national, the local levels on each side, and then coordinating efforts and information and science. So a few important takeaways in this process. As you probably know, the Minute 319 and Minute 323 has been used as models for international collaboration, no, for water in particular. And I like to think of this also as a model of how to bring back ecosystem health, no, for local communities. And my perception is that we're seeing a great and a strong comeback in the Delta, that there is resiliency. And one of the great things is that the geomorphology, the land in the Delta is there to be recovered. We need to add water and care, as Carl was mentioning. But the land, there are about probably 300,000 acres that can be restored, and that in terms of their topography has not been modified or dredged. So that's an opportunity there. And also important to mention that a lot of capacity has been creating within the NGO communities to keep this process moving forward, and especially to fill in the gaps. We understand that sometimes for government agencies it's hard to move forward. There are some red tape or sideboards, and the NGOs have sometimes more space for creativity. So I think that's a great partnership that needs to continue. And I also want to make the point that the Mexican government has proven that they are fully committed, that they are willing to participate. And now with the recent appointment of Adriana Reséndez, which we all know is a great champion for binational collaboration, also for the environmental cause, this is, I think this is a stronger point, And yeah, I want to make the point, if one opportunity is for Mexico, I get the sense that in the US you have different water regulations in different layers. You have the binational process, but you have the interim shortage guidelines, things happening at the state. And at least from looking from the outside, it seems that there is a good level of coordination of the different things happening. And I think that in Mexico, we need to improve that. We have the binational process, but then we have a state water plans, for example, in Baja California, and there is not necessarily a lot of coordination. So it's an opportunity for improvement for us there. And also this component that binational collaboration requires iteration or repeat in terms of creating the capacity of new officers coming in, keeping those connections, and keep building trust. This takes time and patience, as Terry mentioned. So I think that's an important lesson, that we need to keep at it. And also I want to encourage every one of you to keep doing these transboundary alliances at the institutional level, but also at the individual level. I think that's really, really important. In a way, I feel that I have been sort of cultivated to be able to be successful in this process. A lot thanks to Jennifer. And I will say that give yourself the chance to be cultivated also and learn about the details in Mexico and how things work. So I think that this is the front for fighting climate change. And I also see this as a process of how we are redefining our relationship with nature and with water and the river. Thank you.
Society, is this on? Okay. So I just have a few comments. So I want to start out just on the topic of equity, which of course is in the title of the conference, and to say one thing I learned about diplomacy, and of course as an environmental advocate, I went into this 20 years ago not knowing a thing about diplomacy, but I would say that equity is actually not a fundamental principle that goes to the negotiating table. Each sovereign comes into the negotiating table, with whatever agreements are pre-existing, the treaty being number one here. Each sovereign has advantages and disadvantages, problems they need to solve, ways that they might be able to help the people across the table. And they put enough issues on the table and try to figure out how to come up with a solution that lets both parties walk away with a win. Because if you don't end up in that place, someone's not going to sign. Because nobody's holding a gun to anybody's head, and they're by the way, is not a court called Switzerland that has a judge that tells you what the right answer is. They have to come to those terms on their own. And I actually think that probably applies a lot to the interstate negotiations as well. But that's a lesson about what it means to ask the question about equity in this binational context. Oswald mentioned that we had flows in the Delta this summer and actually are continuing until I think October 11th. That was an amazing thing to see. I actually had the great opportunity to go down there in June and see the birds, see the river resurrected, see families picnicking under the cottonwoods, enjoying the water. It was 122 degrees the day that I was down there. So that shade was much appreciated. Once word started to get out that there were flows in the Delta this year, I started to get some questions like, really? This year you're doing environmental flows? Like, have you seen the reservoirs? I think that the deeper meaning of that question was really, first of all, are you able to do that? And how are the countries willing to do that? So I thought I'd address that. I'll take able first. Minute 323 does include language that affirms it is possible, even expected, that water would be delivered for the environment when Colorado River water deliveries are being reduced in the lower basin. Specifically, Section 8 of Minute 323 specifies the water for the environment will be subject to reductions and savings during low reservoir conditions and application of the binational water scarcity contingency plan in amounts that are proportionate to the reductions and savings applied to Mexico's total water deliveries under other sections in the minute. So it anticipated that there could be shortage conditions and that the environmental deliveries would continue. There has also been some additional discussion that the U.S. share of the environment, the federal share of the environmental water might not be subject to those reductions because the U.S. is actually providing dollars in exchange for conserved water. But that's a joint engineers report that remains in draft. I don't think it's been finalized yet. And also the NGO water is subject to the rules of the irrigation district. So it has been shorted actually for the last few years, but really by a quite small amount. If you consider that language I read to you about the proportional reduction, and you know that Mexico's tier 0 reduction was 41,000 acre feet, their tier 1 reduction for next year is going to be 80,000 acre feet. That amounts to a 2.7% or a 5.3% reduction to the environmental water delivery. And we started this year with a request of 35,000 acre feet delivered at the border. So it's still a relatively small reduction and still leaves us with a decent flow available for the river. So definitely the minute makes it possible. The second question, though, is always maybe the trickier one, which is the willing part. And I would say that the good news is with 2021 and the flow moving into the rearview mirror, the answer was yes. I can't, of course, put words in the mouth of either federal government because I certainly wasn't party to their internal deliberations, but I can reflect on why I think it was okay to deliver water this year. First, the minute made that commitment, and the United States and Mexico have demonstrated that they want to comply with these bilateral commitments. The whole package of those minutes is really important to both countries. There's a lot in there, not just the environmental component, and so demonstrating good implementation is important. Second, I think that we have water managers who understand that water for the environment is not really optional if we want to have that environment, and they've made a substantial commitment, and they have actually made a substantial investment of time and effort and dollars and water to get the habitat that Carl showed you on the ground. And if we want that to continue to thrive and offer the benefits to the species that and to the communities that we have been talking about, then that water is important. And I think that is something that we all need to kind of take to heart and internalize, right? Because we're not in a drought. we are marching down that train of climate change. And this year might have been one of the hottest in the last 100, and I know you've heard this before, but it's one of the coolest in the next 100. And if we want these rivers to thrive and survive, we need to make sure that those freshwater dependent resources are getting the water that they need. Finally, and this goes without saying, I think, Delta restoration, as Oswald mentioned, was really put out there by Mexico as a value that they sought to, a goal that they sought to have come out of the minutes. And those minutes allowed them to also go home and tell their federal leaders that they were voluntarily signing a treaty document that said Mexico is going to take shortages that they were not quantified or, bound to take, at least in a sort of practical application by the treaty. So they needed to be able to come home and show benefits that allowed them to share in that. So I want to turn now to maybe a little bit of what's next, if I still have a couple minutes. Okay, so one is, and I think Oswald mentioned this, I think there's clearly going to be discussion about shortage volumes and triggers. That's going to be hopefully in parallel or even part of the domestic discussion we're having. And I think along with those, there are going to be discussions about additional binational investments in water conservation, because Mexico is going to, the Mexicali Valley is going to need help adjusting to those reduced deliveries. I think there are some other things that are under discussion that could be new. So this is an interesting one to me. There has been a work group set up under the minute on desal in the upper Gulf of California. And I will start this out by saying I think it's probably too soon to consider, for water users to consider paying the price that the price tag of a giant binational desal would entail. However, I think it's interesting that they've started those discussions. And I also think it's a really interesting dynamic that gets presented. Typically, in a binational watershed, you have an upstream sovereign and a downstream sovereign, and the upstream sovereign holds a lot of the power. That's amplified in this case with the US and Mexico and the economic differences that we discussed earlier. But with desal, it's the downstream sovereign who all of a sudden holds the cards. And I think that could have an interesting effect on the negotiations going forward, whether it's this time or the next time. Another area that may get new attention is salinity management. Minute 242 was put in place 40 years ago. The implementation of it is looking a little out of date. I would say both countries are having problems with salinity. Mexico complains about variability of the salinity in their deliveries. And the US is increasingly having trouble managing the Yuma return flows to become part of the deliveries at NIB, given that differential standard, and increasingly are having to use some of that Yuma return flow into the mode where it doesn't get counted for as part of Mexico's treaty delivery. So I don't know what the answer is. It is definitely a complicated area. There are 4 new US electroconductivity gauges in the river, 1 at Imperial and then 3 down in the Yuma area, right at the border, and Mexico has put a couple in as well. These data are up online, publicly available. So if anybody wants to take on a challenge, go look at those gauges, study the data, and come and tell us what you think people should be doing to manage better. I will say, the Yuma desalting plant kind of like hangs around like a ghost that pops out of the closet every now and then. And, Mexico has had the Cienega de Santa Clara protected as a biosphere reserve for decades now. It's clear that the two countries are prioritizing binational collaboration. So I'm actually pretty confident that it does not make sense to have unilateral operation of the Yuma desalting plant. And I would personally like to see the next minute include terms for protecting inflows for the Cienega so that we are not eternally having that ghost jump out of the closet at us. And 2 last things I'll say, which are really back about the Delta ecosystem. One, Oswald addressed, which is and this is an equity issue, is having the tribes be a part of the restoration efforts. The NGOs are already doing it on both sides of the border, but we don't seem to have figured out if or how to make that work in the binational context. It's their homeland, right? This was their place, and it was changed so radically that I think it makes sense to include them in the work that we're doing to do some modest amount of restoration. And then the last thing I'll say is that as we go about these activities of restoration, and I'm very proud to have been a part of it with incredibly hardworking and talented people who've made it happen. I'm just the policy wonk who came along for the ride. But restoration requires significant investment of dollars, not only for getting the stuff in the ground, but for stewarding it. Carl told you why. And increasingly, we are hearing from our private donors that they are not really comfortable putting that next grant of money into the restoration effort until they know that it is a sustainable donation, that the US and Mexico have committed to this in the long term. So we are ginning up those conversations now, and I am hopeful that even before we have the next minute, that there's some kind of private US-Mexican agreement that really tells us where are we going with this, and do we have, where are the resources set up to sustain it in the long term? Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Oswald and Carl as well. We have about 4 minutes remaining. So I'd like to offer up questions from the audience before I jump in and interrogate you three. Does anyone have a question?
Thank you for good presentations. And maybe you guys don't know this, but or can't answer this question, but I've definitely heard a lot about the funding situation in Mexico with Conagua, funding getting cut back. And I'm curious if you guys have any reflections on that or any knowledge, or will some of the same people that we worked with at 319 and 323 be back at the table again, or will be kind of starting from scratch with the challenges they've had financially?
Yeah, great question. And yeah, there's been federal cutbacks both for Conagua and CONAM, which manages the natural protected area. So it's been a challenge. But one of the great things of the binational process is that it creates federal commitments of Mexico with the US. So it helps to have continuity, One of the good things about the budget in Mexico is that it does not affect personnel that much, so you have the same number of people. It affects, for example, new projects or modernization or infrastructure. So, but in this case, no, the people are there, their jobs are maintained, and funding comes through the minute. So that has allowed for these projects in water efficiency and conservation to continue.
Okay. Well, I think we are just out of time here. So I hope everyone will also join me in thanking our panelists for being here today. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all so much. And Carl, those videos were really impressive. And it really shows the seed to forest and what it takes, both in terms of water and effort and commitment. All right, so I'm going to invite John and Daryl down to join us, and Mark Harris will be joining us via Zoom. I'm Alice Madden. I'm the director of the Getches Wilkinson Center. I'm going to moderate this next panel, Raising Historically Underrepresented Voices in the Negotiations. John Siren is from Western Resource Advocates. He and his compadre, John Bergen, really
were so generous in their time when our water fellows started, Jaime Garcia and Chelsea Cohen. They did a series of webinars with the three of us to bring Jaime and Chelsea up to speed on Western water law, way above and beyond friendship. That was just really terrific. Daryl V. Hill spoke yesterday, so you heard him a little bit then, but as a reminder, he's the water manager for the Hickory Apache Nation. And Mark Harris is a general manager for Grand Valley Water Users Association. So if we are all set, I think John was going to go first, and you have slides, right?
I have a few slides.
All right, and then I think Mark, there he is. Perfect timing. And I don't know if you heard that, Mark, but John's going to go first.
Just leave it there.
Just leave it there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just hit that in advance, right?
Yeah, sure. I think I need to have it in slide mode though.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, my bad. Oh, I was supposed to be surprised. Excuse me?
Go ahead, start.
Sure. Hi, my name's John Siren. I'm from Western Resource Advocates, and I want to thank Alice for letting me be here today. And what I understand we're talking on today is participation in the Colorado River negotiations and deciding the future of the Colorado River. And really the question is about underrepresented voices, why we haven't been there, why we, what we can add to the table, and how that might be addressed in the future. But one thing Alice asked me is to keep this very short because she wanted there to be time for questions. So Alice, I hope you took me at the, I'm taking you at your word is what I'm trying to say, because I want to keep this real short. But I wanted to, since it's going to be short, what I wanted to do is answer the one question at least that you guys probably all have here as you're watching the presentation. And I've been at a lot of these conferences, so there's usually one question that I have for every presenter when they start giving their presentation. So I know it's this question: who is this guy and why is he here? So how I'm going to start is maybe by answering that question. So who is this guy? I am a former CU Law student, all you other CU Law students, and I was right here 30 years ago. Actually, it would have been right there because it was the old building that was falling apart. And so I started here, and then I was a judicial clerk for a while. Then I worked at the as an assistant attorney general at the Colorado Attorney General's office, where I was in charge of the Colorado River unit, and we participated in the 2006-2007 negotiations regarding the Colorado River, which sort of resulted in the famous 7 states agreement. And it was the first time that really the states had really worked together to come up with a different system for administering the Colorado River, where we all gave up a little bit, but we made it work. And so that was, for me, an important part of my history. Then I actually worked as a water referee for a while, and then as a private attorney for farmers and ditch companies in small towns in Colorado, which also was, for me, stimulating because you're working with the people affected by these big water decisions. And I got to say, one thing I've learned from that is that all these people, we may have had different political or whatever types of views, but they're really decent human beings. And if I was in their situation, I would be having to make really hard choices too. So that for me was important. Anyway, after doing all that and after working at as a private attorney where what at stake was like 4 to 8 acre feet maybe for an individual water user, I wanted to go back to where what we're talking about is 11.5 million acre feet every year and try to, because where we're at is, as everybody's heard over this presentations, we're at a place where the Colorado River is in crisis. We know that we're We're already down several million acre feet from what we expected, or at least over the last 20 years, and we know it's going to get worse. So these negotiations are incredibly important. So who is WRA? We're an organization, it actually started right across the street in this kind of ramshackle building a little more than 30 years ago. And I remember it being there when I was here at CU Law. And we're still in that building, but we're also in a number of other buildings in Arizona and in Denver and in Utah, trying to think about all the really issues that come up in the Colorado West, and specifically for today, the Colorado River Basin. We have sort of experts in a lot of different areas, including in water resource conservation, and in water law. But what we're trying to do is think about what's a sustainable future for the West. And what does that actually mean? Well, here's some of the things we're doing. I'm personally working on legislation to protect recreational use in waters, because it's a huge part of our communities, of our towns, of our economies. It's also important to getting water in the river. So I have formulated this personal to me vision of how we're going to protect the Colorado River. And it's a little complicated, but I'm going to go into it right now. My vision is this. One, we take less water out of the river. And then number two, the water that we don't take out, we keep in there. So there's really two things we need to do. Take less water out and figure out a way to keep in the river. And one of that pieces is recognizing the value that water just being in the river gives us. Our water rights law tends to reward taking water out of the river and doing something with it. Well, what about the fact that the river goes right by this small town and people fish on it, and after they fish, they sit in the local communities? This is all important issues that I think we need to discuss. We also are providing assistance with municipal and other conservation efforts. We're doing education and sometimes litigation to promote conservation as a solution on the river over just putting more straws in our water supplies. We're also trying to help with headwater restoration and in developing demand management programs, which you may or may not have heard about over this time period. So why should we be in these negotiations? So these negotiations involve, as you can see, the Colorado River Basin. And you can see that it doesn't only just involve that picture, but let's make it another half an inch along the entire outside, because there's other areas that are served by this water that are outside the basin itself. Well, this is the southwest. This is where our members live. This is where we are, and our members are the Southwest. We are part of the voices that should be heard when we think about what's going to happen here. What's going to happen? Because it's not just about who's going to get water. It's about how that's going to affect the economies out here. It's about how it's going to affect our environment. So we are an organization organized because we need a voice in deciding what's going to happen to this huge part of the West. So why should we be here? I think in these negotiations, what we're hoping to work on, and I'm not going to get into real detail here, but is obviously environmental protection. Ideas where we can perhaps, by using our reservoirs differently, we can make releases in such a way that protect parts of our environment. As a previous presenter said, the environment doesn't fix itself. We have to be there, and we have to consider it in the negotiations and in the discussions. As Jennifer Pitts said, equity is often not a value that people are pushing for. So there should be somebody who kind of speaks for the trees, but it's not just the trees, it's the communities along them. These communities want rivers that flow by them, that make their places a place you want to live. And then ultimately what we're looking for is really a better river. It's difficult because the original Colorado River Compact was such an achievement just to do that between 7 states and get an agreement for this sort of division of water. And, you know, I don't think it's ever really going to be replaced. But what can happen is we can figure out ways to work within it that really work for everybody. And we can interpret in ways that let us be more flexible. We can figure out a way that the river isn't just about dividing it up between a lower basin and an upper basin, but it's about making the most sensible use out of this river. Now, what does that mean? In some cases, for example, we need to start thinking about our Colorado River reservoirs as not just being individual reservoirs, and we look at the numbers on the reservoir and we make releases when we hit certain numbers, but actually as an integrated system that we can use to help us manage the river in its entirety. We can make releases not only based on numbers, but where we know it's going to help certain parts of the state the most. So and that gets me to sort of a last strength that I think the NGOs have, which is being a little bit back, a little bit meta, a little bit apart from the responsibility of delivering so much acre feet of water to our constituency or whatever. We're able to say, well, wait a second, let's take a bigger look. I'm not saying the states, of course, the tribes, the feds don't have that on their mind too, but it is something that we've got a special skill for. And I would just, if you want to ask why should we be here, you could just say, well, Jennifer Pitt is sort of an example, right? She was very instrumental to helping resolve the issues on the Colorado River, on the Mexico Delta. So anyway, that's who I am, that's what we're doing, and that's why I think we should be here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Vigil. Is that correct? Or to Mark?
To Mark, yeah.
Okay, Mark.
Thanks. Mark's one of the people who uses the water, takes it out. So Mark, take it away.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and it is a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for Alice and everyone there for making this remote connection possible today. So a few introductory comments to set up the conversation for a little bit later. I'm going to start with something that I had to ask myself when I first saw the goals. Some of you, as I had to, probably question whether agriculture has indeed been an underrepresented river policy partner in discussions in the past. And I recognize that that agriculture, in some cases, if not many cases, has been the beneficiary of the lack of transparency and the inequity that has certainly been a part of historical Colorado River policy negotiations. But that position of accommodation and power enjoyed by agriculture in past negotiations can no longer be taken for granted by the ag water community. And I believe that agriculture's potential complacency in these negotiations and the potential for uninformed or ill-considered, unwise, unproductive demands that may be put upon agricultural water users by our negotiating partners require that agriculture guard against becoming underrepresented in these negotiations. So what makes us different than the usual parties at the table? Well, the Grand Valley Water Users recognizes that we are but a drop in the bucket and a small one. We're an example of the very many small pieces of the overall ag water community. And although we currently have the luxury of reasonably well-considered and timely direction from the board I serve to monitor and participate in these ongoing discussions related to the Colorado River. And in spite of significant support from state, regional, and national water interests, we have very few avenues to identify, fund, and sustain such involvement. We won't be at the so-called table, that is the place, the vehicle, the venue where water policy decisions will be made. I give Colorado's representatives in those discussions and at the tables that as they exist now all due credit and our greatest appreciation. They've kept us in the loop. They have inquired of us and listened to our voice, and we trust them to do the best job they can under incredibly difficult circumstances. But They do have many voices to consider. They cannot be an aggressive advocate for one constituency only. I submit that appropriately, many of the underrepresented voices in the basin will have an expanded voice at the table and be included, again, as has been inappropriately missing in the past. But the Grand Valley water users will have no seat at that small table. When the final questions of policy and equity are made, we won't be there, and no one like us will be there. And what would be missing from that negotiation if folks like us aren't? Well, our organization and many of those like us, our members, our customers, our stockholders, and many of the parties we serve have a unique position to add credible, practical expertise, experience, and willingness to find sustainable and productive ways to address the increasingly difficult problems and challenges of the Colorado River and its tributaries. These organizations and operations manage the majority of the water in the West, and we won't have direct representation at the small table making those final decisions regarding the future management of the river. But we can inform and support those who will be at that small table to consider our best interests in the social, civic, and economic communities in which we play such important parts. So we would hope to help those at the table to make the best decisions they can, and maybe make those decisions more palatable to those currently using over 80% of the consumptive use in the basin. To do that effectively, I would suggest that such involvement needs to be widespread in the agricultural community and amongst those partners. Ag operations and organizations need to explore ways to pay continued attention to the broader discussion. They need to be involved if they can, or support those who can represent their interests in the broader discussions. Maybe most importantly, we would suggest that they need to initiate the tough, unpleasant, and uncomfortable internal conversations required to identify and evaluate their current liabilities, concerns, obligations, as well as their potential advantages and opportunities regarding water security, and then perhaps, when appropriate, look for broader ways to participate with a broader coalition, building those appropriate, effective, credible partnerships that will increase the chances of such voices being heard. And I will stop there. And if Alice or others have questions that have been directed to us then or in the future, we'll take them then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Right, Daryl. Daryl and I had a short chance to talk about this before, and tribes have been allegedly invited to the table this time. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but that's what we're all waiting to find out. And thanks, Daryl, for joining this panel.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody, and hello again to everybody from yesterday, and hello to those who are new here today. Just a few opening remarks before I get into the panel discussion. I really want to acknowledge and appreciate the remarks by Terry Fulp this morning, and in terms of acknowledging, the progression of the relationship with the federal government and the tribal sovereigns in the basin. And I know it probably couldn't have been very easy to sit in those rooms, but Larry and Terry did. Larry Wachowiak and Terry Fulp, when we realized, with the basin study that, we were not included in that process. And so they got an earful and they listened and they were willing to listen. And so I'll always be appreciative of that. And both those individuals are my lifelong friends. And the individuals who empowered that during that time, were, again, my friends today, and Ann Castle and Mike Connor. They set the groundwork for, recognition of tribal water rights in the basin through the tribal water study. And they got that maybe it was an oversight and a huge oversight, but the one that they corrected real quickly to the best of their ability. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate, Secretary Villasak's comments yesterday, and just the recognition that, the 30 tribal sovereigns in the basin, for the most part, are farmers as well. And we've been in agricultural activity for thousands of years. And if you heard from the young man from Hopi yesterday, still doing it today. And so I appreciated those comments. And then with Assistant Secretary for Water and Science, Tanya Trujillo, I was very, again, a personal friend of mine, and I'm glad to call her my friend. And we've done a lot of work together in the Colorado River Basin. But one of the things she said today was an acknowledgement of the creation of some flexible tools, and an acknowledgement maybe the limits of current legal and policy structure, and how maybe we can work to start to imagine some progress outside of that structure. So thank you for letting me share that to begin with. And I think, to begin with, Michelle Brown Yazzie from the Navajo Nation was supposed to be here today. And so I get to fill her Navajo shoes a little bit today. And Michelle is also my friend. She's the Assistant Attorney General at Navajo, and really starting to get involved in a lot of these Colorado River water rights issues. So you'll probably be hearing more of her name in the future. So I was thinking about this topic, and when Alice and I were talking about this, and her concerns about maybe being disrespectful and having tribal representation on this panel, and I assured her that it's probably really, really appropriate, but progress has been made. And I think one of the biggest things that, when I was thinking about this is, just the transition of thought. We've heard, about the, kind of the sovereigns that are involved in the policy-making process, and with the United States, Mexico, and the 7 basin state sovereigns. Well, there are 30 other sovereigns in the basin, and they're not stakeholders, they're sovereigns. We get invited to a whole lot of conversations as a stakeholder. And I think it's very important to recognize that the difference, and I think that's changing. The climate is changing, pun intended. And yesterday's comments, I just need to acknowledge this in my list of stuff here, that President Nez said. I think it was something that was really, really touching to me because of what he said in terms of fulfillment of tribal commitment. And he was talking about that in regards to Navajo code talkers and the many Navajos who've served in the armed forces. And I just wanted to acknowledge that because, my 4 uncles on my mom's side served in the military, and so did my grandfather was in World War II. So yes, we fulfilled on our commitment to prove that we had to prove, but our commitment to, how we feel that this country, what this country means to us. And I thought that was very, very positive. And I can't help but go back a little bit and acknowledge Jennifer Pett as well. I don't know, 5 years ago, I didn't know anything too much about the Colorado River Basin, and I was invited to the Latino Eco Festival in Denver, and that was about 5 years ago. And that was the first time I got to see the pulse flow. And I got to see the magic that happens when water comes back to a community. And, it made me cry because it was just so touching, to see what water can do. And then I got to know who Jennifer Pitt was and the commitment that she had from the NGO side. So forever be thankful for that, because in the beginning, a long time ago, it was like, well, we need a native, and ask Daryl. And so, I showed up to a whole lot of these things, maybe not as informed as I could be, but I really, took it seriously in terms of, the honor and that's bestowed on me that I get to speak, and that water allows me to speak on its behalf. So I'll always be grateful for that. And so I was introduced at that Latino Eco Festival to some fascinating statistics. And being a Native American and an indigenous person in the Colorado River Basin, we've come to know who those other underrepresented voices are as well, being one. And so at that conference, I got to learn that, 33% of the Colorado River Basin is Latino. And so when we talk about underrepresented voices, and at that particular conference too, I got to see a young Cocopah man who was a bird singer for his tribe on the Cocopah tribe on the Mexico side. And I was deeply, deeply moved. So what, to the point that I went to Cocopah on the Mexico side, and I got to see, where the Cocopahs live, and to see the Harvey River. And as was mentioned before by my Mexican friend, that, they used to be fishermen. And you can see these boats like 100 feet from where the river used to be. And so, definitely an international component and an international indigenous component to this conversation too, and those underrepresented voices as well. And so you go to the United States side of that, the Cocopahs that are in Yuma, it's been mentioned before. And, in 2012, the 10 Tribes Partnership got to host the Colorado River Water Users Association. And it was the first time anybody had really used media in terms of visuals, a film, to kind of highlight, this is who we are. And so one of the things that stuck out to me the most about that film that we produced with Nano Becker, who's Bitta Becker's sister, who's a filmmaker, was the Cocopah cultural director, talked about who they were as a people. Their life is given by the river. They come from the river. They go back to the river. Their life is given by the river. And then the camera pans out to the river, and there is no river. Mm-hmm. And so, that just, in my mind, it's like, this is not only taking into supply, demand, structural deficit issues. This is taking into account, the very essence of who people are and an ability to be who they are. And so when I was thinking about, why should we be included, or why do we need to be included in this, or how should we be included in this? One of the things that comes to mind is, or how should we be? And we fought really hard at, starting with the 10 Tribes Partnership 10 years ago, just to get to have people have a basic understanding of tribal water rights and how they work and how we fit into the system. And in order to do that, we created a vision statement and a related mission statement. And it was about, and basically the vision statement was that we will lead from a spiritual mandate to make sure this river is always protected for all living creatures and the land and the homelands of tribes in the basin. Pretty powerful. And how are we going to do that? We're going to communicate, we're going to collaborate, and we're going to educate. And we've been trying to do that for the last 10 years to the best of our ability through a numerous amount of conversations, and grateful for the partnerships and the friendships and that we've established over that period of time. But I think, part of that process is that, that we're looking for is inclusion, just basic inclusion. You heard me talk a little bit about that yesterday. And part of that inclusion, what does that include? A respect and an acknowledgement of tribal sovereignty and the ability to be self-determined in the exercise of that sovereignty. And so when we're talking about policy in the Colorado River, I can't help but think of Chairman Tim Williams from the Fort Mojave tribe, because he's like, table, we're still looking for that table. We can't find the table. And I think, we're getting close. And so when we think about things that, why, and the other components of the renegotiation process that I've heard are important to not only tribes, but, non-tribal folks as well, is we talked about it yesterday, the universal access to clean water, whether a tribe has a settlement or not. And what does that do? In terms of, and John Echohawk, has done incredible work in ensuring that the settlement process continues, and that's something that needs to continue. And again, why? For certainty. We heard a lot about that. If we can understand how future reserved water rights and senior water rights of tribes fit into this, then it'll create more certainty, and I absolutely believe it'll facilitate the process. The inclusion of cultural, traditional, and spiritual values into this process that really isn't part of the current structure. There's no place to put that. The environment, ecosystems, and the protection of land. And we've heard a lot about that. All of these are inherent to indigenous DNA of who we are. And of course, science and technology. We've got some of the best science in the world that happens in the Colorado River Basin. And as Brad Udall talked about this morning, we keep trying to bombard people with the facts, but, the unwillingness to accept the facts. So how is it that we can, step out of the delusion of the policy structure that we have and hopefully into the reality that's been expressed to us from the science folks that have spoken the last few days. And I can't help but talking about, again, underrepresented voices, and you take, for instance, one of the largest allocations is, to California. A Metropolitan Water District in Southern California provides water to a huge, demographic of African Americans. And then also, through this process of being underrepresented and not being included in the process, we made relationships with like folks at Imperial Irrigation District as well. And we got to know their specific issues. And absolutely those things like the Salton Sea issues that need to still be resolved today with those migrant farm workers there. And I think, one of the questions, and of course, we've heard a lot about the fish and wildlife and the recovery of that. And and I was having a conversation with a gentleman in the hallway. It's like, as a Native American, it's like, wow, I understand the environment. I understand the ecology. I understand ecosystems. I understand if you take something out of the ecosystem, that it impacts everything within that ecosystem. Well, we're part of that ecosystem. And if we don't have these fish and these animals, then we're next. And I'm not sure how we connect those dots. And then, one of the questions that was asked was, what does success look like, in this? And I can't help but think back again about Water and Tribes initiatives toward the Census of the Basin document, and everybody that we spoke to, almost universally, everybody said they want to see a healthy, sustainable, living Colorado River. I mean, that's what you said. And then I can't help but think, go back to what does success mean? And I think about, the 10 Tribes Partnership in terms of, leading from that spiritual mandate, and again, we heard a lot about sustainability and resiliency and, the inclusion of who we are as a people definitely, I think, can inform and guide, the process as it moves forward. So we can't offer that unless we have a place to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. So the idea for this panel, which each speaker did so well, I sent them out a series of questions. And Mark, I want to make sure, yeah, here you go, you're brought back up. And they did a great job of addressing those. And obviously we have sort of one NGO voice here, one water user ag voice here, and one tribal voice here. So for folks in the audience, we'll have time for discussion. So if there's anyone who wants to add your own voice, please do. And don't feel like you just have to add a question, but we'd love to know how you think your organization might be more impactful. But I'll start with a question back to Mark. I guess, and I think you did a great job. I could tell you looked at each question and answered it, so I really appreciate that. But I'll ask, what advice would you give to others, similar water users of how to raise their voice? It seemed, I know a lot of people know you. You're well respected. You have a somewhat high profile. How would you advise others to raise the profile of their own voices?
Well, therein lies a lot of the challenge. As many potentially underrepresented voices in this discussion is, we're a diverse group. I remember Daryl saying a couple of years ago, he said asking for one voice from the tribes is unfair. And that's resonated with me since, that one voice from agriculture is somewhat unfair. Yeah. But as a friend of mine on the Western Slope says, he said, how do we get to these folks that don't go to meetings? And I've come to believe that you don't. Is that we have to find ways and take the initiative to reach out to folks that are operators, members of organizations and find ways to go to them, and sometimes using existing organizational ties to do that, because folks are not going to come for a variety of reasons. It's just so much easier not to, even if folks want to. We've begun to carry on some individual, private, confidential conversations with people that are friends and associates and folks in some cases that we have no relationship with. But it's a challenge. We've had the luxury of an awful lot of good fortune at the Grand Valley Water Users. We have a highly developed system. We have a great operations manager who without him, all of this good stuff that I get to spend my time on all stops. So I think that's a challenge. I don't have an answer yet, but we have spent a lot of time the last 2 or 3 years, maybe 5 years, with the support of many people that are in your audience today to do exactly that, is to try to find ways to reach out to folks on the ditch bank. And we've come a long ways with the awareness part. We've avoided a lot of the issues that Brad Udall makes it impossible for me to sleep even in the afternoons now about what's coming down the road. But we see it, and we see it happening on the river. We see it happening in the ditch. So we're trying to go that next step from awareness to recognizing that there are multiple voices that are appropriately involved. There's going to be some pain for all of us. We need to figure out what that is. So it's a good question. I have no answer yet.
John, I'll turn to you. WRA is, a strong voice in the region. You guys do your job well. What advice would you give to other NGOs or maybe grassroots groups about how to be able to get their ideas and the elements that they think are important in the outcomes of these negotiations? What advice would you give to them?
Well, it's interesting. I think something that Mark just said really resonated, which is using connections, reaching out, trying to make those connections. But I also recently spoke to an environmental attorney that had been involved in the 2006-2007 negotiations on behalf of, I had worked on that on behalf of the state. And I asked him how, I think their voice was less heard at that time. And they said, what did you do to really get your voice heard? And what he did say is you really do need to work behind the scenes, try to make connections with people, and then you need to advance ideas. So one thing they did do is release a number of different papers on how what interests are shared and how there could be solutions that help bring those together. So it is really about trying to get some ideas out there and trying to talk to people who can possibly be receptive to it.
Daryl, I'm embarrassed that someone quizzed us yesterday how many tribes were in the Colorado River Basin. I said 29 and there's 30. And and again, you're one person who certainly cannot represent even your own tribe as we know. But I'm curious, you do know a lot of people. One thing we hear constantly is the differing level of capacity among tribes. I mean, there's wealthier tribes that have strong voices, and there's other tribes of those 30 that maybe no one's ever heard of or met anyone from. So what advice do you have, and how do you keep people's hopes up too, that they do have a chance of being heard, if that's even true?
That's an interesting question, and there are 30 tribal sovereigns in the basin, and each one at different levels in terms of where their water policy, water management, water infrastructure are. As you heard yesterday with a lot of the universal access to clean water conversation, it just really varies in terms of, and so through the Water and Tribes Initiative, twofold agenda help to increase in tribal capacity and build on the collaborative effort. That's something that's been at the heart of what that particular conversation is to make sure that the 30 tribal sovereigns at a very minimum are informed about what is happening in terms of the policy of the Colorado River. And now starting to imagine, creating a process where, because of the relationships that have been established over time, hopefully some mechanisms to provide and fill those capacity gaps.
where they exist. And so the goal being not to be prescriptive or to build consensus in any direction, but to provide that so that tribal sovereign, again, can be self-determined in terms of how they want to participate or not to participate, but making sure that they have the knowledge, the information, and the resources to maybe responsibly do that for whatever that looks like for their individual tribes. And part of, because again, you have to understand the context of, again, the fact that the United States, Mexico, 7 basin states, and you look at the different levels of governance within each one of those structures, and then you add to the mixed tribal water rights, quantified, unquantified, lower basin, upper basin, it gets pretty complex. And, being 100 years behind the game, there's a lot of catch up to do. And I think there's sometimes an expectation, from most water users and those sovereigns in the basin that we're just supposed to know. And the default, I've said this before, is that the default can't be that the state sovereign and federal sovereigns speak on behalf of an individual tribe's water rights. They shouldn't and they can't. And so, again, it goes back to just full circle again, no matter what we're talking about, it's about creating that place for us to engage in the policymaking process.
And I know our last panel today, Time to Get Real, there's going to be a little bit of discussion about the unadjudicated water rights that tribes hold, and how do we say that we're planning for the future if we're not addressing the reality of those potential rights. I'd love to, if there's anyone else that would like to make some comments. It strikes me here, we're at a law school, we have practitioners, we have scientists, we have researchers, academics, who have important voices as well. And if there's anyone who's working or advising or connecting with folks that are involved with the negotiations, I think others would be thrilled to, if any of you feel comfortable talking about your experiences, that would be great. Or of course, just asking questions. So I have a couple more questions until someone raises their hand, but Mark, I'll go back to you. What does success look like? 2026 guidelines are written. What does success look like?
Well, it'll probably some of us won't be around when we ultimately determine whether we've been successful in these things or not. But I think just from a fairly pedestrian perspective, finding the right interim balance of these competing needs would be a huge success. It will evolve. There'll continue to be shortages and problems. But from a more mercenary perspective, I think a balance that includes water conservation that's beneficial to agriculture in whatever area of agriculture you're in, however you farm. And only by accomplishing that goal do we believe that we can achieve our long-term success, and that is to continue to provide the opportunity for subsequent generations to be involved in agricultural enterprise. And that involves both land and water. So working towards that end would be a success to us.
The other thing that's come up over and over again is I was a former legislator, and I always hated things that sunsetted. It was like, God, we went through that battle. Why do we have to come back to it in 3 years? Please, God, no. But this is so important that these sunset. And, these discussions now might not even be reality in a year or two. So I'm curious, too, what people's thoughts are about how do we make guidelines that can evolve in real time, because that's really what it's going to take. So I'm curious if John or others in the audience or Daryl have comments about that, the negotiations themselves. And I know some folks might not feel like they are, well enough informed on how this is going to turn out. But gosh, climate change used to be described as a slow-moving train wreck, and that's why it was so hard to respond to. Well, it's no longer slow-moving; it's still a train wreck, and we're still not responding.
Well, there's a sort of a first step, which is maybe this is like a first step in
Alcoholics Anonymous group or something, which is you gotta face the truth, right? We have to sit back and see what we're actually dealing with and I think unless we do that, we're just not, well, first of all, unless we do that, we're going to have to renegotiate them. I mean, we're going to have to keep adjusting them because they're not going to work. So I think that's the first start. We need to have a framework in which we're forecasting water availabilities, excuse me, accurately, and so that we can work within that framework. And then I think there's been different provisions about, discussions about how do we adapt to climate change. And I do think that at some point it's going to be all the different players. As Jennifer said, there's no equity, but at some point, if we're going to survive, we're all going to have to cut back. That's it. And then within that framework, I think we need to have a more flexible system that allocates water somewhat proportionally as to what's available. So in other words, we need real-time projections as to what's available, not simply relying on reservoir levels, but looking at snowpack, looking at river forecasts, looking at what we're likely to have today and over the next 5 years, and then we make our allocation decisions based on what's in the river, what's likely to be in the river. I could go on for a while, but those are just some basic ideas that I think we have to start trying to incorporate into the conversation.
Daryl?
Yeah, I can't help but think of something my friend Becky Mitchell talks about, and I think it's so valid in terms of that what is this going to take, and she talks about changing cultures and behavior and having policy that empowers that changing of culture and behavior, and specifically in the regard of having less water in the future, and what that's going to look like, and how we're going to decide to be as human beings. And I think, the other component too is Indigenous folks have been practicing adaptive management in the basin for thousands of years. And I think, part of that is just an acceptance of, what is going on. And I think there's a lot of resistance to what's going on instead of an acceptance of it. And so when we start to think of the environment as well, looking at that realistically as well in terms of what does that really look like, and not what we want a romanticized view of what it should look like. And so I think those are things, and how do we change cultures and behavior, and how do we create policy that will empower that, and how can we create policy that's going to be dynamic? I think that's part of the problem with the current structure of policy, is that it's not dynamic and it wasn't inclusive. And if you include those dynamics, that sounds like a good start.
I'd love to open it up for any comments or questions from the audience.
Alice, we have a question came through on chat.
Oh, good. And you're probably the only one who can see the chat, so feel free to.
I think it was from, if I get the name right, Lisa Buchanan, is that correct? Is she waving her hand, or is she remote?
I think she's remote. Yeah, most of our audience is remote.
All right, had a couple of questions. One of those was, does the Colorado River District represent ag interest? And they absolutely, positively do. It's a part of their mission to protect Western Colorado agriculture, absolutely. And we respect that, and we support that and participate in that. My point is that, again, they have a very eclectic constituency that they have responsibilities to. And there are times, although our agendas are very similar, that they're not exactly the same. And there will be times where we may feel that we need to represent our own interests, for example, in a respectful and productive way. So we want to give them all due credit, absolutely. The second part of that question was, how would ag view a percentage combination somehow or another? I think it kind of is going to what John may have been saying. And I think that in many cases, and it is almost instantaneous death at the coffee shop to speak for agriculture. So I don't want to speak for agriculture, but I think that many producers certainly understand that there's going to have to be some way to, in a broader context that we probably don't understand yet, to share somehow in a proportionate way. And whether that's in demand management kinds of things that John was talking about, whether they be temporary, compensated, and voluntary, but that there is a growing conversation, at least amongst many of the people that we've visited with, that in the interest of all agriculture and for the state of Colorado and the entire basin, is that yes, some rational, reasonable approach to ways to share in that obligation are going to have to be part of it. They're just, with a growingly scarce resource, it has to happen, and it is to our detriment if we don't recognize that now. So the answer, Lisa, is, I think whether we like it or not, the answer is yes.
So we just have about 2 or 3 more minutes. Any comments or questions from in this room?
I have a quick comment.
Sure, you're allowed.
Well, I wanted to just mention that I really enjoyed listening to Mark and Daniel and listening to the concerns of their constituency. And I particularly like the phrase that Daryl, I'm sorry, excuse me, that Daryl turned that stuck with me, which is I am honored that the river has allowed me to speak on its behalf. And I really like that phrase because for me, the river, I think for all of us, isn't just how much water is in it and how it can be divided up. It means something a lot more to Mark and the agricultural people that he represents. It means a whole lot more than that to Daryl. And it means more to the people that I represent as well. So I just want to say that's sort of what all of us are doing. We're all getting the opportunity to speak on behalf of the river. And so it is nice to have that opportunity.
Daryl, would you have any closing remarks? I don't think so. Okay. Mark, is there any, you think, short question on the chat that we could get to before we end?
Let me take a quick look. I think that was it.
Okay.
So thank you for having me.
Thank you guys so much. This has been really interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Mike Connor down. As I mentioned before, we're going to simulcast Mike Connor's talk to the Colorado River District. So it's nice to have this segue.
That Vilsack was awesome.
high sign. I think, are we connected now? All right. Greetings again to Grand Junction folks, to live stream folks, and folks here in the audience at University of Colorado. I'm Alice Madden, the director of the Getches Wilkinson Center. I have the honor of introducing Mike Connor, who has this lengthy, amazing bio, but I think the most important thing is to note he's a member of our advisory council, so I know he always mentions that first. His extensive career in water management, river restoration makes him, an expert and just a prolific legacy of work. He's currently a partner at Wilmer Hale, practices focus on natural resources, energy development, environmental compliance, and Native American law. He previously served as Deputy Secretary of Interior, addressing some of the most complex natural resources issues facing federal agencies across the nation. His reputation is well earned as an authority on water resources law and policy. He's really a trusted resource for legal advice, policy support regarding water law and uses and sustainable development, as well as tribal law. He's a member of the Taos Pueblo, and I'd just like to hand it over to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Alice. Always a pleasure to be here. Always a pleasure to be a guest of the Getches Wilkinson Center. I'm honored to be part of this talented group. I was just telling Alice that it was, I've been Zooming in and out for the past day and a half before I got here in person, and it's just been a tremendous conference and a lot of raw emotion, a lot of candid discussion about some very serious issues facing folks, a lot of scariness and a lot of, at times, appropriate levity. So it's been entertaining, informing, and I'm just an honor to be part of it. I am first of all, I'm a member of the advisory board. That's why I'm here. I guess that answers John Simon's question of who am I and why am I here. But I'm also an alumni, and I always take the opportunity because I'm quite well aware that I wouldn't have had any of the opportunities that Alice referenced were it not for my association with this institution, from the folks who taught me here to who got me educated, who instilled a passion for the issues that we're talking about. It all started right here, and then helped me along the way with the positions that I got. And I'm well aware, and so whatever modest contributions I'm requested to make on an annual basis, I'm happy to do so, given the career opportunities I've been presented with. Doing a little bit more elaboration on who am I and why am I here, I guess I would acknowledge that this presentation will be a little confusing because I couldn't figure out, as I was thinking what I wanted to say, whether I wanted to present as a former federal official with significant responsibilities over the Colorado River. And just for those, I also ran the Bureau of Reclamation for a while, so direct responsibility over the river for 5 years of my career. There's also the private attorney advocating for specific interests and clients, and that's given me a new perspective on the river and the issues. I could speak to you as a potential future federal official, and I will just reference that from the standpoint of acknowledging that I am the President's nominee to be the Assistant Secretary for Army for Civil Works, overseeing the Army Corps of Engineers. I am not confirmed. I don't presume confirmation. I hope for it. But I will make any comments about the Corps with that notion that fully acknowledging that I am not responsible for the Corps yet. And then finally, I could give you the perspective as a tribal member, not as a tribe that's within the Colorado River Basin, and not because I grew up on a reservation and understand the complexity of the issues and the depth of the experiences of the folks that you heard from yesterday. But because over the last 20 years, though, I have had the wonderful chance to be closely affiliated and educated with a lot of the leaders at Taos Pueblo who have done a great job and taken time to educate me about their perspective on their history with their government and the inequities that resulted from those interactions over time. So all that will be probably wrapped into one is the bottom line here, and I will give you a little bit of that in each and every aspect of my presentation. So, assuming I know how to operate something, I wanted to talk a little bit, give you a general perspective on the subject of the conference and some of my overarching views with respect to equity in the Colorado River Basin and how to sustainably manage a shrinking resource. And I was quite influenced, and you can tell, as usual, last minute preparations, I was influenced by last week participating in the Colorado River Symposium when one of the moderators, I think it was Ann, you were the moderator, and you've got overtaken by Jonathan Overpeck, who made a passionate plea for the need to address climate change. So that's going to be where I start off on the subject of equity and managing a shrinking resource. And before we get to sustainability, I think it's imperative that we stop the bleeding. And so it starts with climate change. If we want to sustainably manage a shrinking resource, we can start by trying to minimize the magnitude of the shrinking resource and minimize the chaos and the extreme events that result from that shrinking resource. And you heard this all from Brad. I will just give you some of the high notes that particularly influence me when I think about this as the priority with respect to the Colorado River Basin at this point in time. We have a current projection right now of, as Brad pointed out, based on the pledges that have been made as part of the International Accord, the Paris Accord, we are still on a path to a 2.7 degrees centigrade rise in temperature, global average temperature overall. Right now, we're at about, depending on which reports you read, 1 degree to 1.2 degrees Celsius. And look what we've got with respect to what we're dealing with today. As Brad pointed out, based on the study that USGS released in 2020, we have 11% reduction on average in Colorado River flows attributed to the rise in temperature. That equates, I think the rise in temperature in the basin itself is something like 1.4 degrees Celsius. So we're looking at a metric that's been defined as a 9% reduction in flows for every 1 degree centigrade increase that exists. So we're not at 11% reduction in holding. We're at 11% and going down. And based on what Brad presented earlier today, it seems like maybe those projections underestimate the reduction in flows. So that's startling issue number one that jumps out at me. Then there's chaos and the extreme events that exist. And, you know, the basin, I will acknowledge, is well positioned for extreme events, particularly on the main stem, because we've got a lot of storage capacity, particularly these days when we're at the 30-some% full of those reservoirs. But those extreme events have significant impacts on people and communities. We have had 3 1 in 1,000-year events just in 2021 across the globe. The events, once again, Brad references China, Germany, and our own United States, Central Tennessee. And I will just highlight real quickly that in Central Tennessee, we had 17 inches of rain in one day. Average annual precipitation across the upper Colorado River Basin, when I did a quick Google search, is something like 14 to 16 inches for the year. So 17 inches in one day. Throwing a new little metric at you, and I like to use this to just reference that once I was an engineer and understood these things, there's something called the Clausius-Clapeyron equation. And what that equation represents is that for every 1 degree increase, once again, Celsius increase, the atmosphere can hold 7% more moisture. So once again, we're not at 7% and holding there. We have an atmosphere that's going to absorb a lot more moisture if we stay on that same trajectory to 2.7 degrees Celsius increase. And that delta, 1.5 degrees Celsius, that will simply wreak havoc on our communities and people and the environment too. And I say that because it's exacerbated in the West, where we have the confluence of the combination of climate-driven events, of floods and wildfire, and you see what you get there is what happened this year in Glenwood Canyon on I-70. Anybody who's traversed it tried to do it at a certain point in time and got stopped, or did it like I did a couple weeks ago and took quite a while to get through the mess. So the increased capacity for debris flow, flash floods, landslides because of wildfire combined with extreme rainfall events are going to happen and perpetuates themselves in greater magnitude across the West if we don't control climate change. So bottom line is, somebody was quoted who had to live through that ordeal in Central Tennessee. Climate change has come barging through the doors of America. And we're experiencing and living that right now, and that's a theme that you've heard throughout this conference. So to me, that's issue number one that's got to be addressed, and I hope everybody heard me before, because I think I just heard the the audio either kick on or kick up. Second, I think an overarching view is that we have to define and build resilience if we're going to effectively manage the resource. Now, that's a statement that is self-evident. But what I wanted to do is delve a little deeper in the fact that it's not easy to define your strategies that will make up resilience. It's definitely easier said than done. It requires being able to understand and assess the risk. It requires the ability to develop feasible strategies. And when I say feasible, I mean technically feasible as well as socially feasible strategies. And it's going to take a competition for resources in this basin versus the other crisis situations that are happening across this country in particular on many different levels. And so it's not an easy task, particularly as I just alluded to, and as Brad and others have gone into more deeply, we have a foundation that's shifting beneath our feet, and is that we try and develop strategies and understand the risk. The risk is constantly changing in what we're having to deal with. And feasibility of strategies, we can talk about the inequities of the Colorado River Compact, the lack of strong foundation from just a scientific understanding of what this basin can yield. But from my perspective, starting all over and starting with let's renegotiate the compact is not a feasible strategy that's going to result in viable resiliency in this basin anytime in the near future. So we have to have those strategies that we can collaborate on, that we can get resources for, and that we can implement. And with respect to the competition for resources, I just want to point out that the Colorado River Basin in particular is one that's very integrated with the federal government. And so from that standpoint, it's great. The Department of the Interior will always be paying attention to the Colorado River Basin, and the delegation, congressional delegations will always be responsive to the issues in general to the basin. But there's a lot of other needs, and there's a lot of other basins, and there's a lot of other issues out there. So I do think it's just important for folks to recognize that we are hopefully embarking upon an era where there will be more resources. You've heard a lot about this during the conference with respect to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, with respect to the potential for a reconciliation bill, all of which will have significant resources, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But there will also be administration priorities and criteria in the allocation of that resources. And Congress is not looking at individual crisis areas and saying, I want this much for the Colorado River Basin, I want this much for the Columbia River Basin. They are allocating it to big pots of money to address different types of issues, and then it's going to be a mosh pit for folks trying to get access to those resources. And it's going to be a significant lift on the part of federal officials to really define strategies that can make the best use of those resources. And my final note about resiliency and the issues involved is it's getting more and more complex. The good news is there's a big, strong recognition of that already in place. You heard a presentation yesterday about the NGOs getting together, releasing their report on 10 strategies for climate resilience. That addresses needs and issues across the board with respect to the watershed. I call it, from my own perspective, everything from peaks to valleys to the ocean itself. That's where the whole strategy has to take place. And that involves a lot of different programs, a lot of different governments, and a lot of different resources from different pots. I would also note that a similar set of strategies were also proffered by a group of Colorado River water users around the same time. Front Range Water Council with the River District, with the Southwestern Water Conservation District, put out a letter requesting Congress to provide resources for a whole lot of different activities in the basin. And those all parroted testimony and a follow-up letter, Q&A responses by my friend John Ensminger, who has been called upon to be representing a lot of the needs that exist in the Colorado River Basin. So people are generally talking off the same page as to what it needs to be done in the basin. It involves conservation and reuse, infrastructure improvements, watershed restoration, improved natural storage, improved ag practices, and advanced water monitoring and forecasting. So everything from on-the-ground activities to traditional, to watershed restoration, dealing with environmental issues, to technology and what we need. I would also add that an additional strategy is water sharing arrangements. And from that standpoint, I'm just going to reflect my New Mexico roots. The Acequias had it right. At the end of the day, we need to share this resource. And that's really what's been going on. You can look at all the major significant agreements in this basin over the last 20 years. They all involve an element of water sharing. So that's going to be part and parcel of what needs to happen in the future. So the bottom line is that the strategies will be complicated and specific to each watershed, and the solutions, therefore, will have to be equally broad, and the resources will have to come to meet that need. Final big picture message I wanted to address, because it's in the title of the conference, and it's because it's something that we all care greatly about, is equity. It's fundamental in its need, but it's complicated in its application. Just as a threshold matter, getting back to the competition for resources, particularly from a federal perspective, you've all probably heard of the Justice 40 initiative. It's going to be a driving force for the allocation of federal resources, particularly when we talk about the issues we're dealing with in the Colorado River Basin and all the communities that are involved in those issues. There will be a need to demonstrate that 40% of the federal investments, 40% of the benefits flow to economically marginalized, disadvantaged communities. And so that's going to be an important aspect of the distribution of money. There was a policy memo, interim policy memo that was put out by the White House and OMB on July 20th that outlines basically all the details of who, what, and how. Who are those disadvantaged communities, how they're defined, what programs and types of investments are going to be looked at to meet that 40% figure and goal, and how those benefits will be calculated. And I think that's imperative for people putting together strategies, looking for collaborations to look at those factors as you think about how you want to access and make the case for federal resources. Couple other points on the equity front, and I think listening to Mark Harris just a little bit ago, I've seen this issue being raised in different contexts, and the federal government will not drive everything from an equity perspective. These are issues and values that are being addressed at every level of government, state, local, within communities themselves. And clearly an example of that is the discussion that has gone on within Colorado on the demand management program. And the Colorado Water Conservation Board and staff are dealing with that issue in every aspect of the discussions about the feasibility of a demand management program. It's integrated into each of the work groups and is a criteria that will be looked at. And quite frankly, what is viewed as equitable, particularly between the western slope of Colorado and the Front Range of Colorado, presents some very distinct and different views. And so I mentioned that not to stir the pot, but the reality is equity may be the key issue as to whether or not there's going to be a demand management program, whether it's going to be viewed as feasible at the end of the day, and whether people can, come together on what that program should look like and how it will be implemented. It's that serious of an issue. And then finally, in this basin, it would be a disservice to ever think about talking about equity if you don't talk about tribal issues. And obviously, yesterday there was some very compelling presentations regarding the issue of basic access to water, access for drinking water purposes, access to for hygiene and what that means, particularly this day and age. No discount at all on that issue. I do view that issue primarily as a responsibility of the federal government, whether it's treaty responsibilities, federal trust obligations, and I think that's recognized at the federal level. If you look at all the budgets, the proposal from the jobs plan to the legislation that's reflected in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and other pieces of legislation that are included in the reconciliation bill, at least the House draft version, there's a willingness on the federal government to invest unprecedented levels of resources into the issue of basic access. But that's not the issue du jour from my perspective with respect to the Colorado River Basin and what it means for dealing with resiliency and long-term. The issue is really what's going to happen with tribal rights. How are they going to be accounted for in the process? And how are they going to be, tribes going to be brought into the solutions with respect to the issues that are raised in the negotiations surrounding the interim guidelines or the companion issues that need to be addressed just to move forward with a sustainable plan for 2027 and beyond, whether it's 25, 50 years, whatever it is. And you heard John Echohawk start the conference yesterday with recognizing the importance that tribes played, the role that they played in the ability to come up with a drought contingency plan and providing the resources that they have through recognized, adjudicated, or settled rights to be part of the solution set. So I'm going to respectfully suggest, easy for me, since I don't anticipate being a part of the Interior Department, that it's going to be a key strategy for basin-wide resilience. And people need to think differently about tribal rights if they're going to be not only addressing the need for equity and tribes participation, but getting the value of tribes participation in a basin-wide set of solutions. And what I mean by that is there was an interesting discussion in the symposium last week talking about intentionally created surplus system conservation. And in that discussion, people turned to tribes. And I appreciate the fact that the idea was we need to include tribes in ICS programs. They've been participating in system conservation on some extent. But then the discussion turned into the idea, what I call conserve consumptive use, as it's defined in the drought contingency documents. And it's applying that same standard to tribes that's applied elsewhere, which is demonstrate the consumptive use that you're no longer causing through your conservation efforts before we'll recognize value. Tribal rights are not dependent upon use. They're reserve rights. And my respectful suggestion to folks in the basin is you need to figure out a way to provide tribes value for the rights that they have. If you want them to forego the use of those rights, which they are entitled to, which they have a right to, which they have a need for their communities. But the reality is that the use and exercise of those rights poses a great risk to a basin with a declining resource. And so I think from an equity perspective, our thinking caps collectively need to be put on and figure out a way to bring tribes into that discussion, to put proposals that incentivize them to think about how they might want to also serve their communities, but also participate in basin-wide solutions. So I wanted to end up with talking about, since it's in the title of my talk, infrastructure. But you heard from a great panel yesterday representing Indian Health Service, Reclamation, EPA, and I think NRCS, and then you heard more about the Department of Agriculture yesterday from the man in charge, and what a great presentation that was. So I thought about what could I bring to the table about talking about other federal agencies. Well, the U.S. Forest Service is going to have a role, BLM have a role, NOAA, when we're talking about monitoring, forecasting, has a role. But what the heck, I figured U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Maybe I should be thinking about that entity and what role it could play with respect to the Colorado River Basin. And I don't see Dave Palumbo here, but Dave is back there. So Dave is a good, close personal friend. I had to laugh yesterday as he was talking about collaboration and going on with the agencies involved. And he rattled off a whole bunch of agencies, and then he caught himself and he said, and the Army Corps of Engineers. My theory is that the Army Corps of Engineers can play a greater role and should be playing a bigger role. And I say that not because the Army Corps of Engineers needs more responsibility across the nation with respect to the water resources. If anything I've learned over the past several months in talking to a lot of folks on Capitol Hill, particularly U.S. senators in charge of the confirmation that I hope happens soon, is that they would prefer that I spend my time on the coast, in the Gulf of Mexico, in the upper Mississippi River Basin, maybe a few in California with respect to coastal issues. I haven't heard a lot about the Colorado River Basin, although I will mention one U.S. senator who has made a point of that. So the Army Corps of Engineers, I think, given that broad array of resilience strategies that have been put out, does have a role that it can play. Its basic responsibilities include developing and maintaining navigable waterways and harbors, managing flood risk across the country, engaging in aquatic ecosystem restoration, constructing environmental infrastructure, and of course, the Corps has its regulatory programs, which everybody has to go through if they want to do anything that touches a wetland, crosses a waterway, et cetera. That is a very important part of the Corps' function. I would argue three of these major primary responsibilities apply in the Colorado River Basin, those being flood risk and the way you can deal with managing flood risk and the way you can deal with natural and nature-based infrastructure to manage flood risk and maybe add to water supply, maybe address water quality issues at the same point in time. The development of environmental infrastructure, of course, and aquatic ecosystem restoration. Now, everybody thinks about the Corps as this huge mammoth organization and does big projects that take years to develop feasibility reports for, then takes years to get those reports authorized and those projects authorized through Congress, and that is true. But the Corps has significant discretion also with respect to what are called continuing authority programs that allow for planning, designing, and constructing projects in a number of different categories: sediment management, small flood control projects, aquatic ecosystem restorations, and modifying projects to improve the environment. Very broad authority and programs and projects that typically can be developed for $10 million type of projects and implemented without having to go through that full assessment and congressional authorization project. My goal, if I'm confirmed ever, is that this discretion gets exercised in a way that's fast and with the urgency that's necessary to meet the issues of the day. Just to give you scale, traditionally, I think these projects have not been funded by the administration's budgets. Congress has been increasingly adding to these projects to the point where I think they're appropriating $40 to $50 million a year to carry out these projects. There's also something called the Tribal Partnership Program, which allows for projects similar broad discretion, which there needs to be good partnership with tribes in implementing and moving forward with those projects. And there's an environmental infrastructure program. And this is, once again, broad authority that the Corps has to provide environmental assistance, wastewater treatment and related facilities, water supply and related facilities, environmental restoration, and surface water protection. And Senator Kelly from Arizona has had a laser-like focus about how the programs and the environmental infrastructure aspect of the Corps' mission can be used in Arizona, and has been a big advocate for providing more resources and more authority for the Corps to move forward. And these programs are typically at a 65 to 75% federal cost share. Very quickly, I would just add that the bipartisan infrastructure bill is a game changer. The Corps is an $8 billion per year agency, and the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that's the IIJA, would provide $17.1 billion for these array of activities, including with respect to those continuing authority programs. I think something in the neighborhood of $495 million to carry out those programs, $200 million for the environmental assistance programs, $1.9 billion for aquatic ecosystem restoration. There's a lot of good that can be done with those type of resources that I think would positively add to at least a role that the Corps could play with respect to that broad set of resilience strategies. Equity, the benefit of running the Corps or being responsible is that you don't have to come up with equity programs from the scratch. There's been a strong bipartisan support, particularly over the last couple of years, whether it's the 2020 Water Resources Development Act or the bipartisan infrastructure bill that gives direction to the Corps to not just deal with equity by minimizing the impacts that the Corps has had to marginalized communities, but to actively seek to expand the Corps' role in providing benefits to those marginalized communities. So there's an array of new programs in those bills that require pilot programs, 10 projects that the Corps is required to do to implement these CAP authorities in marginalized communities to benefit marginalized communities at 100% full federal expense. So there's also a second program to study and develop feasibility and assess the feasibility of projects that will benefit these communities, particularly from a flood control standpoint, at full federal expense. A lot of strong direction to implement programs in a way they haven't been before, and to assess cost benefits in a different way that looks upon the social environmental benefits as opposed to just traditional economics involved. So that's my case for the Corps being part of the menu in the suite of options available when people start thinking about strategies. And while I ended up with equity with respect to the direction given to the Corps of Engineers, I wanted to conclude my talk with talking about equity from a personal standpoint. This painting, I don't know, anybody who's been to the Glen Canyon Visitor Center has seen this painting. It always struck me, it always appealed to me very strongly the first time I saw it. And then when I went back as commissioner, it was commissioned by the Bureau of Reclamation. And Norman Rockwell, apparently when he was commissioned and he was presented with, this is what we want you to paint, he said, I don't paint, landscapes, I paint people. And so that's when the Navajo family was added to this picture. But nobody really knows what the perspective was. I couldn't find that in anything that I've seen. I always viewed it as a little sad and wistful when I saw this painting. And I would note, in addition to the impact it had on me, there's a funny little story that when I went to Glen Canyon Dam as commissioner, I made the comment that how much I would like to have that picture hanging in the commissioner's office. Apparently, this story in itself demonstrates the power of the commissioner, as about 3 days later after I got back to the office, my chief of staff asked for a quiet meeting with me and closed the door and said, we can't give you that painting. that I was just kidding. But it was clearly a delicate situation that needed to be addressed. I think the bottom line to me is this training represents progress, has winners and losers. And we should always be cognizant of that. And so as I potentially embark upon a new position at the federal level, I always think about the position and the history of the entity. And I certainly did that with the Bureau of Reclamation. And I'm doing that right now with the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm going like 5 minutes over. I hope that's okay. So there's a couple of excerpts that I read way back when I was going to assume responsibility for the Bureau of Reclamation, and then one I recently read with respect to the Army Corps of Engineers. The first one won't surprise you, out of Cadillac Desert. To some conservationists, the Colorado River is the preeminent symbol of everything mankind has done wrong, a harbinger of a squalid and deserved fate. To its preeminent impounder, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, it is the perfection of an ideal. I don't think Mark Reisner agreed with that perspective, but as the pages went on and on. With respect to the Corps of Engineers, there's an excerpt from a book called The Good Rain by Tim Egan, who's an author and a periodic contributor to the New York Times. The Columbia River may have been shaped by God, or glaciers, or the remnants of the inland sea, or gravity, or a combination of all, but the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, those orthodontists of nature, controls it now. So clearly, there's a certain perspective about these agencies, and just as clearly, the landscape has changed as to how those agencies operate, for the most part. But we know it's a heavy legacy. If you go on to read Cadillac Desert, there is a very disturbing section on the Army Corps of Engineers and the Pick-Sloan Act and the impact on certain tribal communities in the Missouri River Basin. Charles Wilkinson, I hope Charles is listening somewhere, documented this very well in the development of the Navajo Reservoir and the communities of Los Pinos, Los Arboles, a couple other Rosa, communities that were lost. And maybe that was necessary in the era of progress, but certainly the inequity with which those communities and those people were dealt with is almost unforgivable. And so it's something that I think a lot about. And I guess the value of being old and having had the experiences that I have is I'm very cognizant that while things have changed, memories are long. And I've been in enough meetings with tribal leaders, with other community leaders who have been tread upon by the federal government in the past to understand that you need to demonstrate to these folks that things have changed by not only how you interact with them, but what you do when you leave the room. So I think the greatest value of the confirmation process, and I say this sincerely, is that it does give you sufficient time to think about the position that you're going to take over. It does give you sufficient time to feel the wrath of those who dislike the entity that you will soon become responsible for. And it gives you time to absorb the expectations of those who want you to better channel the resources and capabilities of that entity. And so I accept the former, and I look forward to working with all of you on the latter. Thank you.
I just want to say goodbye to our friends in Grand Junction. What a successful bridge across the divide we had today. Really fitting to be able to close it with Mike Connor. Thank you so much. And folks, we're going to take a short break and come back in and get started again in about 10 or 15, why don't we just say 10 minutes? Great afternoon ahead of us.
are you going to set this up so people?
We're in the home stretch now.
How are you doing?
All right, everybody, if we can wrangle folks in from the break room, have a seat. Really been looking forward. This has just been an amazing couple of days. And I think this panel, we have a chance to have a really broad, in-depth conversation about what's next. Like, okay, we've heard what's going on, and what are we going to do about it? So we came up with the title, Time to Get Real, because I, as a former politician, I often say, we do know what to do, we're just lacking the political will. So how do we get this in motion? And I get to hand this off to John Fleck, who's going to moderate this amazing crew of folks. We have 4 people in person, and 2 will be joining us via Zoom. But John's a writer in residence at the Uton Center at the University of New Mexico School of Law and a faculty member of UNM's Department of Economics. He's the author with Eric Kuhn of the book, Science Be Damned, How Ignoring Inconvenient Science Drained the Colorado River. Indeed, published in 2019 by the University of Arizona Press. Thank you, John, for wrangling this amazing panel, and I'm looking forward to this conversation, and I know you guys are going to solve all of our problems, so way to go.
Thanks much, Alice, and thank you all for sticking it out to the end. I am delighted to be at this conference again. I'm delighted to be meeting my Colorado River friends in person. This is the, I think, first in-person large-scale gathering of this community in more than a year and a half. And I also was just realizing that it's the first time since March of 2020 that I've actually had to tuck in my shirt. So there's that. But the first time I came here to this conference was in 2010. And I'm particularly happy to be sharing the sort of panel wrangling responsibilities with Doug Kenney, because in 2010, Doug Kenney made what I thought at the time was a really important speech, gave a really important talk at the Colorado River Water Users Association. And it was the first really large-scale setting for discussion in recent decades of what we've now come to call a structural deficit. And Doug got up and pointed out that if the upper basin continues to release the water at the level it was releasing it, that Lake Mead would just continue to decline. This is a thing that we've come to call the structural deficit. Doug's talk did not go over well. I think it's fair to say it was not warmly received And then quite literally 3 days after that talk on December 16th, 2010, it started raining. And those of you who work on Colorado River Basin will remember that 2011 was an extraordinarily wet year. The reservoirs came up and all sort of momentum for working on these problems stopped. So I think we need to call that the Doug Kenny pluvial. And thank you, Doug, for providing us with all that water. We seem to be back in a similar situation now, but I think things are far more dire. And I was looking back over the weekend to get ready for this panel, and was reminded that we had a very similar panel at this same conference in 2019 with I think everyone on the stage here was part of the same panel, and we talked about a lot of these same issues. And in the 2 years since, the combined storage of Lake Mead and Lake Powell has dropped by 7.5 million acre feet. The title that Alice and the panel organizers came up with, I think, is really appropriate, Time to Get Real. And it was not time to get real with a question mark. It was time to get real. And so I'd like to start by giving each of the panelists a few minutes to talk about what they think time to get real means. You have all their biographies. I think Colorado River folks know all these people. We'll start with my friend Catherine Sorensen, formerly Phoenix Water, now an academic like us at Arizona State University. Catherine.
Hi, thank you so much for including the Kyle Center for Water Policy. I'm really thrilled to be here. Yeah, what does getting real in the Colorado River Basin mean? So many things that it's hard to even begin. But I chose 3 in particular. And first, and I want to say this with humility and respect, but all of us, we all need to get off our high horses. Me, you, everyone online, everyone in the Colorado River Basin. The idea that the way that you use water is more righteous or more justified than the way other people use water is not helpful. The idea that you know how to allocate the water and the other people don't, it's not helpful. And it pushes us into camps at a time when collaboration is of utmost importance. So that's number one. Second, it means that while it is compelling to talk about closing the gate, that also is not helpful. We have a really long history here in the West of people moving here and then turning around and saying, well, no one else should. And really, unless you are a Native American, you don't hold that high ground. And there are 9 billion people on this planet, I think. Our cities are going to grow. And I think personally, our time is better spent focusing on making sure that whoever lives in this basin, whether their family has lived here from time immemorial or they moved here yesterday, has access, equitable access to safe, clean drinking water and the safe removal of wastewater and sewer services. Third, it means that the basin is drying, it's aridifying. The lower basin is using too much water. We need to cut water use in the lower basin very significantly. Like Senator Sinema, I'm not going to give you a number. We Arizonans, we are a difficult bunch. If you're not convinced of that, I'm happy to convince you further. The number is higher. The amount of water that the lower basin needs to cut on a permanent and sustained basis is more than 500,000 acre feet. And just politically, I don't know how we get to 3 million. I don't. That being said, if we have another year or two of terrible runoff, we just may not have a choice. But I want to end on a note of optimism, though there is little to be found in this basin. I want people to have a little faith, because solving for water scarcity is really, really difficult. And I don't want to minimize that, and I don't want to minimize the challenges that are before us, because they're huge. But still, it is technologically easier and cheaper than solving for flooding and seawater intrusion. So we got that going for us. Thank you.
Eric Kuhn. You all know him.
Well, thank you. Yeah. It's been a long time we've been having these conferences, hasn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Getting real, I was going to think about, 40 years on the river. And I'll start with something that's related to the book John and I wrote, which is we have a compact which is the legal and political cornerstone of the basin's, not just law of the river, but our understandings, our expectations, and the infrastructure that we have in place. That was based on an understanding by the commissioners, by the negotiators, that this river system, lower basin and upper basin, not at Lee Ferry, was a 20 million acre foot river. Today we have 13 million acre feet. That's based on the last 20 years. I'm adding a little bit of tributary, lower basin tributary flow to the number you saw from Brad this morning. In 20 years from now, the science is pointing toward maybe a 12 million acre foot river. In 40 or 50 years, that'd be 11. So this is no longer a stationary system. The people that wrote the law of the river and that designed the projects that make up this basin always assumed we had a highly variable but stationary system. Today we have a highly variable but non-stationary system. So we're going to have to get real with that. Now, one more thing is, under these cornerstone agreements, the upper basin has some obligations at Lee Ferry. I always go back when I'm talking to people about, the question is, what's the upper basin's entitlement? I say, well, this isn't my answer. Let me go to what Clifford Stone, who was Colorado's compact negotiator for the Upper Basin Compact, first CWCB director, around for many years, chairman of the committee of 14. His efforts really led to the ratification for the treaty, along with some folks in Arizona. But Stone basically said our apportionment in the upper basin, or the amount of water we have, our entitlement is the amount of water left over after we've met our obligations, plural, at Lee Ferry. Now, using that rule, that's not mine, I have come up with a very simple rule of nines. Subtract 9 from the estimated natural flow of the river, and you don't need CRSS. So in the days when we thought there was 15 million acre feet, subtract 9, there was 6. Well, that was the last hydrologic determination that used a record up through 2002, said we have 6 million acre feet. Most of the upper basin states still give that number some credits. If you say there's 12 and a half at Lee Ferry, approximate, and you subtract 9, there's 3.5. That's less than what we're using, but we're surviving because we're drawing down Lake Powell. That can't happen forever. Now let me go to the next step. Let's say there's 11 and a half in 20 or 30 years. Subtract 9 and you get 2.5. Well, 2.5 is about what the upper basin is using with its pre-compact rights that can't be impaired by the compact. So all of our post-compact uses would have to be, in effect, curtailed, and we would only have pre-compact uses. My view is that cannot happen. And I gave away a little bit of how to get real this morning when I asked Terry Fulp, when are we going to get real about dealing with the flows at Lee Ferry, the releases from, and 99% of the flows at Lee Ferry are from releases from Glen Canyon Dam. So we are going to have to get real about those releases from Glen Canyon Dam. And we can pretend they don't have compact issues. I hope we do, because we need to be creative and figure a way around them without being constrained by the compact. But that's something we have to do. We have to really get real about how much water is going down that, what Jack Schmidt calls the big ditch in the Grand Canyon.
Thanks, Eric. I'd like to go next to John D'Antonio, who is my representative in this mess. So John, thanks for doing the work on behalf of the state of New Mexico State Engineer. John.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, everybody. So I've got some prepared comments and I want to get right into them. So going back to 1922, the 7 states agreed to the terms of the compacts on the basis that it represented a fair apportionment of the resources. And that protected rights for each of the signatory states. And for decades now, the states have worked cooperatively with each other, with partners and stakeholders to manage the system within the confines of the law of the river. Any future decision-making process should consider not only science, but also legal policy aspects. And I am confident that all 7 basin states will strive to employ a fact-based approach that takes into account the law of the river and the respective laws and policies. I know it seems like that timeline's been accelerated significantly based on the recent drought. But looking back, it seems like the focus has been on upper basin capping its uses in an amount far below the 7.5 million acre feet secured in the 22 compact. And that essentially allowing the lower basin to meet its full demands. And water users in the upper basin states, including my state, New Mexico, we've been historically shorted the past decades, while the lower basin has consumed above and beyond the 22 compact amounts, if you include all the tributary uses. So in addition, in recent years, reclamations, they've released 9 million acre feet a year from Powell, far above the amount needed by the compact. And an equitable critique really needs to look at the entire basin holistically and not just Lake Powell and upstream. So I know the tendency is to be doom and gloom. I think from my perspective, we need a plan for mid 2026, obviously to replace the 2007 interim guidelines. And we need a realistic project plan to get a record of decision. When you look at NEPA and the record of decision, we have to be, they have to be scientifically based, and it takes time to develop that sound science. I know it seems like we're in a rush because of conditions as they are now, but we have climate models, and which traces do we use? There's really not a justification scientifically for only using the lower traces. So we need to look at extreme precipitation as well, and that gives us a higher median over long term. And I don't think that's not getting real. I think we still have to look at a record over a period of time. Threatening an 11 million acre feet will be used. That will leave future upper basin developments probably high and dry. And when I look at this on a long-term medium, 13.5 million acre feet, 14 million acre feet is a little bit more realistic. And yeah, I get it. It's not there right now, but it could be there. The upper basin, we've been taking shortages for years, as I mentioned before, and the impact being taken, the drought impacts are really small in comparison. So upper basin needs to do much better. I think we need to articulate and show the lower basin what our shortages have been. And the answers don't lie in the upper basin just because we haven't developed our full apportionment. So can we shift our focus from upper basin demands to upper basin shortages? And I think the real key is productive discussion on shortage sharing. And we're talking about real shortages. We deal with shortages in New Mexico all the time. I mean, on the San Juan Basin, 40% shortages. In the other river basins, we're continually meeting with stakeholders, and within the prior appropriation system, we're sharing shortages. I just want that discussion to be real, and just remember that the intent of the CRISP Act really was to allow development of upper basin to their full apportionment. One more one more item in the upshot. So I want to just close my comments right now by saying, we did a SWOT analysis, the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat analysis concerning the post-26 Colorado River operations negotiations. And the idea still is to build trust with partners. We still have to do a much better job educating the lower basin on upper basin issues like shortages, topography, hydrology, modeling inaccuracies. And we have to increase our upper basin knowledge also by learning more and more about the partners' issues and positions. We need to build on meetings between the 7 states and representatives, especially the tribes and NGOs. It's so important to have in our discussions, and we're starting to do that to improve those relationships, and also to improve confidence among stakeholders by ensuring consistency amongst the upper basin states on the technical products and the tools that we're using in order to be able to actually manage shortages and look at how we're doing that. We need to increase and improve upper basin internal communications at all levels, which we're trying to do now. We've got to work on our relationships with the Bureau of Reclamation, continued engagement with the Upper Colorado Region technical team. There's a lot of deficiencies in the CRSS models, and we've had some really good discussions with the Bureau and DOI lately, which I think we're all excited about getting to the technical issues and tools that we need. And obviously, we need to wrap up the consumptive use study as soon as possible. And just again, I know the time is of the essence, but we need to incorporate major upper basin activities into the lower basin states timeline so that we can really create a realistic 7 states timeline in which to get a lot of these things done. And I'll stop there, John. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, John. Jay Weiner.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. And I'm very pleased to be able to be here today. Most of my work in the Colorado River Basin is done on behalf of the Kutztoh Indian Tribe, and it is my honor and privilege to be able to represent them. But I do want to make clear that the opinions I express today are my own and should not be either attributed to or necessarily blamed on my client. When it comes to getting real in this basin, one of the fundamental things that has to get recognized is that tribes have been sharing shortages. Tribes have been bearing the brunt of shortages since the beginning of white settlement of the West. And that ultimately what we have in this basin is clearly a water supply problem, and the imperatives that the hydrology demands, and I think Brad did a tremendous job scaring the pants off people this morning, is that the basin needs to use less water. It absolutely cannot survive on the hydrologic budget that it wants to have. It has to deal with the hydrologic budget it has. But the fundamental tension that exists there coming out of Indian country is that tribes need to be able to develop their water rights. And when I talk about that, I'm really not even talking about access to clean drinking water, because that is such a fundamental and basic human need that it is an embarrassment that the United States in 2021 has populations on reservations that are hauling water. It's offensive, and that is an absolute bare minimum that needs to be done. But that, to my mind, is not about the development and utilization of tribal water rights for the benefit of tribes and tribal economies. And currently, the rules of the road are such that if tribes want to be able to benefit from their water resources, either on reservation or by participating in basin programs like ICS and DCP, it's a consumptive use, which means that the incentive that tribes have to be able to fully utilize and benefit from their water right is to develop. And frankly, it is to develop the most water-intensive projects that they can, probably as cheaply as can because of resource constraints. So alfalfa is a great investment. And that is fundamentally in tension with where the basin needs to go as a whole. Now, what that leads to, therefore, is the logical solution to that is putting some meaningful effort and focus onto a set of flexible tools that not just allow tribes to play by the rules of the road as the basin currently envisions them. And I will say that, I mean, there's a lot of talk about law of the river. I know Terry talked this morning about not wanting to go back and rebuild the compact from the ground up. But frankly, from my perspective, watching the basin and looking back over a century of history, the law of the river is whatever 6 or 7 basin states agree that it should be. And so the notion that somehow we are constrained in meaningful ways by the law of the river, I think is in some ways a convenient fiction for people who like the status quo, to tell people who want to change the status quo to be quiet and go back into a corner. And so when it comes to that, there are really, I think there's a lot of room to look at creative ways to allow tribes to benefit from their water resources that don't necessarily add additional consumptive burdens to the system that can't sustain. Certainly, my client, the Kitsan tribe, has a forbearance agreement with Metropolitan Water. Metropolitan Water has paid the Kitsan tribe not to develop a portion of our water rights, and if we don't use them, they flow to MWD and the tribe gets paid. And it has been in the tribe's financial interest looking at what the tribe can do with the MWD money versus what it can do on the reservation with that portion of its water rights. That it has, in the 15 years that that deal has been in place, left the full amount of water that MWD wanted to have access to in stream every year. And we were at the Water Education Forum Symposium last week, which was also a terrific conference, and Ted Cook was kind of throwing up his hands going, we don't know what to do in Arizona with undeveloped tribal water rights. And the answer to the question is not that hard. It really isn't. And the basin needs to simply grasp that reality.
Thanks, Jay. John Ensminger.
Thanks. Well, you mentioned that a lot of us were on this exact same panel, I think in June of 2019. And in my summation, I guess, at that panel, I took issue with the fact that earlier speakers had talked about the need for everyone to win, whereas I think the paradigm going forward is the need for everyone to lose. So that's as good a place as any for me to pick up from June of 2019, because I don't think things have gotten any better in that regard. We're talking about getting real. And I think the most fundamental thing we have to agree upon is a worst case scenario to plan towards. I'm not opposed to planning for a future range of possible hydrologies, but the difficult political decision is going to be what can we all agree to plan for as a worst case scenario. And I personally am a believer in Brad Udall and Professor Overbeck and look at theirs as probably the best available science in terms of helping to define what that worst case scenario should be. So I do think we should be coming up with a 7-state plus Mexico plan to live within 11 million acre feet if that is in fact the long-term average that comes about. And I don't think that's even the absolute worst case scenario. I just think that's probably the politically worst case scenario that maybe you can agree to have a plan to getting towards. So if it winds up not being that number, okay, I'll plan to whatever number, we can all agree to. But I think to have a resilient river system towards mid-century, the most fundamental thing we have to do is agree on the worst case scenario to plan to. And I would tell you, just for the Southern Nevada Water Authority, we do a 50-year resource plan every year. When we release our 50-year resource plan in January, our climate change scenario will be 11 million acre feet. The second thing I think we need to do to get real is recognize that, yes, the lower basin needs to solve the structural deficit. And I made the case in 2019 that I thought that 07 guideline shortages plus DCP reductions equal about 1.3 million acre feet in reduction of lower basin uses. And that essentially solves the structural deficit if your definition of the structural deficit is the lower basin plus Mexico living within 8.23, which may not be an acceptable definition of solving the structural deficit anymore, because I believe you may need to be solving to 7.48 or 7, or maybe a different number. But the flip side of solving the structural deficit is a recognition that any new use is putting stress on the other side of the equation. If the goal is to get the basin to equilibrium, where our uses are taking out of the river what we can reasonably expect the river to deal us over the next several decades, then reducing overuse while increasing new uses isn't going to get you to that new equilibrium. So those are my two get reals. Recognize new uses would exacerbate the situation and plan to a worst case scenario.
Thanks. Doug.
All right. When you go last in a group like this, you you have your notes about what you're going to say, and by the time it's your turn, you've scratched out 90% of it because it's been talked about. So I'm going to adjust a little on the fly here, and talk about two things that to me fall into the category of getting real. The first is this idea of getting real about what the problem is. And when I first started here 25 years ago, everyone who talked to me said the problem is California was using more than 4.4 million acre feet. If we could just get California down to 4.4 million acre feet, all would be well in the world. And we got California down to 4.4 million acre feet and barely noticed the difference in terms of the declines in reservoirs and the problems with the broken water budget. So I mean, that was had to be done. It was a great accomplishment. Did not solve the problem. It was not the problem. For the last 10 years or so, most people who have expressed an opinion about what the problem is have basically talked about the structural deficit. This idea that the lower basin collectively is using more than 7.5 million acre feet. And it strikes me as very similar to the issue with California. It's talking about overuse in the lower basin. And again, that's a problem and it needs to be dealt with. And it's a problem that we've made great progress in dealing with. The DCP process got us rules that, at least under low reservoir conditions, does a pretty decent job of getting us to dealing with the structural deficit. And so there is some progress there. But again, it's not solving the problem. The problem, from my standpoint, and I've felt this way since I was a graduate student working on this stuff, the problem is what Eric was talking about was this idea that as long as people cling to this idea that the upper basin is going to send 7.5 million acre feet downstream every year, or somewhere in that ballpark for the lower basin to use, plus the Mexican obligation on top of it is more senior still. As long as you conceptually hold on to that, the upper basin is getting squeezed every decade as the average flow of this river drops. And John, you mentioned this talk I gave in 2010, which the guy from NPR, remember, called it the worst received talk he'd ever heard in his life. And he was correct. It was not well received. But I talked a lot about this squeeze. I called it the upper basin climate change squeeze, which in retrospect was a horrible term. I'm liking Eric's, what's your rule of 9? Is that what you? It's so much better. But this squeeze, the thing about this squeeze is it's been going on for, this existed before I was born. Back in the era of black and white TVs and leaded gasoline and when most Americans still believed the earth was round, way back, even then the reports was that the upper basin's apportionment had been squeezed from 7.5 to 6 because of the compacts, Rule of 9. And Eric and John wrote a great book about this. And it just gets worse and worse. And as Eric said, if you want to talk about 11 acre foot rule and don't address this interpretation of Article 3D, then you're talking about 2 million acre feet left for the upper basin. And that's just, and that speaks to this theme of this conference about equity. I mean, there is no possible way the people in this basin, the people in the upper basin, I should say, we're going to sit back and view as equitable, getting squeezed all the way down to a number like 2 million acre feet. I mean, the upper basin was using a little more than 2 million acre feet 100 years ago. I mean, it's try to put these numbers in perspective. Getting real to me means talking about that issue and addressing that issue and very directly in rules that say, we got to spread this risk of climate shortages, and it's not a risk anymore. I mean, the train has left the station. We got to spread this risk across both basins in a way that looks equitable. And I will, and that's Article 3D is this one that talks about releases downstream. And I've always viewed that as a cancer on the compact and a cancer on the government's regime of this basin. And it's a cancer that we diagnosed decades ago and have decided not to do anything about. So getting real means dealing with that now. So that's the main point I want to make, and Eric did it more eloquently than I did. The other point I want to make This also is going to be very poorly received, John. I'll just tell you that right now. The other point I want to make is there's been this, I want to say gentleman's agreement. I don't know if that's the proper politically correct term anymore. General persons agreement for many decades in this basin, that the principals would negotiate solutions to these problems and not litigate them. And there are a lot of reasons to not want to litigate these issues. Even before I started here at the center, I was involved in some interstate litigation back in the southeastern US. We're going back like 30 years, and that's still not really resolved. I mean, interstate litigation doesn't work very well. We have the experience with Arizona v. California, which was a bit of a dumpster fire, I think, and I helped organize a conference to talk about that. So I'm not a big fan of interstate litigation, and no one should leave here today saying, oh, Doug's saying that the only way to solve this squeeze or this rule of 9 is interstate litigation. I'm just saying that we haven't made any real progress on that issue through negotiation in decades. And that's really not surprising. It's tough to negotiate solutions. It's tough to negotiate a shrinking pie. I mean, it's just not negotiation is not a tool that's very well suited for dealing with a shrinking pie or shrinking resource. And that's the situation we've been in. So while I'm convinced that if we try to solve this through litigation, it'll probably be, I'll use my favorite new word, it'll probably be a dumpster fire. That's a word I've learned from the lawyer colleagues over the years here. What we're doing in terms of really pushing this issue back behind other issues, back behind structural deficit, back behind California using more than 4.4, by pushing this interbasin inequity issue continuously back, that to me is a dumpster fire. And it's a dumpster fire that's already underway. I could see the flames, I could see the black smoke coming up. I mean, so I no longer accept this thinking that the dumpster fire that you currently have is better than the dumpster fire you might have in the future, and that's my way of saying I'm not currently convinced that litigation is any worse of an option than what we've been doing. Now, again, this isn't an argument for litigation. This is an argument that we got to get real with this issue or this is going to blow up, and getting real to mean some sort of big deal. Some of us use the term grand bargain that deals with this issue. But if we're not going to get there, and I would like to see this done in this current phase of negotiations, because I just don't think we can wait anymore. So that to me is getting real, dealing with this inequity, this inherent inequity. And I got to say thank you to Alice, because while I didn't plan this conference, I did urge her long ago, please put the word equity in the title of this conference, because I think that's what all these issues are coming down to at this point. People have to agree on what's an equitable solution, because the road we're on is not equitable. And so that to me is getting real, and I think I should probably stop there. I should stop there. And I'm not going to be a real panelist at this point. I'm going to run around to help John moderate.
So I would like to, we're going to do a little bit of a conversation here and then we'll go to audience questions. I would like to drill down on what I heard. I think it was a significant difference between what the two Johns said, John Ensminger and John D'Antonio. And by way of background for the audience, there's a behind the scenes discussion now about what sort of planning scenarios we should be looking at and what sort of hydrologies we should model for. And John D., I heard you say, I think that perhaps a 13 million acre foot river might be appropriate. John Ensminger, I think I heard you say that while that might be worth having a plan in place for, that we need to also have a plan in place for what if we get to the Udall Overpeck 11 million acre foot river. And so I'd like to go to John D'Antonio first and say, what's your response to that, to John Ensminger's argument that we really need to be planning for some pretty dire scenarios and know what our river management operations will look like under those scenarios?
Well, I think planning is planning. There's been a lot of projects that have been on the drawing board in the Upper Basin, and some that are getting ready to move forward. And I think what we shouldn't do is preclude development of water resources in respective states based on some really low numbers, because it's still going to come back to sharing shortages. And I like what Doug said in the equity piece here. What is equitable for the upper basin to allow some continued development, and understanding that if we do get into the hydrology that's lower, I'm a water manager. I've been a water manager for a couple of decades, and we have to get the right number associated with shortages that the lower basin and the upper basin are suffering, or even within our respective states. So the thing is about administration. We get into the DCPs and how we manage shortages. We still have, it's incumbent upon the upper basin states, because we have water managers, that we don't have the DOI secretary as our water master in the upper basin states. We're responsible for managing those shortages. But I want it to be on a fair playing field. So if we develop projects thinking that there's going to be enough water to fulfill those projects, we might be surprised that in some years we actually do have that water. But on a year-to-year basis, it's incumbent upon the water managers to manage as best we can. We have water banking systems we're trying to establish. We have 75. The one good thing with respect to the states in the West, 75 to 80% of the water use is in agriculture. We can do short-term transfers to municipal, maybe higher economic value uses on a short-term basis by making sure our systems in our individual states work. So I think what I don't want to see is the preclusion of upper basin being able to develop future projects, but with the understanding that we still have to manage within our respective states, especially the upper basin, so that there's an equitable use of the Colorado River in both the lower basin and the upper basin.
So if I can just follow up there, John, if there is to be new projects developed, and I'll talk about, my hypothetical, let's double the size of the San Juan Channel project to bring more water to my town. We're not really planning this, but hypothetically, and if we were to do those projects, who should bear the risk should we be in a low hydrology scenario? Or put a different way, how should we go about establishing a rule set so that we all understand who bears those risks if in fact we do have that 11 million acre foot river?
John, me or John?
John D. John D. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we all have to bear the risks. I'll just take a scenario that just recently happened with our DROA releases to try to leave Lake Powell at a elevation where the state of Colorado wound up releasing through Blue Mesa a considerable amount of water on Labor Day weekend that had a lot of economic impact to that particular area and that community based on a Labor Day weekend release and the timing of that release, right? So, when you look at risk associated with individual states, the timing could have been better on that DROA release. You could have delayed it, but it's incumbent upon respective states and their managers to be able to manage to a number which feeds into an equitable apportionment for the upper basin and the lower basin. And so the risk is based on the states. My state, if we're short and we're sharing a certain number, it's my responsibility to make sure that we're delivering the amount that we need to deliver based on that number that's equitable between the upper basin and the lower basin. So it falls to the respective states, at least in the upper basin.
Yeah, okay. I want to come back to something Jay said, because one of my sort of pre-panel questions actually has changed a little bit, partly because of something Mike Connor said, and then something you said, Jay. One of the problems we have here, as I think probably everybody on this panel and a number of people in the room, we're all talking to reporters right now because the Colorado River is a hot story. And one of the things that I always talk about is we need to use less water. All the water users need to use less water, except, and then I talk about Native American communities and the need for environmental water. And so the question I had for panelists to sort of think about in advance was, how do we incorporate that as we're also talking about what many of these panelists have said, which is everybody reducing their water. But Jay made an interesting point, which we have the potential for room to collaborate around tribal water rights that are unexercised, but as Mike pointed out, these are a different kind of right than the traditional consumptive use rights. So Jay, could you talk a little bit more about where the room is here for opportunities for benefit?
Sure, John, and I think that some of the answer to that question, and this goes back to the line that Daryl has deployed frequently. It's been referenced a couple of times. You know one tribe, you know one tribe. And so when we're talking about these questions of how do these things work, where do the water pieces fit in more specifically, it really becomes very tribe specific based on geography, based on where they are in a quantification process, whether the rights are quantified by settlement or by adjudication, and then where they are in development as well. And so, there are different tribal priorities. There are some tribes who I think are primarily interested in simply on reservation development. And there are other tribes, I think, who are interested in looking at a broader array of ways to recognize benefits from their water rights. I'll go back just because this is how I'm most familiar with the basin, to the Kitsan tribe. And we have an on-reservation irrigation project. It's actually a reclamation project, not a BIA project. And the vast majority of the tribe's California water rights are used on the reservation for irrigation. But we also have this forbearance agreement with Metropolitan Water for a portion of our water rights to go to them if we don't use them. And then we've also used a chunk of our water rights in Arizona on the Yuma East Restoration Wetlands Project, which is a restoration project on and adjacent to the reservation. For ecological benefits in that area that are really important to the tribe, providing traditional cultural materials and things like that. And so I think that most of the tribes in the basin, obviously, it's always awkward as the white guy lawyer to speak for any tribe, let alone tribes I don't actually represent. But I do think that most of the tribes in the basin, have a diversity of needs and a diversity of interests. And essentially, I don't know, this is a word that's in common parlance in different tribes, but I mean, a portfolio of interests as to different ways that we want to see water rights deployed. And I think one of the things that the basin can incentivize, and actually Secretary Vilsack touched on this yesterday in his talk in response to the question about why don't you guys use the hammer and not these incentives? And I think one of the things that really is the opportunity to try to find ways to get these tribal water rights deployed in ways that help better integrate them into the basin and to help the basin address some of its problems is to provide incentives to tribes to take them up. I mean, that's what Arizona DCP did to work with CRIT and with Gila River, who are frankly providing the vast majority of what Arizona needed to meet its DCP contribution. And the other piece, when you're looking at the ability to move water off reservation, it's got to travel. And if it is traveling through environmentally sensitive reaches, you potentially have the ability to enhance stream flows, at least in a protected reach, even if that water ultimately goes to an end user who will consume it. And so I think that if people stop looking at tribes and tribal water rights as a problem in the basin to be solved, and start really thinking about how tribes can deploy their rights to benefit the tribes, because that's where this has to start. But to do it in ways that are constructive with other goals the basin wants to meet, I think there's a lot of latitude. And I got that a little bit when I touched on, and it's a little bit flipped to say that the law of the rivers, whatever 6 or 7 basin states agree to. I think that's largely true. But the other piece, frankly, is that, and Mike Connor touched on this, tribal water rights are different. They're not creatures of state law. They're creatures of federal law. And the Colorado River Compact itself is incredibly clear that nothing in the compact affects tribal rights. And so in many ways, the things that you can or should be able to do with tribal water rights look very different than some of the things that you might have the latitude to do under state law.
Thanks. One of the things that in the discussions that I am involved in, the comments on my blog, the discussions on Twitter, the various public forums, there's a whole lot of people in a particular place who have a particular legal interpretation that benefits their understanding of their ability to get water and says those other people are the ones who should get less. How do we, and we're negotiating, and I'm presuming a value judgment here that we want to avoid this. How do we avoid this in the negotiations going forward? And one of these obvious points is this really thorny discussion of how much water has to be delivered at Lee's Ferry, the Mexican treaty obligation, the 75 by 10. should we or how do we get beyond the lawyering arguments and figure out how to live with a smaller river for any of the panelists?
Sure, I'll go. I think the first thing I should be clear about is when I talk about defining a worst case scenario that we should plan to, I'm not talking about who should get how much of that 11 million acre feet. I think it is, in order to be a functioning negotiation, it's a prerequisite to agree what you're planning towards. And then we can start having these discussions as to, how to divide that up equitably, how this is going to work, because, if you look at that 11 million acre foot hydrology that I'm proposing, that, means, when we look at our resource plan, that Mead's going to be operating over the next 50 years between like 895 and 920, like basically run of the river kind of situation. And I'm not proposing Eric's rule of 9, because I don't think that's ultimately going to be realistic to leave the upper basin with 2 million acre feet of water. So when you start looking at how Powell would be operating in that sort of hydrology, we don't even know how much water can get through the jet tubes at this stage. And we'll be lucky if it's 7 million acre feet of water that the 3 lower division states and Mexico will have to live within. So tack on some system losses, and then there's your math. But if the upper basin wants to come to the table and say, well, we shouldn't, in that sort of scenario, at that level, you guys should have a plan to live within 6 million acre feet. Okay, I mean, I'm not agreeing to that, but at least that's the negotiation you need to be having. Because unfortunately, for as much success as we've had on this river over the last 20 years in negotiating agreements, I think it's an open question as to whether or not the law of the river and the people who work on this river are up to the challenge of meeting a equitable system in the face of climate change. And if we're not, and if we have another year like last year, next year, or the year after that, Mother Nature is going to pick the winners and losers, and she's going to do it really quick. So we can keep shadow boxing about who's feeling more pain and who shouldn't have done what in the last 20 years, the last 100 years, or we can come to the table and come up with a plan for how to use the amount of water the river's actually going to give us.
In case there's any confusion whatsoever, I want to remind everyone in this room that I'm not Ted Cook and I'm not Tom Bushotsky, okay? When I say these things. But first off, of course, how do you do it? Well, through a lot of extraordinarily painful conversations, okay? That's how it's always done. But as an economist, I will add to this mix, you find willing sellers and you find willing buyers, and it is clear that the lower basin is going to have to pay through the teeth for resiliency. And I don't know how you get around that. And I agree with everything that Jay said, and I agree with everything that Mike Connor said. And I think that it makes sense for us to look at those types of flexible arrangements that build resiliency in the system. That's just smart.
Eric.
I want to add to what Catherine said.
And you are also not Tom Bushotsky or Ted Cook.
I'm not Tom Bushotsky. I'm not Ted Cook. I'm not Andy Mueller. He's much more eloquent than I am, if you heard this morning. What I think there's a barrier that has to break down. There's 2 barriers that have to break down, I think, for the economics to work. 70% plus or minus of the basin is used in agriculture, about 15% non-agriculture, and about 15% when the reservoirs are fuller for reservoir evaporation. John D. mentioned, there's significant agricultural use, especially in the upper basin. We need to have a market mechanism that moves water from where it is being used to where we need it. And I think the real critical question is questions, and they've broken this barrier in the lower basin, we haven't in the upper basin, is moving water across state lines. And then ultimately, and I think this is going to have to happen, we're going to have to move water across the Leaf Erie barrier. And that's going to be controversial. But I see no other way. I mean, quite frankly, the Upper Basin, and I'm no longer an Upper Basin representative in any, I don't work for anybody, occasionally John. You know, we have 1 million+ acres of not even alfalfa, of pasture grass. My neighbors have them. We have some neighbors with some really nice pet mules and some horses, and you know, we irrigate for the 1892 water right, and well, there's none there this year, but you know, we don't generate a dime of well, maybe we do for the, you know, buying gas for the horse trailers, but we don't really generate any commercial economic activity, and that's happening throughout the Upper Basin. You know, so when are we going to get real with that? And can we really have a market mechanism that serves the basin as opposed to individual states or individual basins?
Questions from the audience? You want to?
John, can I hop in quickly on something Eric just said? Just
Yeah. Oh, sure. Sorry.
Thanks. No, I mean, I think Eric makes a really provocative point. But I think one of the predicate questions before the conclusion is reached that market mechanisms need to be the way to go. And I know that I've just been talking about ways to incentivize tribes financially. And so I'm certainly not saying that markets are a problem, but I am saying that there are reasons that people who, you know, there's some of us love the West because we love the West. And it's, you know, Catherine in her opening talked about, you know, shutting the gate and all of those things. But I think there are real and significant and meaningful conversations that need to be part of this conversation if we're going to talk about how to make market mechanisms work that don't simply destroy entire communities and ways of life. I think that's really important. You know, if you'll recall from the last in-person crew a couple of years ago, when the 10 Tribes Partnership had a panel, we had Henry Martinez from IID on the panel with us because there are some interesting commonalities between tribes and reservation economies and ag interests. And so while obviously there is more money, there is more geography, certainly in the lower basin, there is more precedent for ag to urban transfers. That, I think there are many of us it would trouble greatly if that is the only solution on offer. That is not a West that many of us recognize and would feel at home in.
John, I want to add something really quickly because
Sure, John.
We've got to make sure that market mechanisms work intra-state first before we can talk about marketing water outside of our respective states. And so just to use an example for New Mexico, we've got, we settled the Navajo Nation water rights within New Mexico's apportionment on the San Juan. Really extremely important to be able to do that so that we can settle that number. There's a lot of other ones that we have to work on. We've been working greatly with the Jicarilla Nation and the Apache Nation on water rights that they've put to beneficial use. We've got some things happening in Northwest New Mexico. The market mechanism is starting to work for water that's been put to beneficial use, but you've got to get a handle on in-state use first. And that water needs to be put to beneficial use and recognized as a water right prior to marketing it out of state. And there's a real problem with marketing across state lines before you actually establish those rights intrastate. So I think from a perspective of getting there, and we need to get there, no doubt, but we've got to figure it out intrastate first. We need to settle our tribal water rights settlements. We've got 9 additional adjudications going on in New Mexico with our tribes, pueblos, and nations. But the important piece is quantify them, put a priority on them. We have a history of what the acequias call repartimiento, is shorted sharing. We evaluate, and right now, we evaluate a water supply at the beginning of the year with the tribal entities and with the acequias who have early 1600 water rights that are sharing a water resource. We've had to cut those users off or share on a 3-day rotational basis. It can be done, but we've also got to get the intra-state marketing aspect done first before we can actually hope to do it out of state. Thanks, John, for letting me jump in there.
Sure.
And
Catherine.
I'm sorry to jump in again real quickly too. And thank you to Jay's point. Market mechanisms will only work if they are done with sensitivity, with an understanding of the impacts to rural communities, to ecologies, to a whole host of considerations that have to be on the table. That's the only context in which they will work.
Amen to that. And by the way, we are marketing with Mexico. So if you think it can't be done, think again. That was all I wanted to say.
I said they'd break that barrier in the lower basin and Mexico.
So I'm just going to jump in since I have the microphone. And since I'm sitting next to Doug, I'm going to perhaps compete with him for the least well-received idea. But to riff off of what Mike Connor was saying earlier, problem number one is climate change. And it seems that maybe one unifying idea for the basin, the community of interest within the basin to avoid hardening interests between the upper and lower basins and others, is to confront climate change as a basin or as the West. And rather than saying we're ag versus urban or we're upper basin versus lower basin, it's an opportunity to say we in the West, the iconic West of ranchers and agriculture and cities and recreational interests, perhaps should not be a lower position than oil and gas and coal. So there's a bigger conversation to be had here about when is the basin going to step up and say, which economy do we want to promote and foster? And it's not that we're going to stop climate change or that we're going to restore a 15 million acre foot river. But as we've heard from Brad and others, the river's in free fall, and maybe 11 million acre feet is not the number. Maybe it goes down lower than that. So how, rather than just saying the horse is out of the barn, let's go out and grab the reins and try to slow it down while we're doing all these other things.
Did I see Kevin's hand up?
You get this one.
I do.
Some smart kid needs to take it.
There, okay. So through this conference, I've learned a couple of things. One thing is people from, Terry said that, and Mike Connor said this, we're not going to touch the compact. At the same time, we're hearing that arguing about what number to plan down to, and I think it's a really good and very important to decide what number to plan down to. So let me just throw out an idea. We're not going to touch the compact, but what if that one little number of 75 were to be adaptable through time? So like maybe the last 30 years, some percentage of it. So that changes with time as opposed to a fixed number. And that allows climate change to be considered as time moves on and an equity issue to be addressed.
I'd love to hear panelists take on that.
I don't know exactly if you have to change that number 75, but what I would say is I view the law of the river as the past is prologue, right? The 07 guidelines were a change to the law of the river. The DCP was a change to the law of the river. Whatever comes next will be a change to the law of the river. And I think some of the stuff that John D is saying, can be addressed within that context. That when you look at, you talk about the 75 as the upper basin number. Well, we have 7.5 as a lower basin number, and we have a sliding scale of operations between, flood control releases at the top and pretty, deep cuts down at the bottom. I mean, I've signed all sorts of legal documents that reduced Nevada's allocation from 300,000 to 260. So we've come up with a flexible, adaptable, objective, plan for how our 7.5 is going to be released or reduced over time. And if the upper basin, in my opinion, wants to continue to develop, then what John, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but what I thought I heard him suggest was that new development needs to be part and parcel with their own sort of sliding scale plan of how, if, we plan for 13, but it winds up being 11, what's interruptible at that point? Because there are definitely water uses that are relatively easy to interrupt, but there's also building a new city on a new diversion that's not going to be very easy to interrupt if the hydrology turns out worse than what you expected it to be. So I don't know if I'm precisely answering your question or not, Kevin, but I think not necessarily doing surgery to the compact to get at that 75 million, but having part and parcel of whatever it is the Upper Basin wants to do to develop, you also need a realistic plan to live within whatever Mother Nature deals to you.
John D. Antonio, could you?
Yeah. No, I think, John, you read what I said correctly. I mean, we have to deal with shortages, and the only way to do that is to be able to, as water managers, understand what that supply issue is on a given year. And so, there's a 50,000 foot elevation on the supply that the Upper Basin gets and what the Lower Basin gets as far as equity. And then there's, coming down to a much more realistic elevation to consider how do we manage our resources within our respective states. And we do it all the time in New Mexico. I mean, we are continually managing shortages, 40, anywhere from, probably 15% on an average basis to up to 40, 50% on different river basins, and people tighten their belts. They do what they need to do. And we actually are starting to talk about how do we do those short-term transfers. And the whole idea is to do an analysis on impairment respective transfers pre-disaster, so that in a given year, you get an April forecast and you know what the shortages are, and we have an agreed upon sort of prognostication on what the water supplies are. We know the folks in our respective states that are subject to curtailment, and we go there. And so it's more complicated than I just said, but the point is that, we need to let the Upper Basin still develop water projects, but within our respective states, how do we manage that? How do we allow for some maybe short-term transfers that allow for some ag use to be transferred to a municipal or an industrial use? And that's active water resource management in New Mexico, which we're putting in place. That's my.
I think one of the challenges that presents, and I think John Ensminger touched on this, some uses are really more curtailable than others. And it's one thing to sort of predict and have a plan, but one of the things that we're learning in Colorado, and I have clients in other basins. I represent the Klamath tribes. Hydrology can often and very quickly do things that you did not anticipate. And if there are these uses on the ground that are difficult to curtail, then no matter how elegant either the water rights enforcement statutes are written or how elegant a contingency or a curtailment plan looks, you're going to find yourself in a situation where ultimately, if it comes down to it, the choice is going to be made to favor human consumption and livestock. And it's true across the West. It's always one of those, everyone loves the prior appropriation doctrine until they don't. And I mean, I see this firsthand in the Klamath, frankly. And the scale of the Klamath is obviously much smaller than we're talking about the Colorado. But we have had a run of atrocious hydrology in the Klamath, and Oregon continues to issue, as they really probably should, human consumption and stock water exemptions to curtailment. And then we end up with a year like this one when there's no water for ag, literally zero ag allocation, and we lose an entire class of salmon run, and we lose an entire spawning season for 2 endangered fish in a lake. And so the notion of sort of planned managing of future development where past is absolutely no guarantee of future returns on the hydrology is really challenging to contemplate.
Right, and so this raises a question. I think Eric wanted to say something, but this raises a question that I'd be interested in the panelists' ideas about, which is that hydrology enforces, and we've seen this in the Colorado River Delta, hydrology enforces the environment as a junior user because things get really bad in a hurry, and that's the place where the water just isn't. Like, how do we respond to that?
And in some ways, I think you've got to have that resiliency and open in terms of markets. We're seeing that very successfully, I think, in Colorado. I've been retired for a few years, but the last couple years in Colorado have been tough on the Colorado River Basin, and things like the Water Trust, the Colorado River District, and others, the CWCB, have come up with some very innovative market-based approaches with their water resources to have some pretty decent outcomes in terms of maintaining critical flows in the system. And I saw John Siren shaking his head yes, but I think there are things that can happen within the states, but I would like to see that be expanded to within the basin, where we actually do move water from some uses back to the environment. A good way to do this, quite frankly, is with turf. I'm of the view that the Colorado River Basin's future is all about the management of grass. It's about half of the water that the Front Range diverts from to the east slope goes for lawns. That's not happening in Las Vegas. Las Vegas got it right. John E. got it right. Phoenix got it right.
Not as right.
What? You say no?
I said not as right.
Not as right. But Southern California is doing the same thing. The Upper Basin has yet to touch this idea that if we're going to manage our demands, we're going to have to manage our demand for growing ornamental and nice to have turf.
There will be less green.
Well, I was going to ask Eric a really tough question, but he made such a nice pitch there for getting rid of ornamental grass, which WRA, I will say, is working on. But so I'm going to ask a really hard question of Doug, which is, you. So, Doug, you were talking a little bit about how we got to get rid of the structural deficit. I mean, this idea that there's been too much water going to the lower basin, and I'm actually from the upper basin, right? But I'm gonna take Catherine's side for just a second, which is, in the real world, the lower basin is actually cut back, as Eric just mentioned, and there's really good conservation programs that are being done, and I think what Las Vegas does is amazing. And we haven't done that in the upper basin as much, at least, and we have at least not taken any formal cuts to our supply like the lower basin has. So, and I'll also throw out another point. Even if you go by the rule of 9 and take away 1.5 million acre feet and make it a rule of 7.5, so we can say that the lower basin is only getting what they absolutely are entitled to under the compact, we still end up with like 3.5 million acre feet, which for the upper basin, which is not, I mean, that's like what about we're using now or close to it. So, I mean, isn't it that there's going to have to be cutbacks in the upper basin too, and that it's going to have to be, I mean, I don't know if there's actually the ability for us to say we're going to grow. If we're going to ask that we share these shortages, isn't there going to have to be some limits on upper basin at the same time?
All right. I'll take both the points you raised speak to the same thing in my mind, and that is the lower basin is making cuts today and for the last 20 years to real existing water users. And you're comparing that to the challenge for the upper basin, which is to talk about making cuts to uses that haven't happened yet. And it's very easy to say, that making cuts to existing uses is a lot bigger accomplishment than talking about cutting future uses. But I just bring you back to the whole philosophy underlying the compact, and that is the upper basin's future needs. They wanted those on the same footing as existing needs in the lower basin, based on this idea that the upper basin was always destined to grow at a later time. So, if you respect that principle that underlies the compact and thus the law of the river, both future expected development in the upper basin and existing uses in the lower basin should be on an equal footing conceptually and legally and ethically. So whether you want to accept that argument or not, is another question, but that is the argument that underlies the compact.
Well, I want to add a couple things just as a positive note. We've talked about some very positive things that are going on in the lower basin. We are, when you step aside from what I would call, projects that are out there that someone's planning on, the upper basin's uses have not changed much in 30 some years on an average basis. They're variable every year because of climate and because of climate on the east slope of those kinds of things. They're always going to go up and down. There are 10 coal-fired generation plants in the upper basin that are have closed or are closing down. The amount of water there would support is about the same as John Ansminger's uses. And that's a city of what, 2.5 million people. The upper basin in-basin growth is largely occurring on irrigated lands, and when the footprint of subdivisions is far less than the footprint of pasture grass or alfalfa. We can have a very robust economy in the upper basin and use less water. We can do wonderful things. This can be a great place to live, and we can still use a lot less water in the upper basin. And the Front Range, look at Denver. I mean, when I started working, Denver was serving 800,000 people. Today, they're serving 1.5 million or more with the same amount of water, essentially the same amount of water 40 years ago. So we can do some really, really good things in this basin for the economy and for our quality of life, and still use less water. I hope we leave with that message that it is not dire. It's just a matter of getting it, doing it.
And if I can just use panel moderator's prerogative to answer one of your questions. In fact, we do take shortages in the upper basin all the time. I'm in Albuquerque. We get water from the San Juan Chama project. We got a 60% allocation this year because it's not in the headwaters above us. Right. So cutback, we don't take institutional cutbacks, and I think this is something that we need to have a robust conversation about in the upper basin, but we do take hydrologic shortages. So, yeah.
I've always heard that the largest water use in Colorado is agricultural. And when I was in the legislature, I mean, I know this is literally a drop in the bucket, but we did change laws where HOAs can't require bluegrass and you can't prevent xeriscaping, things like that. There was another law that any new development had to prove where they're going to get their water from, but there was very easy ways around that apparently. So when we talk about where the biggest change could be, from my naive point of view, it looks like it could be agriculture, which crop switching investments, helping farmers grow crops that require less water. It doesn't seem like there's been an all-in effort on that. I just don't know.
Yeah, the biggest water use in the upper basin is grass, both for municipalities and for agriculture. Grasses. I'm not talking about your front lawn. I'm talking about also, the kind of grasses that cows eat too.
Feed cattle. Got it. Okay.
And the same is true in the lower basin. Kentucky blue, fescue, and alfalfa and Sudan grass in agriculture, far and away the highest use in the lower basin.
I mean, one of the things that conversation gets at too is and this is a very difficult conversation within communities, let alone within counties, let alone within states. But are there things that are growing in places they really shouldn't be growing? And how do we get at that? And that some of that maybe comes back to markets and incentives. But there is this question of what are we doing that is genuinely sustainable? And what are we doing that is fundamentally delusional? And one of the things that's really challenging, I think, that we all face, and I don't think we've touched on yet today, but we are trying to solve these problems, and we are trying to have these conversations and tackle these really significant and complicated issues against what certainly in my lifetime is the most dysfunctional national political backdrop we have ever seen. And none of these things are going to happen or be effective without finding financial resources that largely will have to come from the federal government or possibly states. And I am not remotely convinced this 5 minutes. So if Eric was going to be Mr. Optimist and I'll be Mr. Pessimist here, I'm not remotely convinced this 5 minutes that there is the civil societal capacity to deal with some of these larger issues, and that many of the things that we are going to be forced to do is a lot of Band-Aids and patches, because I don't know that we've got the capacity as a society to tackle some of these larger issues in a functional way. And that's really depressing to contemplate, because I think we are at what could be. I mean, it's the old line, never let a good crisis go to waste. We are at what could usefully be a meaningful inflection point for this basin to move to and to do some really smart things. There are lots of good pilot program type models out there that different states and different communities have done to move us to a more sustainable footing. And I'm deeply pessimistic that we as a society have the capacity to actually seize that opportunity.
I have a question building off of something that John Ensminger and Eric, you both touched upon. John, I think in your opening remarks, you mentioned that we don't really use less water in the sense that if we conserve water or increase efficiencies, we're just putting it to different uses. And Eric, you brought up the point that Denver Water doesn't necessarily use less water. They just service more customers with the same amount. And so to Jay's point, what does it look like to actually use less water rather than just do ag to urban transfers, increase efficiency for growing municipalities, and use, I guess, less?
Well, I think John can explain that. Las Vegas is, Southern Nevada Water Authority, but Las Vegas, I call them, is using less water than they were in 2003 and serving more people.
So we exceeded our Colorado River allocation. It wasn't illegal at the time because of the interim surplus guidelines. I should make clear on that. But we used 325,000 acre feet of water in 2002. Last year we used about 250. So we're down 23% net depletions off the river. In the same time frame, we've added 800,000 more people. But you're right, we've taken those savings and largely stashed them in bank accounts. We've recharged our aquifer, we've done a banking agreement with Arizona, we've done banking agreements with California, we've created ICS in Lake Mead in order to create a buffer of temporary supplies for our future use. But I think you're right that in order, I'll speak only for Nevada or only Southern Nevada, in order for us to grow, the only realistic way to do that is continue to reduce gallons per capita per day. We have to grow within conservation, but we also have to recognize that our 300,000 acre foot allocation is going to be reduced. Our 50-year resource plan that I referred to earlier actually has bigger cuts publicly published in our resource plan than what is required in the 07 guidelines and the DCP. And I'm not calling anybody out, but to my knowledge, we're the only ones with a published resource plan that contemplate bigger cuts than what's already in federal law. So it's a two-prong approach. You can grow within what you can conserve, but you also have to be realistic about how much you're going to have, and that's a shrinking pie.
Sorry, real quickly, I would just add that question is further complicated by the mix of alternative supplies that might be available to a community. And let me use the Salt River Valley as an example of that. So, Phoenix exists where 3 of the state's main rivers come together. Phoenix was carefully chosen by Native people who first dug the canals that we literally use to this day. And the Salton Verde River system were first developed through the Bureau of Reclamation as an agricultural project. As it has urbanized, we have in total used less, like in total. And what that has created is a very resilient system that we can use when things get difficult on the Colorado River. So there are ways to use less and continue to prosper, but it is a complicated mix of supplies that lie at the heart of that.
We've got time for one more question. Daryl.
Yeah, thank you. I think I have a little bit more faith in humanity than Jay Weiner does.
That's why I'm on this panel, Daryl, and you were on the other ones.
So when we start to realistically think about options, and I accept the current governance and policy structures that are in existence, but shouldn't we start to imagine, we heard from Mike Connor, and I heard yesterday also about this whole of government, whole of basin approach. And if we're talking about a whole of government, whole of basin approach, understanding that the systemic issues that are embedded in it, shouldn't we start imagining a governance system of the whole river rather than having it divided in two different, geographic line in the sand? And it would seem to me that would make things a lot simpler if we were to create, is it time to start talking about a Colorado River Commission?
Or just make reclamation the water master on the whole river.
No, thank you.
Or go back to John Wesley Powell's recommendation that we create states by river basins.
So we're at 4:45. We hit the time mark. I would like to really thank our panelists very much. John D'Antonio, Jay Warren.
So much. And I've asked Ann Castle for a really simple job here to provide some summary remarks, her thoughts on the last 2 days. I'll give everyone a chance to clear out front. But thank you again, Ann. I know I've thanked you a million times for this, but you really have been a lifesaver putting this whole conference together.
Well, thanks, Alice, and I'll let everybody get back to their seats. And I don't want to stand between all of you and all of you virtually and Friday afternoon cocktails or whatever the next step is. But I do want to start by thanking Doug Kenney. You all know that Doug retired. Doug retired earlier this year, and it's been a huge loss, I think, to the Getchell Wilkinson Center. Doug is not a lawyer, but he has a deeper and more profound understanding of the law of the river than I think most people do. And Doug is not a professor, but he has students, and his students have learned so much from him that they have gone on to be leaders in this basin and influential in the way this river operates. And I think Doug doesn't think of himself as a leader, but he has led the Colorado River Research Group that their publications have been referred to multiple times during the last 2 days. I cite them all the time. And again, big influence in the basin. And of course, Doug has been the organizer of this conference for many, many years. And speaking of this conference, I want to have all of us thank Alice and Sean and talk about some of the most challenging IT situations. Have you ever? Yeah, I haven't. But Lionel, who is our IT guy, has made it work. He's in there somewhere. So that is terrific. This conference has been influential in its own right over the years. In some ways, it's a gathering of the usual suspects, although this year some of the usual suspects are in Grand Junction. But we were able to bridge that continental divide and have some joint presentations. I think that the gang of usual suspects has expanded to include the environmental NGOs, to include the tribes, to include students and people who are interested in the river and want to learn more and want to be part of the usual suspects. You know, we have this concept in the Colorado River Basin of system water, and that's water that it benefits the whole system. It doesn't belong to anybody. It was conserved and put in the reservoirs so that everyone was better off. And I think what we've got in the Colorado River Basin, and it's embodied in this conference, is intellectual system water. We've got huge reservoirs of expertise in so many different areas. And we've heard a lot of that over the past couple of days. Tanya referred to it. She said there's deep and wide expertise in this basin. And I've just written down a few examples that I've heard, and it's not to the exclusion of any others, but science. You know, we've got Brad Udall, we've got Carl Flessa, really deep science expertise that benefits all of us. Terry talked about the 3 factors that were critical in the agreements that came together in the past. We can learn from that. Nancy Smith talked about the 10 strategies. That's huge expertise that has been put together by the environmental groups that we can learn from and incorporate into our planning going forward. We heard about a forest resilience bond. We heard about the delta flows this year that benefited from lessons learned during the pulse flow. We had ag expertise from Mark Harris. Talk a lot about sovereign participation and the way that Indigenous peoples have adaptively managed the system and been stewards. We can learn from that. And then, the Justice 40 priorities, I think, are another example. And this last panel was like a target-rich environment for the kinds of things that we can incorporate into river management. So we've all benefited from hearing all of those different strategies and the imparting of the expertise. The theme of this conference has been equity, and we've heard about how climate change is shifting the balance of equities. And that's part of what needs to be incorporated, I think, in all of our thinking about how we move forward. And there was a lot of specifics about that in the last panel. There's a shift in upper basin, lower basin entities, equities. We've heard about the equity associated with universal access to clean drinking water. And I think we were all so privileged to hear directly from Heather Tanana and Lorelei Cloud about their family histories, and at some personal cost to them. But we now have the benefit of a better understanding of how the lack of access to drinking water affects real people. So Tanya said she wanted to be able to draw on the expertise of all of the folks in the basin in trying to figure out how to move forward. So I just want to leave you with the concept of intellectual system water. Be the water. You are the folks with the expertise who can be helpful to the people who are in those decision-making roles, and help us help everybody make this a better river going forward. So thank you.
Live stream viewers, we're signing off.